words. Actum est te, periisti, it is all over with thee, thou hast perished. Yet from the depths of this perceived cosmic abandonment, the reclusive poet constructed a sanctuary of song that has comforted the brokenhearted for over 2 centuries. While Christian hymnody often celebrates narratives of triumphant faith, its architectural landscape is equally indebted to individuals acquainted with suffocating psychological darkness. The Anglican poet William Cowper, who lived from 1731 to 1800, stands as an extraordinary historical paradox. A man stripped of a traditional pulpit by a fracturing psyche, whose pen became an enduring instrument of global pastoral care. Cooper's life challenges the assumption that emotional stability is a prerequisite for spiritual utility. Instead, his severe clinical depression, acute anxiety, and intense spiritual paranoia served as the very channels through which his profound empathy flowed. Today, we dive into the historical, psychological, and theological investigation into Cooper's complex existence. It examines his early life, institutionalization, evangelical awakening, and his symbiotic partnership with John Newton, which birthed the seminal Olney hymns. Ultimately, we will demonstrate how Cooper translated private emotional exile into a corporate vocabulary of hope, proving that a mind can sit in absolute personal darkness while simultaneously illuminating the unshakable grace of God for the church. The foundations of William Cooper's adult psychiatric collapses were laid in early childhood trauma. The defining catastrophe occurred at age 6 with the death of his mother, Ann Don Cooper, a loss that severed his primary source of emotional regulation. This psychological void worsened when he was sent to boarding school, where he endured systematic, severe bullying. These early experiences instilled a pervasive expectation of hostility from the world, manifesting in young adulthood as a crippling defensive shyness. When Cooper moved to London to pursue a legal career, the aggressive public persona demanded by the profession triggered intense internal panic. His fragile ego perceived ordinary professional expectations as existential threats. Through a modern diagnostic lens, Cooper's alternating periods of intense literary productivity and catatonic despair strongly align with bipolar disorder or severe major depressive disorder with psychotic features. His episodes were characterized by profound cognitive distortions, somatic complaints, and acute persecutory hallucinations that manufactured an unshakable conviction of his cosmic isolation. Historically, contemporaries categorized his affliction as religious melancholy. 18th century frameworks heavily debated whether this condition arose from physical brain disease or an obsessive focus on Calvinistic doctrines of election and reprobation. While secular critics blamed his faith for his madness, Cooper's psychological vulnerabilities predated his evangelical conversion. Religion did not generate his illness. Rather, his malfunctioning mind seized upon theological language to articulate a pre-existing internal torment. The period of confinement within Dr. Nathaniel Cotton's asylum at St. Albans did not merely serve as a clinical quarantine, it became the unexpected crucible for a profound theological reorientation. Under Cotton's uniquely compassionate and spiritually sensitive care, Cooper's fractured psyche gradually stabilized. The decisive turning point arrived through a profound engagement with biblical texts, specifically the Pauline epistles, which presented a framework of unmerited mercy and justification by faith. This encounter shattered his prevailing perception of a purely punitive deity, replacing it with an intense evangelical apprehension of the benevolence of Jesus. This spiritual awakening injected a radical, unprecedented sense of hope into a mind previously defined by existential dread. The realization that divine acceptance was predicated on unmerited favor rather than personal performance directly counteracted the deep-seated inadequacies that had triggered his previous collapses. For a sustained period following this conversion, Cooper experienced a remarkable phase of emotional and theological equilibrium. The intrusive thoughts and paralyzing anxieties receded, replaced by a serene conviction of his inclusion in the divine family. This temporary golden age of mental peace demonstrated that, when properly integrated, his newfound faith acted as a powerful therapeutic anchor, offering a structured, benevolent reality that stabilized his volatile cognitive patterns. This fragile stability required an environment radically different from the high-pressure arenas of London, leading Cooper to relocate to the rural village of Olney in 1767. This geographical transition facilitated an immediate, intense proximity to the village curate, John Newton, initiating one of the most celebrated and psychologically complex partnerships in literary history. The interpersonal dynamics between the two men presented a stark study in human contrasts. John Newton possessed a robust, resilient constitution forged in the brutal crucible of the Atlantic slave trade. He was a man of iron health, unshakable confidence, and vast social energy, comfortable navigating both maritime storms and ecclesiastical politics. While William Cooper remained a deeply reclusive, hypersensitive intellectual, structurally fragile, and continuously haunted by the specter of his past psychiatric breaks. Despite these glaring differences, their relationship developed into a deeply symbiotic alliance. Newton did not treat Cooper as a clinical liability or a passive object of charity. Instead, he recognized the profound intellectual and spiritual depths hidden behind the poet's hesitant demeanor. Newton engaged in a deliberate pastoral curation of Cooper's mind, structuring the poet's daily life to ward off the dangers of solitary rumination. This curation was achieved by immersing Cooper in the active, practical duties of the parish. Newton brought the reclusive poet into the communal life of Olney through collaborative prayer services, visits to the impoverished lacemakers of the district, and organized poor relief efforts. By demanding that Cooper focus his energies outward onto the tangible sufferings of others, Newton provided a practical behavioral therapy that anchored the poet's mind. Furthermore, Newton recognized that Cooper's supreme gift lay in his literary prowess, and he systematically motivated him to channel his emotional insights into verse, laying the groundwork for a creative output that would survive both of their lifetimes. The psychological sanctuary at Olney was violently shattered in January 1773. Driven by a severe endogenous cyclical shift in his bipolar disorder, Cooper descended into a deep abyss of madness. The definitive event was a catastrophic dream featuring a vivid auditory hallucination that delivered a fatal decree. Actum est de te periste. It is all over with thee, thou hast perished. This absolute, unshakable conviction permanently rewired Cooper's reality. He became utterly persuaded that God had issued an exceptional, individual edict of reprobation against him. His delusion was uniquely agonizing. He did not doubt Christian orthodoxy, nor Christ's capacity to save sinners. Rather, he believed he was the singular exception to universal grace. Explicitly excluded from the covenant, every waking moment was lived under the shadow of perceived divine hostility and cosmic abandonment. The practical consequence of this delusion was absolute spiritual expatriation. Convinced his presence insulted the deity who had damned him, Cooper withdrew entirely from public worship. For his remaining 27 years, he never again crossed the threshold of a church. Yet he maintained an unwavering intellectual commitment to Calvinist theology, defending the doctrines of grace and election for everyone else, while viewing himself as a unique cosmic castaway. During these prolonged cycles of catatonia and recurring suicide attempts, Cooper's survival depended on a sacrificial network of domestic care. The widow Mary Unwin provided monumental endurance, tending him through states of acute terror and refusing food. Alongside Unwin, John Newton remained fiercely loyal, enduring erratic outbursts and transforming their home into an informal psychiatric ward. Though Cooper was severed from internal divine comfort, he remained surrounded by the tangible earthly manifestations of grace through his companions. The genesis of the Only Hymns was an intentional pastoral intervention designed by John Newton to rescue his friend William Cooper's disintegrating mind. Recognizing that solitary reflection was Cooper's most dangerous enemy, Newton engineered a collaborative project to compel the poet to engage his creative faculties toward a communal purpose, providing a therapeutic channel to externalize his inner torment. Integrated into the weekly prayer meetings of the Olney parish, these hymns instantly transformed Cooper's raw, private confessions of doubt into corporate expressions of worship. When the local laborers lifted their voices to sing his words, they reframed his psychological exile within a supportive context. Cooper's private grief provided an authentic vocabulary for the corporate church, allowing others experiencing their own dark nights of the soul to find solidarity. Within this collection, several masterworks emerge that illustrate how Cooper translated his internal agony into timeless theological comfort. There is a fountain filled with blood, the absolute, unchanging efficacy of Christ's redeeming blood, assures the listener that no amount of mental decay or cognitive distortion can diminish the objective power of salvation. God moves in a mysterious way. The absolute sovereignty and hidden providence of God behind painful providences validates the reality of internal darkness while assuring the sufferer that God's true face is full of grace even when hidden behind a terrifying facade. In There is a Fountain Filled with Blood, Cooper projects an absolute efficacy onto Christ's sacrifice that could overcome the deepest human decay, including a broken mind. Even while feeling personally excluded from its benefits, his intellect insisted that the fountain remained sufficient to redeem a fractured consciousness. In God Moves in a Mysterious Way, written during encroaching madness, Cooper tackles divine hiddenness, writing, "Judge not the Lord by feeble sense. Behind a frowning providence he hides a smiling face." He challenges the reliability of human emotions, asserting that a malfunctioning mind cannot accurately perceive the Almighty's intentions. By decoupling divine benevolence from subjective emotional states, he provided a lifeline for generations of suffering believers. To fully understand Cooper's contribution, one must observe how he intentionally inverted the triumphant nautical imagery favored by Newton. While Newton drew from his past as a slave ship captain to depict storms as external threats yielding to dramatic rescue, Cooper subverted this paradigm. For the fragile poet, the sea was a swallowing abyss of isolation. His metaphors shifted to a sailor drowning just outside the reach of safety, clinging to a hidden anchor amid an internal psychological deluge. This castaway motif allowed Cooper to speak uniquely to those who identified not with victorious overcomers, but with the sheer exhaustion of survival. As the illusion of his eternal damnation became permanent, Cooper turned to secular deflections as a form of cognitive behavioral therapy to prevent catatonic despair. He embarked on massive translation projects, including Homer, Ovid, and Madame Guyon, deliberately consuming his intellectual energy to stave off persecutory hallucinations. This period unexpectedly vaulted Cooper to the peak of the English literary canon. The publication of his masterpiece, The Task, 1785, and the comic verse, John Gilpin, brought national acclaim. The historical irony was immense. The verses providing a tranquil escape for the public were constructed as a psychological shield against mental collapse. Even John Gilpin, which caused audiences to weep with laughter, was written during a night of paralyzing depression to distract himself from suicide. The fragile scaffolding supporting Cowper dissolved in 1796 with the death of Mary Unwin, his primary emotional anchor. Her passing plunged him into an irreversible descent into absolute psychological darkness and cosmic isolation. This final chapter is epitomized by his bleak last poem, The Castaway, 1799, where he compares his suffering to a drowning mariner, concluding, "We perished, each alone." When Cooper died in 1800, he was utterly convinced he was an outcast from divine mercy. The ultimate paradox, William Cooper successfully illuminated the unshakable grace of God for the global church while sitting in absolute personal darkness. Cooper shatters the notion that spiritual utility requires a healed mind. He ministered not from a pulpit of certainty, but from an enduring emotional exile, translating private agony into a corporate language of comfort. History reveals that by anchoring his profound intellectual gifts to an honest expression of human weakness, his pen achieved a reach few traditional pulpits could match, proving that the cracks in a vessel can serve as the very apertures through which healing light is diffused. The profound paradox of William Cooper's life forces us to re-examine our contemporary understanding of weakness, capability, and divine purpose. We routinely assume that a mended mind is a prerequisite for deep spiritual utility, yet history proves that a broken vessel can diffuse brilliant light to a fracturing world. It is entirely possible to stand in personal, agonizing darkness while simultaneously serving as a beacon of unshakable hope for those around you. If our psychological fractures can actually become the primary channels for deep human empathy, why do we remain so obsessed with presenting a flawless facade to the world? In what ways might your own deepest personal impairments be the exact spaces where your most enduring contributions are currently being forged? Join us next week as we dive into John Dagg, the blind and lame theologian. We will continue our video series, Beyond the Barrier, Preachers Who Defied Their Limits, by exploring how this monumental figure navigated severe physical disabilities to construct some of the most influential theological treatises of his era, proving once again that physical limitation is no barrier to systemic impact. Engage with the community. If you found value in this deep historical and theological analysis, please subscribe to Theology Today. By joining this digital channel, you help us continue to produce high-quality instructional visualizations and deep historical narratives that bring the forgotten stories of church history to life. When we last left, the American frontier was locked in a bitter, localized holy war. Part 1 detailed how the mid-18th century backcountry became an arena for Old World dogmatic battles as the Covenanters of the Reformed Presbytery and the Seceders of the Associate Presbytery clashed aggressively over the structural legitimacy of the British king and the strictness of 17th century covenant obligations. We examined how ministers like John Cuthbertson and Alexander Gallatley fought to organize isolated praying societies into formal presbyteries, only for their efforts to be strained by a severe shortage of pastors and the vast distances of the wilderness. It was a landscape characterized by rigid fragmentation, structural exhaustion, and deep-seated ecclesiastical rivalry. Now, in part 2, the unyielding realities of geography and geopolitics will shatter this operational stalemate. This segment charts the dramatic expansion of both movements as they migrate along the Great Wagon Road into New York and the Deep South, where they encounter the harsh realities of legal discrimination under the Anglican establishment. As the shadow of the American Revolution falls across the colonies in 1774, the ancient theoretical debates that kept these Presbyterian brothers divided will rapidly collapse. Watch how the shared threat of British imperial tyranny acts as a crucible, fundamentally rewriting their political theology and paving the way for an extraordinary unified American identity. When we last left, the American frontier was locked in a bitter, localized holy war. Part 1 detailed how the mid-18th century backcountry became an arena for Old World dogmatic battles as the Covenanters of the Reformed Presbytery and the Seceders of the Associate Presbytery clashed aggressively over the structural legitimacy of the British king and the strictness of 17th century covenant obligations. We examined how ministers like John Cuthbertson and Alexander Gallatley fought to organize isolated praying societies into formal presbyteries, only for their efforts to be strained by a severe shortage of pastors and the vast distances of the wilderness. It was a landscape characterized by rigid fragmentation, structural exhaustion, and deep-seated ecclesiastical rivalry. Now, in part 2, the unyielding realities of geography and geopolitics will shatter this operational stalemate. This segment charts the dramatic expansion of both movements as they migrate along the Great Wagon Road into New York and the Deep South, where they encounter the harsh realities of legal discrimination under the Anglican establishment. As the shadow of the American Revolution falls across the colonies in 1774, the ancient theoretical debates that kept these Presbyterian brothers divided will rapidly collapse. Watch how the shared threat of British imperial tyranny acts as a crucible, fundamentally rewriting their political theology and paving the way for an extraordinary unified American identity. Simultaneously, a parallel demographic shift was occurring along the great interior highway of the American continent. Tens of thousands of dissenting Presbyterians packed their belongings into Conestoga wagons and headed south along the Great Wagon Road. This migration pipeline snaked out of Pennsylvania, cut through the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, and spilled out into the Piedmont region of North Carolina and the rugged upcountry of South Carolina. A primary focal point for this migration was Rocky Creek in Chester County, South Carolina, which quickly transformed into a vibrant bastion for conservative Presbyterian dissent. As these families cleared the southern wilderness, they brought their uncompromising ecclesiastical identities with them, planting parallel Covenanter and Seceder congregations in close proximity. This southern settlement pattern immediately brought both groups into direct conflict with a highly unsympathetic regional authority, the Southern Anglican establishment. Unlike Pennsylvania, which offered wide-ranging religious freedom, the Carolinas and Virginia were legally governed by the Church of England, which used the power of the state to enforce its own religious monopoly. Frontier Covenanters and Seceders suddenly found themselves subjected to oppressive local laws that levied mandatory parish taxes to support Anglican clergymen they considered heretical. Furthermore, the state refused to legally recognize marriages performed by dissenting ministers, classifying their children as illegitimate and complicating property inheritance. This shared experience of legal discrimination and social friction over fundamental religious liberties began to subtly alter the psychological landscape of the frontier. The immediate necessity of resisting Anglican legal overreach forced these rival Presbyterian factions to live side by side as a self-aware defensive minority, laying the initial groundwork for shared political grievances. Simultaneously, a parallel demographic shift was occurring along the great interior highway of the American continent. Tens of thousands of dissenting Presbyterians packed their belongings into Conestoga wagons and headed south along the Great Wagon Road. This migration pipeline snaked out of Pennsylvania, cut through the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, and spilled out into the Piedmont region of North Carolina and the rugged upcountry of South Carolina. A primary focal point for this migration was Rocky Creek in Chester County, South Carolina, which quickly transformed into a vibrant bastion for conservative Presbyterian dissent. As these families cleared the southern wilderness, they brought their uncompromising ecclesiastical identities with them, planting parallel Covenanter and Seceder congregations in close proximity. This southern settlement pattern immediately brought both groups into direct conflict with a highly unsympathetic regional authority, the Southern Anglican establishment. Unlike Pennsylvania, which offered wide-ranging religious freedom, the Carolinas and Virginia were legally governed by the Church of England, which used the power of the state to enforce its own religious monopoly. Frontier Covenanters and Seceders suddenly found themselves subjected to oppressive local laws that levied mandatory parish taxes to support Anglican clergymen they considered heretical. Furthermore, The state refused to legally recognize marriages performed by dissenting ministers, classifying their children as illegitimate and complicating property inheritance. This shared experience of legal discrimination and social friction over fundamental religious liberties began to subtly alter the psychological landscape of the frontier. The immediate necessity of resisting Anglican legal overreach forced these rival Presbyterian factions to live side by side as a self-aware defensive minority, laying the initial groundwork for shared political grievances. The year 1774 witnessed an unprecedented escalation in the political crisis gripping the British Atlantic world, fundamentally altering the theological trajectories of both the Covenanter and Seceder communities. The primary catalyst for this shift was the passage of the Coercive Acts, popularly dubbed the Intolerable Acts, by the British Parliament. Designed to punish the rebellious colony of Massachusetts, these sweeping assertions of imperial authority sent shockwaves through the American backcountry, uniting previously fractured frontier dissenters in common opposition to what they perceived as unconstitutional British tyranny. For the independent-minded settlers of the interior, parliamentary overreach was no longer an abstract political debate. It was an immediate threat to their land, their livelihoods, and their religious freedom. This rapid escalation triggered an acute theological crisis for the Associate Presbytery. For decades, the Seceders had built their political identity on a staunch, conscientious defense of the British Crown's civil legitimacy, explicitly rebuking the Covenanters for their radical political dissent. However, as King George III openly backed parliamentary measures and declared the colonies to be in open rebellion, the traditional seceder position became increasingly untenable. It was virtually impossible for a seceder minister to preach dynamic, unyielding allegiance to a monarch who was increasingly viewed by his congregation as a bloodthirsty tyrant actively violating the natural liberties of his subjects. Consequently, American seceders were forced to radically re-evaluate their political theology. This intellectual shift pulled the seceders directly toward the traditional Covenanter critique of the British state, leading them to agree that a government that systematically trampled upon righteousness had forfeited its divine right to conscientious obedience. As the old political disagreements began to dissolve under the pressure of the imperial crisis, a powerful ideological confluence emerged between the two groups, driven by a deeply rooted generational hatred of prelacy. Throughout 1774, rumors circulated wildly across the colonies that the British government intended to legally install an Anglican bishop in North America. For both Covenanters and Seceders whose ancestors had been hunted, imprisoned, and executed by the Stuart monarchs during the 17th century, this rumor was an existential trigger. They did not view an American bishopric as a harmless administrative change, but as an explicit return to Stuart despotism and an aggressive attempt to dismantle Presbyterian church order through royal decree. This shared dread of an impending episcopal invasion erased decades of local bickering, instantly transforming their parallel pulpits into unified engines of anti-prelatical and anti-imperial resistance. This ideological convergence enabled a profound conceptual transformation of the idea of the covenant itself. For generations, the Seceders had treated the 17th century Scottish covenants as holy but archaic ecclesiastical relics, unsuitable as mandatory terms for everyday church fellowship. The Covenanters, conversely, had treated them as binding literal oaths. Under the shadow of the fast-approaching revolution, however, both factions began to merge these viewpoints, reimagining the concept of a covenant through the lens of contemporary political philosophy. The ancient covenant was transformed from an abstract, old-world religious document into the perfect historical precursor for colonial political compacts, local declarations of independence, and defensive revolutionary associations. To swear a covenant was now seen as a radical act of colonial solidarity against parliamentary overreach. Blending traditional Presbyterian theology with the secular language of natural rights and civil liberty, While the leadership of both presbyteries debated these grand shifts in political theory, an organic grassroots process of fraternization was already breaking down sectarian barriers on the isolated frontier. In the remote settlements of New York, Pennsylvania, and the Carolinas, the harsh realities of wilderness survival made the maintenance of rigid denominational divisions increasingly impractical. Lay members from both Covenanter and Seceder backgrounds regularly gathered for joint prayer meetings, shared community fast days, and packed into the same wilderness groves during the outdoor sacramental seasons. This regular face-to-face interaction eroded the old caricatures that had kept their ancestors divided in Scotland and Ulster, creating a unified frontier identity rooted in a shared lifestyle and a common evangelical faith. Recognizing this powerful groundswell of grassroots unity, progressive elements within both the Associate and Reformed presbyteries initiated formal interpresbytery dialogues in late 1774. These informal discussions were characterized by a pragmatic desire to build a unified American Presbyterian front. In these historical meetings, representatives quickly determined that their shared grievances against Great Britain, combined with their mutual, uncompromising commitment to the Westminster Confession of Faith, far outweighed the century-old municipal debates of the old country. By identifying these deep theological similarities and common political enemies, these 1774 dialogues set in motion an official, systematic process of church negotiation. This structural momentum would navigate the tumultuous waters of the Revolutionary War, ultimately culminating in the historic 1782 merger that formed the Associate Reformed Presbyterian Church, a uniquely American institution born from the convergence of fragmented dissent under the anvil of imperial revolution. The trajectory of the Covenanter and Seceder movements in North America between 1753 and 1774 illustrates a profound historical paradox. The very environment that initially threatened to entrench Old World ecclesiastical fractures ultimately acted as the catalyst for their reconciliation. The transatlantic migration did not automatically dissolve the dense theological and political theories forged in the blood-soaked valleys of 17th century Scotland and the contested parishes of 18th century Ulster. Instead, the initial phase of frontier settlement served to weaponize these differences. In the absence of established parish boundaries, isolated communities transformed theological distinctives into rigid identity markers, using polemical literature and meticulous debates over magistracy and communion to navigate their profound sense of dislocation. The transformation of these competing factions from hostile rivals into a unified ecclesiastical body can only be understood through the dual pressures of frontier reality and imperial crisis. The physical vastness of the American wilderness exposed the severe limitations of old world church governance. A chronic shortage of ordained pastors forced a reliance on grassroots lay organization, while the vast distances across the Atlantic severed the functional authority of the European parent synods. On the frontier, abstract theological debates had to contend with the immediate practical demands of communal survival, leading lay people to organically erode sectarian barriers long before their ministers were prepared to do so. When the imperial crisis reached its boiling point in 1774, it acted as an intellectual crucible that dismantled the primary theological barrier separating the two groups. The aggressive overreach of the British Parliament and the shared dread of an impending Anglican Episcopal establishment effectively neutralized the Seceders' traditional defense of the British crown. Caught in a political reality where allegiance to the king meant submission to tyranny, the Associate Presbytery was forced to align its political theology with the Reformed Presbytery's long-standing critique of uncovenanted civil power. Simultaneously, the concept of the covenant itself underwent a radical transformation, shifting from an archaic Scottish religious oath into the ideological blueprint for revolutionary political compacts and declarations of independence. By merging their shared commitment to the Westminster Standards with a unified resistance against imperial centralization, these frontier dissenters transformed their old world heritage into a vibrant, uniquely American religious tradition. The preliminary dialogues of late 1774 were not a compromise of core convictions, but the logical culmination of a process wherein the American landscape and the fires of revolution forged a unified identity out of fragmented dissent. The ideological battlefield of the American frontier reveals that the convictions we carry often shape the communities we build in ways we cannot fully foresee. As we look back on the intense devotion of the Covenanters and Seceders, we are reminded that our deep-held values can both fragment our present relationships and lay the bedrock for future unity. Taking time to look closely at our own foundational beliefs allows us to see whether we are building walls or preparing the ground for a greater shared purpose. In what ways do your current structural or ideological convictions echo the historical struggles for liberty and purity seen in these early dissenters? How can modern communities balance the pursuit of uncompromising truth with the practical, everyday necessity of building unity across differences? The fragile alliances and shifting theological landscapes of 1774 were merely the prologue to a much grander ecclesiastical awakening on the American continent. Join us next week as we fast forward through the crucible of the War for Independence to discuss the monumental formation of the Presbyterian Church in the United States of America in 1789. We will explore how a newly independent nation demanded a newly organized church, tracing the structural shifts, the adoption of a truly American Constitution, and the strategic vision that allowed Presbyterianism to expand across a rapidly growing republic. If you want to dive deeper into the fascinating histories, complex dogmas, and forgotten stories that shape the modern religious landscape, make sure to subscribe to Theology Today. By subscribing and hitting the notification bell, you will never miss our weekly deep dives into the historical movements and theological turning points that continue to influence our world. Join our growing community of thinkers, students, and history enthusiasts today, and help us keep these critical conversations alive. In the autumn of 1751, a solitary horseman named John Cuthbertson rode deep into the rugged interior of Pennsylvania, carrying nothing but a Bible, a pair of saddlebags, and an uncompromising, dangerous conviction. He was the lone vanguard of a fierce transatlantic movement of religious dissenters who refused to bow to kings, vote in state elections, or compromise their ancestors' holy covenants with God. Yet, within 2 years, this lone rider would find his wilderness sanctuary invaded not by royal authorities, but by a rival faction of his own Presbyterian brothers. This sudden arrival ignited a decades-long war of words that would ultimately forge the very ideological bedrock of the American Revolution. The ecclesiastical landscape of mid-18th century transatlantic Presbyterianism was not a monolithic block, but rather a fractured mirror reflecting the deep, unresolved theological and political traumas of 17th century Scotland. As waves of Scottish and Ulster Scots immigrants crossed the Atlantic, they brought with them not merely their families and meager belongings, but an intense, highly defined memory of covenant obligations, state persecution, and divine right. The American frontier did not dilute these convictions. Instead, the harsh realities of wilderness survival and the complete absence of traditional parish structures served to sharpen the ideological divides between competing, dissenting factions. Foremost among these groups were the Reformed Presbytery, known popularly as the Covenanters, and the Associate Presbytery, recognized as the Seceders. While both groups operated outside the established Church of Scotland and shared an unyielding commitment to the Westminster Standards, they were bitterly divided over the structural legitimacy of the British Crown. They clashed aggressively over the precise nature of a Christian's relationship to an uncovenanted civil magistrate. Today, we explores the complex theological warfare, geographic expansion, and shifting political alliances of these two groups from 1753 to 1774. This was a critical window during which frontier isolation and an impending imperial crisis transformed archaic Old World polemics into the ideological bedrock of American revolutionary identity. To comprehend the friction that manifested on the American frontier, one must analyze the distinct structural DNA of both the Covenanter and Seceder movements. The Reformed Presbytery, or Covenanters, premised their entire ecclesiastical and civic existence on total, unyielding adherence to the National Covenant of 1638 and the Solemn League and Covenant of 1643. For the Covenanter, these documents were not temporary political treaties, but perpetual national oaths sworn directly to God, binding Scotland, England, and Ireland to uphold the Presbyterian religion in perpetuity. Consequently, the Covenanters explicitly rejected the 1690 Revolution settlement under King William III. Their grievance rested on a profound theological critique. The British state had fundamentally failed to recognize the crown rights of King Jesus over the realm, choosing instead to assert an Erastian supremacy of the monarch over the church. Because the British government was built upon this compromised foundation, Covenanters practiced a rigorous form of political dissent. This meant they voluntarily disenfranchised themselves from the British body politic, refusing to swear oaths of allegiance, vote in state elections, or hold civic office under a government they deemed illegitimate and uncovenanted. In stark contrast, the Seceders of the Associate Presbytery operated from a fundamentally different historical pivot point. Their movement originated in 1733 when Ebenezer Erskine led a historic walkout from the established Church of Scotland. The catalyst for this secession was not the civil framework of the 1690 settlement, but rather internal ecclesiastical corruption, specifically the reintroduction of lay patronage, which allowed wealthy landlords to force ministers onto unwilling congregations and a growing theological laxity within church courts. The Seceders did not question the civic legitimacy of the British government. They validated the crown as a lawful authority in secular matters. Their separation was surgical. They withdrew from the corrupt established church courts to preserve pure doctrine and traditional Presbyterian polity while remaining loyal subjects of the king. Thus, from their inception, Covenanters viewed Seceders as political compromisers who tolerated an uncovenanted king, while Seceders viewed Covenanters as radical separatists demanding an impossible, unscriptural standard for civic society. These bitter theological battles forged in the lowlands of Scotland quickly spilled over into Ulster in Northern Ireland. The Ulster Scots population, squeezed by soaring farm rents, trade restrictions, and recurring agrarian distress, began migrating in massive numbers to the British colonies in North America. This migration pipeline emptied primarily into southeastern Pennsylvania, specifically Lancaster, Chester, and York counties. This migration pipeline emptied primarily into southeastern Pennsylvania, specifically Lancaster, Chester, and York counties, before pushing southward down into the Shenandoah Valley. On this sweeping American frontier, the institutional structures of the Old World were entirely absent. Immigrants who identified with Covenanter or Seceder convictions found themselves scattered across vast distances without a single ordained minister to shepherd them. To preserve their distinct identities, lay people organized themselves into localized praying societies. These societies relied exclusively on lay elders, scriptural correspondence, and strict family catechizing to keep their theological fires burning. The frontier environment forced a profound reliance on local democratic organization, yet it also bred an intense theological defensiveness, as these isolated groups lacked regular pastoral guidance to mediate disputes or soften rigid dogmatic interpretations. The year 1753 marked a critical paradigm shift as these informal frontier networks began transitioning into formal, institutionalized presbyteries. Prior to this, the Covenanter cause in America was held together almost single-handedly by the exhausting labors of John Cuthbertson. Arriving in 1751 as the first Reformed Presbyterian minister in the colonies, Cuthbertson engaged in a monumental, solitary mission. He traveled thousands of miles on horseback across the rugged wilderness, tracking down isolated Covenanter societies, baptizing children, administering the Lord's Supper, and knitting these disparate groups into a cohesive ecclesiastical network. The monopoly of Covenanter influence on the frontier was challenged in the autumn of 1753 when the Anti-Burgher Associate Synod of Scotland dispatched ministers Alexander Gallatley and Andrew Arnott to Pennsylvania. Acting with institutional dispatch, Gallatley and Arnott met in November 1753 to formally organize the Associate Presbytery of Pennsylvania. This development provided the seceders with an official judicial court on American soil, giving them a distinct structural advantage in recruiting new immigrants and establishing permanent congregations. This sudden institutionalization triggered immediate territorial and theological clashes between Cuthbertson's Covenanters and the newly minted seceder presbytery. Because both groups were competing for the allegiance of the same pool of Ulster Scots immigrants, their interactions quickly devolved into fierce polemical debates. They clashed aggressively over the precise terms of church communion and the proper execution of fast days. For instance, Cuthbertson and his societies maintained that no one could be admitted to the communion table without explicitly endorsing the permanent binding nature of the Scottish covenants. The seceders countered that such demands were an artificial barrier to church fellowship, arguing that while the covenants were historical models of reform, they could not supersede the basic scriptural requirements for church membership. These initial skirmishes set a tone of intense theological competition that would dominate the frontier for the next decade, transforming the wild landscapes of Pennsylvania into an arena for old world dogmatic warfare. As the initial shock of frontier isolation gave way to organized settlement, the decade of the 1760s witnessed a concerted effort by both groups to transition from fragile, scattered societies into a mature ecclesiastical network. The Associate Presbytery of Pennsylvania achieved a distinct operational advantage through a steady pipeline of ordained reinforcements dispatched by the Anti-Burgher Associate Synod of Scotland. Prominent among these arrivals were James Proudfoot, who landed in 1754, and Matthew Henderson, who arrived in 1758. These men were not merely circuit riders, they were trained theologians who established permanent congregational bastions in southeastern Pennsylvania, specifically anchoring themselves in the growing communities of Marsh Creek, Oxford, and Pekia. This physical presence allowed the seceders to erect permanent meeting houses, establish systematic catechetical instruction, and provide a predictable sacramental life that appealed deeply to structural-minded immigrants. However, this institutional growth did not insulate the American seceders from the theological fractures of their European homeland. The downstream effects of the 1747 Scottish breach crossed the Atlantic, injecting old world controversies into the American wilderness. This European schism had split the secession movement into burghers and anti-burghers over the legitimacy of the Burgess Oath, an oath required by certain Scottish municipalities that compelled citizens to swear allegiance to the true religion professed within the realm. The anti-burghers argued that because the established church was corrupt, swearing to support its religion was a compromise of pure faith. In America, where no such municipal oaths existed, the Associate Presbytery, nevertheless, chose to remain strictly aligned with the Anti-Burgher Synod. This meant that American seceders imported a highly sensitive collective conscience regarding civic swearing, prohibiting their members from taking any oaths to municipal authorities that could be interpreted as validating a religiously compromised government. Consequently, while the seceders were more accommodating to the British Crown than the Covenanters, they remained deeply suspicious of local civic machinery, enforcing a sharp boundary line between pure ecclesiastical governance and corrupt worldly politics. With their organizations firmly rooted, the Covenanters and Seceders turned their energies toward an intense intellectual war for ideological supremacy on the frontier. This conflict was waged through a flurry of published tracts, pamphlets, and public debates that centered primarily on two core doctrines: the nature of civil magistracy and the terms of church communion. The dispute over civil magistracy exposed a profound divergence in how both groups conceptualized power, authority, and Christian citizenship. The Covenanters issued fiery publications arguing that the right to rule was explicitly conditional. They maintained that a civil magistrate must possess specific scriptural qualifications, namely an explicit commitment to true Presbyterianism and the defense of the covenants, to command the conscientious obedience of Christian subjects. Without these divine qualifications, any ruler was a mere usurper, whose secular laws might be obeyed out of sheer necessity for survival, but whose moral right to rule was completely void. The Seceders countered this position with a political theology rooted in the law of nature. They argued that civil government was an ordinance of God designed for general human society, not an exclusive product of saving grace or ecclesiastical covenanting. Therefore, they asserted that a de facto king was owed dynamic allegiance and civil obedience regardless of his personal religious character or failure to uphold the covenants. To the Seceder, the Covenanter demand for a perfectly holy magistrate was an unscriptural confusion of church and state that risked plunging society into perpetual anarchy. This theoretical divide directly influenced their fierce debates over the terms of church communion. The Covenanters insisted that explicitly renewing and swearing the 17th century Scottish covenants was an essential, unbending requirement for contemporary church fellowship. For them, to approach the Lord's table without acknowledging these perpetual national oaths was an act of covenant breaking. The Seceders took a far more practical pastoral stance. While they fully agreed that the historical covenants were holy and laid a moral obligation upon later generations, they maintained that explicit covenant renewal was an extraordinary duty to be performed only in times of unique historical crisis. It could not be transformed into a permanent, everyday barrier to the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. These competing views created a highly polarized environment where ordinary frontier farmers were forced to become amateur theologians, carefully weighing complex concepts of divine right and covenant accountability before deciding which meeting house to attend. While both factions engaged in these sophisticated polemical battles, the immediate, unyielding realities of the American wilderness exposed the fragility of their structures. The most pressing structural crisis of the 1760s was a severe shortage of ordained pastors. The migration pipeline from Europe brought thousands of eager Scotch-Irish settlers every year, creating a massive disproportion between the number of calling congregations and the available ministers. This pastoral scarcity forced the few ministers on the ground to undertake grueling horseback circuits that spanned hundreds of miles across multiple colonies. A pastor could not simply settle into a quiet parish life. Instead, men like John Cuthbertson spent months at a time sleeping in the open woods, crossing swollen rivers, and braving extreme weather to deliver sermons and administer sacraments to isolated societies. This lifestyle left ministers physically exhausted and mentally drained, severely limiting their ability to provide consistent pastoral care or to establish deep, localized roots in any single community. This operational strain was worsened by a profound breakdown in communication with their governing church courts across the Atlantic. The parent synods in Edinburgh and Belfast operated with little to no understanding of the vast distances and logistical challenges inherent to the American frontier. They expected their American subordinates to follow the same slow, meticulous judicial protocols used in the densely populated lowlands of Scotland. When local disputes arose over congregational boundaries, pastoral calls, or theological definitions, the paperwork had to be sent across the ocean by sail. The paperwork often languished for months before being reviewed by a synod committee. The resulting delays in judicial decisions and missionary deployments meant that local congregations were frequently left to govern themselves. This was a reality that bred a spirit of fierce local independence, but also amplified structural vulnerabilities, as frontier churches lacked an immediate authorized body to resolve their internal conflicts. In summary, the foundational era of the Covenanter and Seceder movements in America was defined by an unyielding transplantation of Old World trauma into the Pennsylvania backcountry. We have seen how these two distinct branches of Presbyterian descent divided fundamentally over whether a Christian could conscientiously recognize an uncovenanted British crown, erected competing ecclesiastical walls in the wilderness. Through extensive published tracts and fierce debates over civil magistracy and the absolute terms of church communion, isolated frontier farmers were forced to become theological combatants. Yet, as the 1760s closed, this intense scholastic warfare left both factions facing a severe pastoral shortage and crippling administrative neglect from their parent synods across the Atlantic. The stage was set for a structural breaking point. As we transition into part 2, this deep theological stalemate is about to be completely upended. Join us in the next segment as dynamic migration pipelines push these rival groups out of Pennsylvania and into a direct collision course with oppressive regional establishments in New York and the American South. More importantly, we will see how the explosive geopolitical shock of the British imperial crisis forced these bitter enemies to abandon their decades-long war of words, transforming their ancient doctrines into a unified weapon against royal tyranny. Welcome back to Theology Today. In our last episode, we watched as a century of administrative frustration and the fiery winds of the First Great Awakening pushed the progressive American COTUS to do the unthinkable. The Progressive COTUS Assembly unilaterally declared their independence from their European masters in Holland, a bold move that was essentially a direct declaration of ecclesiastical war. For nearly 2 decades in the mid-18th century, a stranger walking into a Dutch Reformed church in New York or New Jersey might have witnessed an astonishing, chaotic sight. Angry rival consistories were locked out of their own sanctuaries, pastors publicly denounced their closest neighbors from the pulpit, and local congregations were fractured into warring camps. This was not a dispute over fundamental Christian doctrine, but a bitter, multi-generational battle for the soul and sovereignty of an immigrant church caught between two worlds. The church found itself heavily torn between the rigid traditions of the old world and the wild, chaotic, and completely decentralized freedom of the new world. Today, in the highly anticipated conclusion of our series, the aggressive counterstrike begins from within the very pews of the deeply divided colonial institution. The progressive assertion of independence catalyzed a bitter denominational split that reflected completely competing and unyielding visions of American ecclesiastical identity across the colonial landscape. The COTUS's unilateral Declaration of Independence in 1754 shattered the fragile institutional veneer of the Dutch Reformed Church in North America, triggering an immediate and aggressive counter-reaction. This bold assertion of local sovereignty deeply offended the conservative ministers and elders who viewed the rejection of European oversight not as a progressive step forward. They viewed this dramatic move as an act of ecclesiastical rebellion and a betrayal of their ordination vows, refusing to compromise with the independent party. The primary architect of the conservative resistance was Dominee Johannes Ritsema, the senior minister of the historic, prominent, and highly influential Dutch Church of New York City. Under his influential leadership, a highly dissatisfied minority of the original COTUS formally seceded from the governing body in the tumultuous historical year of 1755. This breakaway faction organized themselves into a rival assembly known as the Conferencier. establishing a separate power structure to oppose the progressive frontier leaders. The emergence of the Conferenciate transformed an internal administrative dispute into an open, highly public schism that fractured families and deeply divided local consistories for years. By establishing a competing governing body, Ritsema and his followers sought to completely delegitimize the codice's claims to authority across the expanding middle colonies. They sought to reestablish what they believed was the only valid line of ecclesiastical governance: absolute subordination to the mother church across the Atlantic. The two factions that emerged from the schism represented fundamentally divergent philosophies of ministry, education, and overall cultural alignment within early America. The Codist Party was characterized by immense energy, vibrant piety, and a forward-looking orientation, constantly adapting to the rapid growth of the expanding frontier settlements. While its members continued to profess an abstract reverence for the classis of Amsterdam, they persistently pursued an independent course of action dictated entirely by local necessities. They boldly assumed the authority to examine and ordain young men for immediate service in the expanding American parishes, bypassing the transatlantic bottleneck entirely. Recognizing that a self-sustaining church required an autonomous intellectual foundation, the Codist Party directed its energy toward establishing a domestic institution for higher education. These strenuous efforts culminated in 1766 when they successfully secured a royal charter for Queen's College in New Brunswick, New Jersey, an institution dedicated to training colonial ministers. Conversely, the Conferency Party commanded significant institutional weight and intellectual prestige, counting many of the longest-serving and most highly educated ministers in the colonies among its ranks. In terms of homiletics and pastoral style, the Conferency clergy were decidedly less evangelical and revivalist than their counterparts, preferring a formal scholastic methodology over experiential preaching. They took great pride in their direct connection to the academic and ecclesiastical institutions of the Netherlands, emphasizing their strict subordination to the classis at every opportunity. The conservative ministers used their platforms to launch sharp, unsparing criticisms against the Cotist Brethren, labeling them as unlearned enthusiasts who were undermining historic standards. Yet the Conferency leaders were not blind to the practical need for theological training. Rather, they disagreed fundamentally on the exact mechanism of that education. Instead of founding an independent college like Queen's, Dominee Ritsema devised a strategy to establish a dedicated Dutch divinity professorship within the existing framework of King's College. Although this plan was officially adopted by the college, the chair was never actually occupied, leaving the Conferency entirely without a viable domestic educational pipeline. To solidify their operational structure, the Conferency formally organized themselves in 1764 into an official assembly explicitly subordinate to the distant mother country of Amsterdam. On a single rare occasion in 1765, they performed an ordination using special permission granted by the mother country, highlighting their complete dependence on transatlantic oversight. The animosity between the Coitus and Conferenti factions lasted from 1754 until structural mediation was introduced in 1771, rendering it one of the most protracted and damaging conflicts in early American religious history. The core question of ordination, who possessed the right to authorize a man to preach the gospel and administer the sacraments, ignited passions that became fearfully embittered. The conflict was not confined to academic debates or floor votes in ecclesiastical assemblies. It spilled directly into the daily lives of local congregations. In many settlements throughout New York and New Jersey, rival consistories claimed ownership of the same church property, causing immense legal and social confusion. Neighboring pastors refused to fellowship with one another, and entire congregations split into warring camps, tearing apart close-knit immigrant communities. The spiritual health of the laity was severely degraded as pulpits became platforms for polemical warfare. rather than pastoral edification, leaving the denomination exhausted and structurally compromised. The operational warfare between the two groups was driven by distinct, non-negotiable points of disagreement regarding ecclesiastical structure and oversight. The explicit friction points centered on the training and licensing of upcoming clergy and the execution of proper doctrinal supervision. The Coadist Party insisted that the changing conditions of the American colonies required the local assembly to be elevated to a regular, autonomous classis with full judicatory powers. They maintained that the church had a spiritual obligation to boldly undertake the task of supplying herself with a ministry, utilizing domestic colleges to ensure that pulpits did not remain vacant. This vision was fiercely resisted by the Conferency, who zealously advocated for the preservation of a perpetual state of dependence on the Netherlands. The conservatives argued that the American frontier lacked the theological sophistication, academic rigor, and institutional stability required to maintain doctrinal purity. In their view, severing ties with Amsterdam would be grasped as an open invitation to theological heresy and ecclesiastical chaos, making submission to European oversight a matter of fundamental faithfulness. The protracted paralysis of the schism was finally broken by the strategic intervention of John Henry Livingston, a figure whose unique background positioned him perfectly to bridge the Atlantic chasm. Born in Poughkeepsie, New York, Livingston belonged to a prominent colonial family and graduated from Yale College in the historic year of 1762. Seeking to anchor his theological education in the finest traditions of the Old World without losing his intrinsic understanding of the New, he enrolled in 1766 for graduate studies at the University of Utrecht. During his 5-year tenure in Europe, Livingston systematically utilized his position to dismantle the administrative misunderstandings that had fueled the intense American conflict. He met extensively with leading figures of the Classis of Amsterdam and the Synod of North Holland, acting as an informed, highly capable cultural ambassador for his homeland. He took every available opportunity to articulate the ground-level realities of the colonial churches, explaining that the demand for autonomy was not driven by theological deviance, but by severe logistical necessity. His sophisticated diplomacy earned him the historical title of the Father of the Reformed Church, as he successfully illuminated the colonial context for a European hierarchy that had long operated in an informational vacuum. For decades, the Classis of Amsterdam had misjudged the nature of the American crisis, viewing the conflict through the narrow lens of insubordination and rigid ecclesiastical order. This lack of comprehension initially caused the European judicatory to heavily favor the conservative Conferency faction, reinforcing the bitter institutional gridlock across the Atlantic. However, Livingston's persistent advocacy, combined with the undeniable reality of a rapidly growing self-sufficient colonial society, forced a profound shift in European perspective. The Amsterdam authorities gradually perceived that the administrative flexibility and self-determination seized by the Coadist Party were not symptoms of rebellion, but essential requirements for survival. Recognizing that a refusal to adapt would result in total institutional irrelevance and the complete loss of their constituency, the Classis abandoned its rigid stance and began cooperating to forge an autonomous path forward. Upon earning his doctorate and returning to America in 1770, Livingston assumed a pastoral charge in New York City, immediately leveraging his newfound prestige to orchestrate a peace process. In 1771, under his direct guidance, a comprehensive peace conference was convened, bringing both factions to the negotiating table with a meticulously drafted blueprint for reconciliation known as the Plan of Union. This document, which had been provisionalized in consultation with European authorities, received formal endorsement from both the Coadist and Conferency parties in 1771. This historic compromise was followed by official binding ratification from the Classis of Amsterdam in 1772, cementing the peace treaty across the Atlantic Ocean. The resolution was achieved with surprising ease, primarily because both parties were profoundly exhausted by nearly 2 decades of localized warfare and structural stagnation. The Plan of Union cleverly balanced the core desires of the progressives with the institutional anxieties of the conservatives, securing complete domestic autonomy over ordination and education. Simultaneously, the honor of the Conservative Party was protected by completely abandoning the old divisive faction names, choosing to move forward under entirely neutral terminology. The ratification of the Plan of Union fundamentally altered the structural architecture of the denomination, transforming it into an indigenous, fully self-governing American institution. The compromise established a two-tiered domestic governance model, placing a supreme general body at the apex with absolute authority to examine, license, and ordain ministers within North America. Beneath this supreme judicatory, 5 regional special bodies were organized to closely oversee local congregational life, internal discipline, and pastoral relations. By securing the legal and ecclesiastical right to educate and ordain its own clergy on American soil, the denomination threw off its century-long state of administrative pupillage. Acknowledged as independent by its European founders, the Dutch Reformed Church emerged from the shadow of transatlantic subordination, fully equipped to navigate its own destiny. The structural framework established in 1771 provided the immediate stability necessary for the church to survive the massive disruptions of the American Revolution. But it required further refinement to become a permanent legal apparatus, prompting a process of deliberate constitutional maturation with Livingston serving as the primary architect. 2 decades after the initial peace, he drafted and secured the adoption of the first formal constitution of the Reformed Dutch Church in the United States of America in 1792. This constitutional document codified the painful lessons learned from the controversy, permanently organizing the denomination into a balanced system of consistories, classes, and a general synod. Finalized and perfected through subsequent developments in 1793, this constitutional model successfully preserved historic Reformed orthodoxy while cementing a thoroughly American identity that governs to this day. The bitter conflict between the Codes and Conferency parties proves that the struggle for a church's identity is rarely just about administrative paperwork. It forces us to look at how our own structures either feed genuine spiritual growth or suffocate it under the heavy weight of unyielding tradition. When does our loyalty to historical heritage cross the line into a destructive obstacle for the vital future of ministry? Are we truly willing to break away from comfortable, established systems if it means saving the next generation from absolute spiritual irrelevance? Join us next week as we fast forward 2 centuries to investigate another explosive institutional showdown across the landscape. We will dive deep into the battle for biblical authority of the 1970s, unpacking the hidden political and theological maneuvers that radically reshaped modern denominations. We will prove that the intense fight over who holds the keys of governance and absolute truth never truly ended in the history of the faith. If you want to keep exploring the fascinating, messy, and powerful history of the church, make sure to hit that subscribe button for Theology Today right here on YouTube. Don't miss out on our weekly deep dives into the dramatic events and powerful ideas that shape the faith we know today. See you next week. The migration of European religious traditions to the soil of North America frequently exposed the structural vulnerabilities inherent in transatlantic ecclesiastical governance, creating severe friction. The development of the Dutch Reformed Church within the American Middle Colonies serves as a compelling case study in institutional tension, cultural adaptation, and administrative realignment. Established during the 17th century as a spiritual extension of the Dutch Republic, the colonial church found itself bound to a distant mother country. This structural dependency, while providing initial stability and historical continuity, ultimately generated severe operational friction as the colonial population expanded and diversified across the landscape. The American congregations were legally subordinated to the Classis of Amsterdam, a European judicatory sitting thousands of miles across the Atlantic Ocean, creating major barriers. This arrangement meant that local consistories possessed no inherent power to examine, license, or ordain their own clergy without direct and lengthy European intervention. For more than a century, this administrative bottleneck stifled the growth of the colonial church, producing prolonged pastoral vacancies and leaving vast geographical areas without adequate leadership. The logistical impossibility of managing a burgeoning frontier church through a distant maritime bureaucracy transformed a matter of simple order into a critical crisis of survival. This foundational tension reached a critical flashpoint during the mid-18th century, accelerated by the pietistic fervor of the historical movement known as the First Great Awakening. The arrival of experiential, revivalist preaching challenged the formal, scholastic traditions favored by the European hierarchy, exposing deep-seated ideological fractures within the colonial leadership. It forced congregations to decide whether they would remain a cultural enclave of the Netherlands or transform into an authentic American institution capable of autonomous maturation. The structural architecture of the Dutch Reformed Church in the American colonies was characterized by a fundamental disconnect between geographical reality and administrative authority. The institutional footprint began in 1628 with the organization of the first formal congregation in New Amsterdam, assembling 50 communicants of mixed Walloon and Dutch lineage. As agrarian and commercial migration expanded outward, additional congregations emerged along the fertile corridors of the Hudson River, Long Island, and northern New Jersey. The underlying mechanism of governance did not evolve alongside this territorial expansion. The logistical parameters of this relationship bred systemic inefficiency, severely limiting the ability of local leaders to manage their own growing churches without massive overseas administrative delays. Because the colonial assemblies lacked the legal right to ordain ministers, every single request had to be transmitted across the Atlantic. Local pulpits remained vacant for years, leaving congregations isolated without consistent spiritual leadership. Congregations suffered prolonged spiritual deprivation while letters traversed the ocean, and candidates risked shipwreck and disease for ordination. The European judicatory deliberated with a detachment born of geographic distance, transforming a simple matter of church order into a multi-generational crisis of absolute survival. The transatlantic monopoly that ignited the Dutch Reformed Church War. This unstable status quo was thoroughly disrupted by the spiritual currents of the First Great Awakening, a movement that found its primary Dutch expression in this explosive ministry. Arriving in the Raritan Valley of New Jersey, Frelinghuysen introduced an aggressive, pietistic style of ministry that focused heavily on personal conversion and intense internal transformation. The operational methods he deployed, characterized by highly charged emotional sermons and extemporaneous prayers, stood in stark opposition to the formal, intellectualized orthodoxy expected by the distant hierarchy. His rigorous application of church discipline further angered traditionalists, drawing a sharp ideological line between the radical frontier revivalists and the elite authorities of the Classis of Amsterdam. The social impact of this ministry was profound. It cultivated a highly participatory, experiential spirituality among the laity, changing how ordinary settlers viewed their role in church. This widespread spiritual awakening in turn generated an unprecedented demand for localized pastoral care and a significantly greater volume of trained ministers to serve the expanding American frontier. By shifting the focus of faith from external adherence to internal conversion, Frelinghuysen's work weakened the psychological and institutional hold of the distant Classis of Amsterdam over the people. His ministry served as a vital bridge to the broader American religious landscape, earning the highest commendation of prominent, influential revivalists like the fiery preacher Gilbert Tennant. This powerful network grew as Frelinghuysen collaborated closely with international figures like George Whitefield, uniting diverse colonial congregations under a shared banner of experiential faith. Even the highly intellectual leader Jonathan Edwards praised this localized approach, cementing the movement's status as a transformative force across the entire expanding British colonial world. The immense success of this evangelical approach demonstrated that the spiritual needs of the colonies could no longer be met by the rigid, slow-moving structures of the Old World. Recognizing that the survival of the church depended on a reliable domestic supply of leadership, Frelinghuysen and his allies formulated a dual strategy for institutional reform. The first component involved the creation of a domestic educational institution designed specifically to train young colonial men for the rigorous demands of the gospel ministry. The second component required assembling the scattered churches into an official, localized ecclesiastical body termed a coetus, endowed with the legal authority to perform independent ordinations. In 1737, this formal plan of organization was carefully compiled and dispatched across the Atlantic to the Netherlands for official, binding administrative approval. The reaction from the classis of Amsterdam revealed a deep-seated skepticism regarding the capacity and overall structural maturity of the American frontier churches. The European authorities doubted both the wisdom and practical resources of the colonial congregations, suggesting instead that they merge with neighboring German Reformed or Presbyterian bodies. This dismissive stance produced an agonizing administrative stalemate that lasted for an entire decade, leaving local pulpits completely vacant and congregations deeply frustrated. Only after witnessing other colonial denominations successfully assert their institutional independence and fearing a complete loss of jurisdiction did the classis finally relent. In 1747, Amsterdam granted permission for the coetus, but with severe structural limitations that guaranteed future conflict and set the stage for a deep fracture. The establishment of the coetus in 1747 was not the triumph of self-determination that its proponents had envisioned, but rather an exercise in administrative subordination. The Classis of Amsterdam structured this new body with severe legal limitations, ensuring that the reins of ecclesiastical authority remained firmly in European hands. Ostensibly designed to streamline governance, the coetus was denied genuine judicatory power. It functioned merely as an advisory council, with the parent classis reserving final authority. The parent classis explicitly reserved all final legislative and judicial authority to itself, completely neutralizing the domestic leadership and leaving them powerless on the frontier. The operational restrictions placed upon the American Assembly rendered its privileges largely superficial, creating an intense bottleneck over the growing church's most vital survival needs. The most critical bottleneck, the power to examine and ordain candidates for the ministry, was tightly restricted by the distant authorities across the Atlantic. The coetus could not independently elevate qualified young men to the pastorate. Instead, it was required to petition Amsterdam for special permission on a case-by-case basis. Furthermore, any decision made by the local assembly could be easily bypassed through a system of direct, unhindered appeals to the high courts of the Netherlands. This open loophole effectively undermined the domestic body's disciplinary credibility, stripping local leaders of any real respect or enforcement power within their own congregations. This framework created a frustrating paradox. The American church was given an institutional voice, but completely denied the administrative hands required to feed and sustain itself. This unresolved structural dependency left growing congregations trapped in a state of perpetual bureaucratic infancy, pushing the entire colonial denomination toward an explosive breaking point. Beneath the operational frustrations of this system lay a widening ideological chasm regarding the future identity of the church in North America, dividing local communities. The denomination became polarized into two distinct factions, whose deep structural and theological differences extended far beyond mere administrative preferences or simple debates over church order. On one side stood a pro-revival party that drew its inspiration from the legacy of Frelinghuysen, fully embracing the experiential spirituality of the Great Movement. This group embraced the experiential spirituality of the awakening and viewed the unique conditions of the New World as a fertile field for immense spiritual renewal. On the opposing side stood a conservative contingent of ministers and elders who viewed any departure from European standards as a threat to orthodoxy and order. This polarization manifested as a classic conflict between cultural preservation and contextual adaptation, deeply dividing families across the expanding middle colonies over generations. The conservative faction believed that the spiritual integrity of the church was inextricably linked to the preservation of Dutch traditions, liturgical precision, and strict linguistic compliance. Conversely, the pro-revival party recognized that the younger generation of settlers was rapidly assimilating into the broader English-speaking British colonial world around them. The Codas advocates argued that a rigid insistence on Old World customs would alienate the youth and condemn the church to absolute, permanent cultural irrelevance. Consequently, disputes regarding church order and pastoral credentials became the primary battleground for a much deeper, multi-generational debate over the denomination's true purpose. The core issue was whether the denomination would remain an insular European enclave or adapt its educational models to meet the fluid, egalitarian realities of America. For 6 years, the Codas attempted to operate within this restrictive, compromise-ridden framework, but the grim practical realities of the arrangement quickly exposed its total futility. The immense time required to transmit critical correspondence all the way across the Atlantic did not diminish, leaving vital communications completely stalled between the continents. Local frontier congregations grew increasingly impatient and angry with the operational paralysis that constantly defined their ineffective governing body, demanding immediate structural relief from the leadership. The assembly found itself entirely unable to resolve pressing pastoral vacancies, settle intense local congregational disputes, or provide an efficient pathway for young domestic ministerial candidates. Rather than fostering regional stability, the nominal autonomy granted by Amsterdam merely exacerbated deep internal frustrations and significantly deepened the divide between the progressive and conservative factions. By 1754, the progressive leadership within the Coetus definitively concluded that working within this established, slow-moving European system was simply no longer viable for their survival. The severe operational paralysis threatened the very survival of the entire denomination within a rapidly expanding and highly competitive religious marketplace across the American colonies. Recognizing that the parent classes would never voluntarily cede the necessary authority, the brave majority of the Codas took a definitive, highly radical step forward. In that historic year, the Assembly issued an official, formal Declaration of Independence, boldly asserting its intention to transform itself into a fully sovereign classis. This historic declaration sought to completely sever the administrative umbilical cord to Holland, firmly claiming the inherent right to educate, examine, and ordain its own ministry. In doing so, the Codas set aside the compromise framework, a bold move that shattered the fragile peace and plunged the church into a bitter schism. In that year, the Assembly issued a formal Declaration of Independence, asserting its intention to transform itself from a mere advisory body into a fully independent sovereign classis. This historic declaration sought to sever the administrative umbilical cord to Holland, claiming the inherent right to educate, examine, and ordain its own ministry. In doing so, the Codas set aside the compromised framework of 1747, a bold move that shattered the fragile peace of the denomination and caused an open schism. The line in the sand had been drawn. The progressives had made their move, but the traditionalists were not about to surrender the soul of the church without a fight. What happens when an institutional rebellion triggers an immediate, aggressive counterstrike from within your own pews, tearing your closest community apart? How did a fight over paperwork turn into a multi-decade war that split families, locked sanctuaries, and tore communities apart across the colonies. Find out in part 2 of the Church War that split early America, where we witness the explosive rise of the conservative Conférencier faction. We will follow the years of open warfare in the congregations and the arrival of the brilliant young diplomat who would risk everything to piece things back together. Make sure you are subscribed to Theology Today right here so you don't miss the dramatic conclusion tomorrow. See you then. Previously on Theology Today, we witnessed the explosive birth of the New Side movement, where the fires of the Great Awakening split the Presbyterian Church down the middle. We saw the firebrand Gilbert Tennant cool his former censorious zeal, stepping into the breach as a mature peacemaker to steer his fractured denomination away from perpetual conflict and toward a grueling diplomatic marathon. But passion without order breeds chaos. To survive on the expanding frontier, the maturing church needed something more, a robust, transparent framework of law. As the Synod of New York matured, its leaders recognized that long-term survival required a robust, transparent framework of church law to prevent a descent into anarchy. To achieve this, the Synod established a comprehensive series of governance protocols designed to protect personal conscience while enforcing structural order. Central to this system was a strict prohibition against unilateral public character assassination. The Synod's foundational articles mandated that no minister could publicly accuse a fellow presbyter of doctrinal heresy or moral failure unless those grievances were formally filed through the appropriate established rules of judicial discipline. This mechanism effectively silenced the reckless public denunciations that had characterized the early years of the revival, forcing interpersonal and theological conflicts into the orderly arena of church courts. Furthermore, the Synod introduced an innovative approach to collective decision-making that sought to balance majority rule with absolute respect for individual conscience. Under their constitutional agreement, every member promised to either actively support or passively submit to any ecclesiastical judgment determined by a majority vote of the body. However, if a minister's deeply held theological convictions prevented him from doing either, he was not summarily excommunicated or vilified. Instead, the rules obligated him to peaceably and quietly withdraw from synodical communion without attempting to instigate a new schism or hostile division, provided that the synod judged the matter in question to be an essential point of Christian doctrine or discipline. This legal safety valve preserved the peace of the institution while honoring the ultimate liberty of the individual conscience. In terms of functional administration, the Synod of New York closely mirrored the traditional customs of the Church of Scotland by employing a powerful executive governing apparatus known as the Commission of the Synod. This standing committee was formally appointed on an annual basis and was fully clothed with absolute synodical powers during the long intervals between the full synod's yearly meetings. The commission served as an agile, authoritative executive branch, enabling the church to respond swiftly to emergencies, settle boundary disputes, and manage pressing pastoral concerns without waiting for the entire General Assembly to convene. Beyond this central commission, both the synod and its constituent presbyteries heavily relied on a highly flexible system of special committees endowed with plenary powers to adjudicate localized ecclesiastical dilemmas. For example, when a German-speaking congregation at Rockaway formally petitioned to be received under the care of the synod, the body did not delay the request. Instead, they immediately dispatched a specialized committee to visit the locality, investigate the factual circumstances, and render a binding decision on the application. This localized method of acting via targeted committees was utilized even more extensively within the individual presbyteries, where candidates were routinely examined, licensed, ordained to the ministry, and dismissed to new charges by specially designated committees. This administrative agility proved to be an immense operational advantage, allowing the new side to adapt to the rapidly expanding colonial frontier with far greater efficiency than their old side counterparts. The organizational wisdom and flexible governance of the Synod of New York yielded spectacular practical results. This specific administrative strategy immediately triggered an era of explosive institutional expansion. While the old side languished in bureaucratic stagnation, the new side synod experienced a remarkable numerical boom. The church watched its active ministerial roster climb from a modest 22 pastors at its founding in 1745 to an impressive 73 ministers by 1758. This rapid multiplication was fueled by the synod's aggressive evangelistic outlook and its warm embrace of geographic mobility. Furthermore, the governance provided the structural capacity to absorb the massive waves of spiritually awakened converts generated by the ongoing revivals. The leaders of the synod quickly realized that this immense growth would soon sputter without a steady supply of new leaders. Consequently, they turned their full attention toward higher education to cultivate spiritually vibrant pastors. For years, the undivided church had debated the establishment of a formal seminary. However, the catastrophic schism of 1741 had rendered it impossible for the new side ministers to participate in the original college plans envisioned by the unified body. New side leaders engaged in a flurry of intense correspondence and collaborative conferences during the volatile 3-year window between their expulsion and the formal organization of the new synod. These urgent strategic meetings were aimed entirely at erecting an independent institution of higher learning. The historical answer to this pressing need arrived at a critical providential juncture. William Tennant's rustic but historic log college in Neshaminy was preparing to close its doors permanently. Upon the school's closure, the patrons, alumni, and passionate defenders of that academy transferred their collective energy toward a grander vision. They immediately redirected their resources and institutional loyalty to secure the future of the ministry. In 1747, this dedicated coalition successfully secured a royal charter from the crown. This legal milestone allowed them to officially establish the College of New Jersey. The foundational supporters of the Log College became the primary trustees and financial pillars of this new enterprise. This shift made the humble Wilderness Academy the direct ideological germ from which the flourishing new college proceeded. In 1752, the College of New Jersey permanently relocated to its iconic home in Princeton. From this central location, it rapidly evolved into British North America's premier Reformed seminary. Cradled in the fiery spiritual experiences of the Great Awakening, the institution was built upon a sophisticated dual mandate. The trustees remained unconditionally committed to a generous, vibrant understanding of the Reformed faith in all theological matters. The faculty was equally determined to provide an exceptional classical education for every attending student. This curriculum positioned the school at the absolute cutting edge of 18th century secular knowledge. Princeton provided the Synod of New York with an elite intellectual training ground by brilliantly synthesizing the finest analytical tools of the Enlightenment. This rigorous system combined academic scrutiny with the experiential, warm-hearted piety of historic Calvinism. This strategic academic balance ensured that the next generation of new side ministers would be both spiritually alive. Furthermore, it guaranteed they would be intellectually formidable leaders in the surrounding culture. These highly trained scholars entered the frontier thoroughly prepared for service. Their widespread ministry fundamentally reshaped the cultural landscape of the American colonies. While the Synod of New York enjoyed an era of unprecedented institutional vitality, its rival, the anti-awakening Synod of Philadelphia, suffered a period of profound stagnation and numerical decay. This stark institutional divergence between the two bodies during the 17 years of their separation offers a compelling case study in ecclesiastical sociology. At the dawn of the schism in 1745, the old side actually held a slight numerical advantage, boasting 27 active ministers compared to the new side's 22. However, by the time the two factions finally initiated serious reunion talks in 1758, the Synod of Philadelphia's roster had actually shrunk to just 22 pastors, while the new side had more than tripled its strength. Throughout nearly 2 decades of isolation, the Old Side remained utterly stationary, trapped in a defensive, bureaucratic posture that failed to replace its aging clergy. They completely failed to capture the imagination of the rapidly evolving colonial public. The clear and decisive superiority of the Synod of New York was not merely a matter of raw data. It was fundamentally driven by a superior level of evangelistic zeal, moral weight, and an exceptional capacity for securing new ministerial candidates. The vibrant, warm-hearted spiritual culture of the New Side acted as a powerful magnet, attracting a massive percentage of young candidates. Based purely on their geographical location, these men naturally should have aligned with the Philadelphia Judicatory. The Old Side's rigid insistence on institutional conformity and their vocal hostility toward experimental piety effectively alienated the younger generation of theological students. These young scholars increasingly viewed the Philadelphia Synod as an obsolete monument to Old World traditionalism rather than a living vehicle for gospel ministry. Furthermore, geography and shifting immigration patterns heavily favored the New Side's strategic positioning. During the mid-18th century, New England had increasingly become the primary incubator and exporter of Protestant ministers in the colonies. Because the presbyteries of New York and New Brunswick sat directly adjacent to these eastern provinces, they were uniquely positioned to welcome, examine, and absorb the steady stream of candidates. These young, revival-educated preachers were migrating south out of Yale and Harvard. The Old Side, isolated in its rigid anti-revival enclaves further south, was structurally and ideologically cut off from this vital supply chain of human talent. This isolation ensured their steady decline, while the New Side captured the cultural and spiritual center of American Presbyterianism. The path toward denominational restoration was a grueling, multi-decade diplomatic marathon that required a profound generational shift and a mutual cooling of theological passions. Following the untimely death of Jonathan Dickinson in 1747, the leadership of the New York Synod's peace initiatives passed into the hands of a more mature, deeply reflective Gilbert Tennent. Recognizing that the perpetual fragmentation of the church was dishonoring to the Christian faith and destructive to the Reformed witness, Tennent used his immense moral authority to champion the cause of unity. Noting with optimism that a genuine spirit of moderation was steadily growing among the rank-and-file members of both synods, the New York Judicatory formally approached the Synod of Philadelphia with peaceable terms aimed at resolving their long-standing impasse. The initial diplomatic breakthrough occurred when an officially appointed joint commission representing both synods convened in Trenton, New Jersey, to chart a path forward. Though the early sessions were marked by tense interactions and familiar grievances, the delegates successfully agreed that any permanent settlement must directly address three core structural pillars: the redrawing of overlapping presbytery boundaries, the legal status of the 1741 protestation that had originally expelled the New Brunswick Brethren, and most crucially, a mutual agreement regarding the exact interpretation of the original subscription principles of 1729, commonly referred to as that paragraph about essentials. Despite this early structural progress, the negotiations repeatedly stalled over deeply entrenched institutional anxieties. The Synod of Philadelphia fiercely resisted affirming the Essentials Clause of the 1729 Adopting Act, arguing that granting ministers the constitutional right to express personal scruples over non-essential doctrines possessed an unsafe aspect and opened a dangerous door for unjustifiable latitude in both theological principles and pastoral practices. Furthermore, the Old Side remained highly defensive and initially flatly refused to join the New Side in issuing any public cooperative statement validating the Great Awakening as a genuine work of God. For years, these ideological battle lines held firm, but the steady pressure of the New Side's explosive growth and the fading memories of the original 1740 conflicts slowly wore down the Old Side's resistance, setting the stage for a historic ecclesiastic compromise. The definitive breakthrough in the prolonged reunion discussions finally occurred when the Synod of Philadelphia issued a historic clarifying letter that dismantled the primary legal roadblock to peace. In this communication, the Old Side leadership explicitly addressed the lingering trauma of the original 1741 split, stating clearly and reassuringly that they neither adopted nor did they design to adopt that original protestation as a binding term of ministerial communion. They further affirmed that their only intention was to adhere strictly to their shared subordinate standards as they had formerly agreed upon when united as a single body. This crucial concession allowed both factions to save face, effectively nullifying the punitive legacy of the expulsion without forcing the Old Side into a humiliating public retraction. With the fierce personal passions generated by the initial revivals having naturally subsided over the course of 17 years, and with Gilbert Tennant actively maintaining a highly conciliatory stance, the Old and New Sides finally reunited in 1758 to form the combined Synod of New York and Philadelphia. This historic reunion was achieved almost entirely on New Side terms, representing a total vindication of the principles that had birthed the Synod of New York 13 years prior. The newly consolidated church officially adopted the less restrictive New Side interpretation of confessional subscription, rejecting the rigid literalism of the Old Side in favor of a pastoral system that prioritized core evangelical doctrines while respecting individual conscience. Furthermore, the unified body explicitly accepted the fundamental authenticity and spiritual blessing of the Great Awakening, formally designating it as a truly gracious work of God, even while issuing sober, measured pastoral cautions designed to guard congregations against counterfeit revivals and emotional fanaticism. The final constitutional formula adopted by the unified church permanently cemented this balanced identity. The decree stated that both synods, having always received and approved the Westminster Confession of Faith, and the larger and shorter catechisms as an orthodox and excellent system of Christian doctrine founded on the Word of God, would continue to receive the same as the sole confession of their faith. Through this definitive treaty of peace, the structural innovations of the 1745 Synod of New York became the permanent blueprint for American Presbyterianism, successfully merging a rigorous defense of Reformed orthodoxy with a warm, adaptive commitment to experiential evangelical piety. The historical fracture and eventual healing of the colonial Presbyterian Church forces us to look closely at our own modern spiritual communities. It is easy to judge the fierce passions of the past, but we often repeat the same mistakes by prioritizing rigid institutional control over vital living faith, or by letting emotional zeal blind us to the value of order and intellectual discipline. As you consider the delicate balance achieved by the Synod of New York, take a moment to ponder how these historical lessons apply to your own spiritual journey. Are you currently prioritizing cold religious traditionalism over a vibrant experiential relationship with Christ? How can your community encourage passionate, heartfelt revival without sacrificing intellectual rigor and structural order? What steps can you personally take to act as a voice for healthy moderation and reconciliation in a deeply polarized world? Join us next week as we continue our journey through church history by exploring another fascinating and fiercely independent branch of Presbyterianism, the Covenanters and the Seceders. We will examine how these distinct groups brought their own unique heritages of dissent, political resistance, and theological precision from Scotland into the American frontier. Do not miss this upcoming discussion as we unwrap how their structural battles and deeply held principles further shape the diverse landscape of colonial faith. If you want to keep exploring the deep, transformative history of Christian thought and denomination building, make sure to support our work by subscribing to Theology Today. By subscribing to this YouTube channel, clicking the notification bell, and liking our videos, you help us bring these vital historical narratives and theological deep dives to life each week. Join our growing digital community of thinkers and believers today so you never miss an episode of Theology Today. The birth of the Synod of New York in 1745 proved that the most violent ecclesiastical battlefields are not fought over dry theological texts, but over the volatile landscape of the human heart. When the fires of the Great Awakening swept through the British North American colonies, they exposed an unbridgeable chasm within the Presbyterian denomination. On one side stood the old side defenders of institutional uniformism, who believed that a church was sustained by strict confessional adherence and centralized power. On the other side stood the new side innovators, who argued that an unregenerate ministry was the greatest curse facing the colonial church. This fundamental clash between the security of institutional structure and the unpredictability of spiritual rebirth ultimately tore the church apart. The resulting New Side Synod was not a reckless experiment in anarchy, but a sophisticated attempt to prove that a religious body could be both intellectually formidable and spiritually alive. The mid-18th century was a volatile, defining epoch for American Protestantism, primarily characterized by the sweeping spiritual multi-colony phenomenon known as the Great Awakening. In the British North American colonies, this religious revitalization challenged traditional ecclesiastic protocols, redefined spiritual practice, and exposed severe ideological fault lines within existing denominational networks. No group felt this destabilization more acutely than the colonial Presbyterians. What began as localized disputes over piety and clerical education rapidly transformed into a full-scale ecclesiastic identity crisis, dividing the church into two competing camps: the new side proponents of experimental, revivalistic faith, and the old side defenders of rigid institutional order and strict confessional adherence. The structural culmination of this bitter polarization occurred in 1745 with the establishment of the Synod of New York. This organization was not merely a reactive byproduct of organizational splintering, but a deliberate, innovative ecclesiastical experiment. It sought to construct an alternative vision for American Presbyterianism, one that could harmoniously balance deep experiential piety and revivalistic fervor with robust intellectual standards and foundational Reformed theology. This explosive structural shift was ultimately defined and driven by the fiery evangelism of George Whitefield, the radical rhetoric of Gilbert Tennent, and the intellectual moderation of Jonathan Dickinson. The theological trajectory of American Presbyterianism fundamentally shifted in the spring of 1740. The primary human engine behind this shift was the English open-air evangelist George Whitefield, whose arrival in Philadelphia in April of that year ignited a spiritual firestorm across the Middle Colonies, preaching to unprecedented daily crowds that routinely numbered up to 8,000 souls. Whitefield's month-long campaign fundamentally transformed the colonial religious landscape, placing experiential conversion at the absolute center of public life. For the pro-revival Presbyterian factions, Whitefield's staggering ministerial success served as an ultimate validation of their spiritual convictions. His powerful preaching emboldened these new side ministers, providing them with a massive public mandate that radically widened the ideological chasm between them and their old side peers. This polarization quickly spread from public open-air meetings into the formal arena of church courts, fundamentally altering how ecclesiastic power was viewed. The fundamental governance issue centered on a conflict over authority. The New Side faction actively championed the independence and autonomy of individual presbyteries, arguing that these local regional bodies possess the inherent right to govern their internal affairs, examine pastoral candidates, and encourage itineracy based on spiritual fruitfulness. Conversely, the old side faction demanded total submission to a centralized top-down governance model, maintaining that the overarching authority of the broader synod was absolute and could overrule local presbytery decisions to preserve systemic order and uniform standards. This underlying administrative tension was further exacerbated by a searing rhetorical indictment delivered by the radical New Side leader Gilbert Tennent in March 1740 at Nottingham, Pennsylvania. Tennent preached his infamous and highly controversial sermon entitled On the Dangers of an Unconverted Ministry. Tennent did not merely defend the mechanics of the revival. Instead, he launched a fierce frontal assault on his ecclesiastical opponents, publicly identifying unregenerate, spiritually dead, pastoral leadership as the absolute primary curse afflicting the contemporary church. Tennent argued that ministers who possessed intellectual training but lacked a personal, vibrant narrative of grace were spiritually blind guides leading their congregations toward damnation. To the old side, this sermon was an unforgivable breach of ministerial ethics and order. They fiercely condemned Tennent, accusing him of reckless, harsh judgmentalism and unchristian divisiveness that undermined the objective authority of the pastoral office. By framing the debate not as a simple difference in ministry style, but as a stark binary conflict between the spiritually alive and the spiritually dead, Tennent's inflammatory rhetoric effectively shattered any remaining possibilities for collaborative dialogue, setting both sides on an unavoidable collision course. The theological trajectory of American Presbyterianism fundamentally shifted in the spring of 1740. The primary human engine behind this shift was the English open-air evangelist George Whitefield, whose arrival in Philadelphia in April of that year ignited a spiritual firestorm across the Middle Colonies, preaching to unprecedented daily crowds that routinely numbered up to 8,000 souls. Whitefield's month-long campaign fundamentally transformed the colonial religious landscape, placing experiential conversion at the absolute center of public life. For the pro-revival Presbyterian factions, Whitefield's staggering ministerial success served as an ultimate validation of their spiritual convictions. His powerful preaching emboldened these new side ministers, providing them with a massive public mandate that radically widened the ideological chasm between them and their old side peers. This polarization quickly spread from public open-air meetings into the formal arena of church courts, fundamentally altering how ecclesiastic power was viewed. The fundamental governance issue centered on a conflict over authority. The New Side faction actively championed the independence and autonomy of individual presbyteries, arguing that these local regional bodies possess the inherent right to govern their internal affairs, examine pastoral candidates, and encourage itineracy based on spiritual fruitfulness. Conversely, the old side faction demanded total submission to a centralized top-down governance model, maintaining that the overarching authority of the broader synod was absolute and could overrule local presbytery decisions to preserve systemic order and uniform standards. This underlying administrative tension was further exacerbated by a searing rhetorical indictment delivered by the radical New Side leader Gilbert Tennent in March 1740 at Nottingham, Pennsylvania. Tennent preached his infamous and highly controversial sermon entitled On the Dangers of an Unconverted Ministry. Tennent did not merely defend the mechanics of the revival. Instead, he launched a fierce frontal assault on his ecclesiastical opponents, publicly identifying unregenerate, spiritually dead, pastoral leadership as the absolute primary curse afflicting the contemporary church. Tennent argued that ministers who possessed intellectual training but lacked a personal, vibrant narrative of grace were spiritually blind guides leading their congregations toward damnation. To the old side, this sermon was an unforgivable breach of ministerial ethics and order. They fiercely condemned Tennent, accusing him of reckless, harsh judgmentalism and unchristian divisiveness that undermined the objective authority of the pastoral office. By framing the debate not as a simple difference in ministry style, but as a stark binary conflict between the spiritually alive and the spiritually dead, Tennent's inflammatory rhetoric effectively shattered any remaining possibilities for collaborative dialogue, setting both sides on an unavoidable collision course. The structural realization of the Synod of New York in 1745 represented a unique alignment of diverse theological networks operating within the Middle Colonies. Far from being a monolithic group of radical zealots, this new synod was built upon a deliberate union of three major regional Presbyterian entities: the Presbytery of New York, the Presbytery of New Brunswick, and the Presbytery of Newcastle. This corporate alignment created a powerful ecclesiastical coalition. Notably, the Presbytery of Newcastle brought into the mix a unified cohort composed entirely of Log College graduates, men who had been trained under the rigorous, deeply experiential tutelage of William Tennant Sr. at his pioneering academy in Neshaminy, Pennsylvania. This diverse composition generated a fascinating internal dynamic within the new synod. The organization effectively functioned as a cooperative alliance between two distinct subcultures: highly educated New England clergymen who had migrated into the middle colonies, and the passionately evangelical graduates or sympathizers of the Log College network. While the New England contingent brought an esteemed intellectual heritage and a preference for orderly, structured church government, the Log College faction contributed an intense focus on vital piety, inward spiritual conversion, and aggressive evangelistic outreach. What bound these two distinct groups together was a shared commitment to revival theology and an unshakable belief that the Great Awakening was an authentic movement of the Holy Spirit. The formation of this alternative synod also highlighted the limitations of mid-18th century ecclesiastical diplomacy. Prior to the final break, highly respected centrist leaders such as Jonathan Dickinson of Elizabethtown and Aaron Burr Sr. of Newark had exhausted their considerable influence trying to preserve the peace. These moderate thinkers fully understood the dangers of institutional fracturing and sought a middle path that would validate the revival without destroying the existing denomination. However, the polarization within the old synod had become too severe. The moderate voices were ultimately unable to bridge the ideological chasm, and their failure to prevent the division forced them to throw their lot in with the new side, providing the newly formed Synod of New York with instant intellectual credibility and seasoned administrative leadership right from its inception. Upon its inaugural convocation in 1745, the primary legislative objective of the Synod of New York was to establish its theological legitimacy while preserving the spiritual vitality of the Great Awakening. To achieve this delicate balance, the newly organized body enacted a vital shift in its approach to confessional discipline, loosening the rigid, unyielding terms of doctrinal assent that their old side adversaries had sought to enforce. Rather than inventing a novel theological framework, the new side leaders looked backward, officially reviving the foundational principles of the Adopting Act of 1729. By returning to this historic compromise, the Synod codified an ecclesiastical environment that accommodated individual ministerial conscience and tolerated secondary theological variations, provided they did not subvert the core tenets of the Christian faith. This deliberate legislative retreat to the 1729 framework was a direct rebuke to the strict subscriptionist model championed by the Synod of Philadelphia. The old side had long viewed the new side with deep suspicion, interpreting their revivalistic practices and emotional style as evidence of a dangerous slide into doctrinal laxity and antinomianism. In contrast to the old side's demand for a literal verbatim subscription to every line of the Westminster Standards, the Synod of New York deliberately emphasized a more generous and flexible formula. They required their clerical candidates to declare their unfeigned agreement with and approbation of the Westminster Confession of Faith and catechisms as being, in all essential and necessary articles, good forms of sound words and systems of doctrine. This Essentials Clause served a dual purpose. It fiercely maintained the Synod's uncompromised identity as an orthodox reform body while simultaneously safeguarding the revivalists from predatory heresy trials over non-essential traditions. By prioritizing core evangelical doctrines over meticulous institutional uniformity, the Synod created a dynamic theological ecosystem where intellectual orthodoxy and experiential piety could thrive in tandem, laying the groundwork for a uniquely American iteration of Presbyterian identity. The intellectual architecture and cultural respectability of the newly formed Synod of New York were profoundly shaped by its inaugural moderator, Jonathan Dickinson. Elected to lead the body at its inception in 1745, the Elizabethtown pastor was widely regarded as one of the most brilliant and versatile minds in British North America, possessing an international reputation as a theologian that was rivaled in the colonies only by his contemporary Jonathan Edwards. Jonathan Dickinson was far from a reckless radical. He was a deeply committed churchman who spent his entire career publishing widely circulated, sophisticated defenses of classical Calvinism and historic Presbyterian polity against deist and Arminian critics. His election as moderator sent a clear signal to the Atlantic world that the new side was deeply rooted in intellectual rigor and reformed scholasticism. Yet, Jonathan Dickinson's defining contribution to the Synod's unique theological vision was his unwavering advocacy for moderation and pastoral restraint. While he defended the Great Awakening as a genuine, transformative work of divine grace, he was acutely aware that the movement was plagued by dangerous emotional excesses, erratic behavior, and a censorious spirit that threatened to destroy the church from within. Through highly popular and influential publications, most notably his familiar Letters to a Gentleman, upon a variety of seasonable and important subjects in religion, Jonathan Dickinson sought to bring order to the spiritual chaos. He meticulously unmasked counterfeit religious experiences, condemned the practice of blindly denouncing opposing ministers as unconverted, and pleaded for a calm, rational presentation of the gospel that targeted both the intellect and the affections. Following Jonathan Dickinson's death in 1747, the mantle of leadership within the Synod's diplomatic circles gradually shifted toward a transformed Gilbert Tennent. In a remarkable historical irony, the very man whose furious combative rhetoric had accelerated the original schism in 1740 became a chief architect of ecclesiastical peace. Recognizing the long-term damage wrought by the division, Gilbert Tennent deliberately cooled his former censorious zeal and adopted a deeply conciliatory posture. Observing with gratitude a growing spirit of moderation among ordinary members across both judicatories, Gilbert Tennent utilized his immense influence within the New York Synod to steer the denomination away from perpetual conflict and toward constructive, peaceable negotiations with their estranged brethren in Philadelphia. The explosive clash between fiery spiritual revival and rigid traditionalism did not just shatter the colonial church, it forced a generation to rethink what it means to be truly alive in their faith. Next week, in part 2 of this special series, we explore how this movement engineered an agile new system of governance, triggered an explosive educational boom that birthed Princeton and fought its way back to a historic reunion. In the spring of 1628, a weary man stood atop a grist mill on the muddy southern tip of Manhattan, gazing out at a gray Atlantic that had recently claimed the life of his wife and nearly his own. Jonas Michaelius did not come to the New World seeking gold or land, but to impose a divine ancient order upon a lawless frontier. As the first ordained minister in New Netherland, he carried the weight of the Dutch Golden Age in his satchel and the grief of a widower in his heart, embarking on a mission that would birth the oldest continuous congregation in North America amid the wreckage of personal tragedy. Beyond this individual struggle, the history of European expansion into the Americas is frequently framed through the lens of conquest, commerce, or the search for religious refuge. Yet, the narrative of Jonas Michaelius, 1577, offers a more complex study, the intersection of institutional state-sponsored religion and the raw, unforgiving realities of colonial frontier life. Michaelius was not merely a passive traveler, he was the primary architect of organized ecclesiastical life in what would become New York City. His arrival in 1628 marked a pivotal shift for the New Netherland colony, transitioning it from a purely extractive commercial outpost into a budding society with a structured moral and spiritual center. To understand Michaelius is to understand the Dutch Golden Age's paradoxical nature, a period defined by unparalleled intellectual tolerance and maritime dominance, yet underscored by the rigid dogmatism of the Reformed faith and the brutal pragmatism of the West India Company. Michaelius served as the spiritual arm of this expansion, a man whose life spanned 3 continents and whose character was forged in the crucible of both theological debate and physical survival. While his tenure in the New World was relatively brief and marred by personal tragedy and professional friction, the institutional footprints he left, most notably the founding of the Marble Collegiate Church, remain some of the oldest continuous threads in the fabric of American history. Today, we explore the trajectory of a man who was simultaneously a devoted shepherd, a grieving widower, a frustrated linguist, and a contentious critic of colonial governance. The proficiency Jonas Michaelius displayed upon reaching the shores of Manhattan was not the result of sudden inspiration, but rather the culmination of decades of rigorous intellectual and pastoral preparation across the Dutch Atlantic Empire. His journey into the ministry began in the prestigious halls of Leiden University, an institution that stood as the intellectual heartbeat of the Dutch Republic and a bastion of Reformed theology. Graduating and receiving ordination in 1600 from the Classis and Cuisen, Michaelius entered the ministry during a period of intense theological refinement. This formative era provided him with the big idea of his early career, a profound theological grounding that viewed pastoral work not just as a local duty, but as a global mission essential to the identity of the Dutch state. For nearly 20 years, Michaelius honed his craft within the established parishes of Holland and Brabant. These 2 decades were vital in developing the administrative and homiletic skills required to manage a congregation. In these settled European contexts, the method of ministry was dictated by long-standing traditions and state support. However, the internal drive that eventually propelled him toward the New World suggests a spirit that sought out the frontiers of the faith. In 1624, this drive manifested in a radical shift as Michaelius, accompanied by his family of 5, departed for San Salvador, Brazil. This move was deeply entwined with Dutch geopolitical ambitions. The city had recently been seized from the Portuguese as part of the Dutch West India Company's aggressive expansion. Michaelius's time in Brazil served as a harsh introduction to the complexities of colonial ministry. The pastoral efforts there were not conducted in a vacuum, but were part of a larger struggle for cultural and religious hegemony. The Dutch Reformed mission faced significant obstruction from the entrenched Portuguese Catholic population. The effectiveness with which the Portuguese blocked Dutch religious influence mirrored their previous resistance to the French Huguenots. This highlighted the reality that theological truth was often subordinate to the purposes of military and political control. This experience likely seasoned Michaelius, teaching him that the spread of the Reformed faith in the colonies would be a contested uphill battle. Undeterred by the setbacks in South America, Michaelius's career trajectory continued its southward arc. In 1625, he accepted a position as chaplain for another West India Company venture, this time on the coast of Guinea in West Africa. For 2 years, he served at a Dutch outpost, ministering to traders and soldiers in a climate and culture vastly different from the polders of Holland. This African tenure is crucial for understanding his later interactions in New Netherland. It was here that he first encountered non-European peoples on a large scale. This experience, unfortunately, seems to have solidified his cultural prejudices rather than expanding his empathy. By the time the West India Company, with the formal endorsement of the Classis Amsterdam, appointed him to New Netherland in 1627, Michaelius was a veteran of the Dutch Atlantic Empire. He was no naive idealist. He was a seasoned ecclesiastic who had seen the inner workings of the company's global machinery. He understood that his role was to provide the spiritual glue for a diverse and often unruly population of sailors, merchants, and settlers. His extensive background ensured that when he finally stepped onto the muddy banks of Manhattan, he brought with him a comprehensive theological framework. He brought a pragmatic resilience earned in the heat of Brazil and the humidity of West Africa. He was the quintessence of the reformed professional, educated, experienced, prepared to plant the seeds of the church in whatever soil the company claimed. The transition from the established ecclesiastical structures of Europe to the raw potential of New Netherland was not a seamless passage, but a traumatic ordeal that tested the physical and spiritual endurance of Jonas Michaelius. Departing from Amsterdam on January 24, 1628, the pastor embarked on a 10-week journey that served as a brutal introduction to the instability of colonial life. This voyage was characterized by a near-total breakdown of the order Michaelius held dear. Instead of a vessel of providence, he found himself aboard a nightmare of maritime mismanagement. Violent storms incessantly battered the hull, while the daily existence of the passengers was defined by cramped quarters and substandard nutrition. The internal environment of the ship was perhaps more distressing to the disciplined minister than the external gales. He observed a dangerous erosion of authority, noting that the captain was frequently incapacitated by drink, and the crew remained barely under control. For a man whose life's work was the imposition of divine and social order, this period of lawlessness represented a profound spiritual trial. The method of his survival during these 10 weeks was rooted in his reformed stoicism, yet the voyage extracted a devastating price. The most grievous consequence of this passage was the toll it took on his family. His wife, weakened by the rigors of the journey and the immediate strain of colonial arrival, passed away within 2 months of reaching Manhattan. This personal catastrophe meant that Michaelius's ministry in the New World began not with a triumphant celebration of a new mission, but in the depths of profound grief, casting a long shadow over his early efforts to plant the church. When Michaelius finally stepped onto Manhattan, he entered a colony where the purpose of existence was almost exclusively defined by the ledger books of the Dutch West India Company. Unlike the Puritan settlements in Massachusetts Bay, which were founded on the explicit motive of religious covenant and missionary zeal, New Netherland was a commercial venture. The company's primary focus remained the expansion of trade with Asia and the extraction of wealth from the North American interior, leaving spiritual matters as a secondary consideration for nearly a decade after the 1614 settlement at Fort Orange. The religious landscape Michaelius encountered was a study in diversity and neglect. To maximize commerce and defend against European rivals, the company had invited a wide array of ethnicities and faiths to settle. This created a linguistic and cultural mosaic where 18 different languages could be heard, spoken by French, Flemish, Walloons, Germans, and Swedes. While this diversity was a byproduct of Dutch tolerance, it presented a significant challenge for a pastor seeking to unite a population under a single reformed banner. Before Michaelius's arrival, the colonists' spiritual needs were met only through makeshift measures. In the absence of an ordained minister, lay readers, or comforters of the sick, performed rudimentary services. These services consisted of singing psalms, reading the law and creeds, and reciting approved sermons. It was only with the 1626 appointment of Peter Minuit as Director General, himself a Walloon Protestant whose family had fled Spanish persecution, that the administration shifted its center to Manhattan and began to prioritize formal spiritual life. Michaelius was thus the answer to a decade-long vacuum, arriving at a moment when the colony was finally ready to transition from a temporary trading post into a structured society. Despite the meager resources of the frontier and his own personal bereavement, Michaelius moved with remarkable administrative speed to institutionalize the faith. He did not wait for a dedicated cathedral to be built. Instead, he demonstrated the adaptability of the Reformed tradition by organizing the first church in the humble space above a grist mill. In this industrial setting, he gathered a diverse flock of approximately 270 European inhabitants. The method of his success in these early months lay in his ability to bridge the linguistic and ethnic divides of his congregation through the shared ritual of the sacraments. At the very first meeting, 50 communicants partook of the Lord's Supper, a group that notably included both Dutch settlers and French-speaking Walloons. This act was more than a religious rite. It was the birth of Presbyterian church government in America, providing a formal structure of elders and deacons to a society that had previously lacked institutional moral oversight. The church Michaelius founded, the Marble Collegiate Church, stands today as the oldest Protestant place of worship in New York City with a continuous history. While the physical environment was rudimentary and the pastor's heart was heavy with loss, the establishment of this congregation provided the moral glue necessary to sustain the colony. Through his efforts, the Reformed faith was no longer a distant memory of the Dutch Republic, but a living, breathing presence in the American wilderness, setting the stage for a denominational growth that would eventually spread throughout the Middle Colonies. While Jonas Michaelius was highly successful in organizing the European population, his efforts to extend the Reformed faith to the indigenous people of New Netherland, the Algonquian-speaking Lenape, were defined by profound frustration and cultural impasse. Michaelius viewed the evangelization of the heathen not merely as a religious mandate, but as a civilizing mission essential to the colony's long-term stability. However, the reason behind his failure in this arena lay in the rigid intellectualism of his approach, which left little room for cross-cultural empathy. Michaelius's correspondence reveals a man struggling with the immense linguistic barrier. He attempted to learn the local dialects to communicate the complexities of Reformed theology, but he found the task nearly impossible. He complained that the indigenous languages were entirely different from European tongues, lacking the abstract vocabulary required to explain concepts like justification or the Trinity. Furthermore, his observations were clouded by a Eurocentric lens. He described the native population through a prism of otherness, often focusing on their perceived lack of social hierarchy and religious structure. This inability to find common ground meant that the missionary aspect of his call remained largely theoretical. For Michaelius, the method of conversion required a complete abandonment of indigenous culture in favor of European social norms. This was a demand that ensured his outreach would remain stagnant. The tension between Michaelius's high expectations for a godly society and the pragmatic, often ruthless governance of the colony inevitably led to a fractured relationship with the local authorities. His primary antagonist was Director General Peter Minuit. While both men were nominally on the same side of the Protestant cause, their priorities were fundamentally at odds. The reason of their friction stemmed from a clash of jurisdictions. Michaelius, as the representative of the classis Amsterdam, believed that the church should serve as the moral conscience of the administration. He did not hesitate to use his pulpit to criticize what he perceived as the greed, injustice, and personal failings of the colonial leadership. Minuit, conversely, viewed Michaelius as a company employee who should remain subordinate to the needs of trade and defense. The result of their conflict manifested in a series of heated exchanges and official complaints. Michaelius accused the administration of prioritizing the fur trade over the spiritual welfare of the settlers and failing to provide the church with its promised resources. This adversarial relationship created a poisonous atmosphere within the small community, as the colony's two most powerful figures were locked in a battle of wills that undermined the very stability they both sought to establish. While the interpersonal dynamics within the fort were deteriorating, Michaelius maintained a rigorous schedule of correspondence with his ecclesiastical superiors in the Netherlands. The reason of this prolific writing was twofold. First, to fulfill his contractual obligations to the classis of Amsterdam, and second, to secure his historical and theological legacy in the face of local opposition. His letters, most notably the famous missive of August 11th, 1628, serve as the primary source for the method of early New York history. In these documents, Michaelius acted as an informal diplomat and sociologist. He meticulously detailed the organizational structure of his new consistory, the challenges of frontier morality, and the specific needs of the congregation. By bypassing the local administration and communicating directly with the religious authorities in Amsterdam, Michaelius sought to create an external pressure point that would force the West India Company to improve the conditions of the colony. These reports were not merely status updates. They were strategic, legal, and moral arguments designed to ensure that the reformed project in America did not collapse under the weight of commercial indifference. By 1631, the cumulative weight of personal grief, physical privation, and political warfare reached a breaking point. The reason behind the end of Michaelius's tenure was a direct result of the irreconcilable differences between the church and the state. This was represented by the feud between Michaelius and Director General Minuit. The West India Company, prioritizing profit and social cohesion over the rigid moral standards of their chaplain, eventually sought a change in leadership to quell the constant internal strife. Both men were recalled to the Netherlands in 1631. For Michaelius, this departure was a bittersweet conclusion to a mission that had begun with such high intellectual and spiritual stakes. The method of his exit was marked by a sense of unfinished business. Although he had established the institutional foundation of the church, his vision for a disciplined, godly commonwealth remained largely unfulfilled. He sailed back to the Netherlands in 1632, having stayed a year beyond his initial agreement, a testament to his persistence despite the bad report he had given and received regarding the colony's governors. The final chapter of Jonas Michaelius's life is defined by a sudden and mysterious silence. After his return to Europe, he did not simply retire. His goal was to return to the mission field he had helped create. In 1637, the Dutch church recommended that he be sent back to New Netherland, recognizing his unique experience and foundational work. However, the reason of his failed reappointment was rooted in the long memory of the West India Company directors. They remembered his previous sharp criticisms and the friction he had caused with the colonial administration, and they subsequently rejected the proposal. Following this rejection, Michaelius vanished from the historical record. His final years remain a void in the archives. We do not know where he served his final years, the location of his death, or even the date of his passing. This historical disappearance creates a poignant contrast to the permanence of his work. While the man himself faded into obscurity, the structures he erected proved to be far more durable than his own physical presence or political reputation. The true measure of Jonas Michaelius's life is found not in his personal biography, but in the institutional endurance of the Reformed tradition in North America. The reason of his lasting significance lies in his role as the pioneer of order in a chaotic environment. He moved the Dutch presence in the New World beyond a temporary commercial footprint, establishing the church and the schoolhouse as the twin pillars of colonial society. The impact of this legacy is visible in the centuries of growth that followed his departure. The church he organized in 1628, the mother church of the Reformed Church in America, has maintained a continuous recorded history from his first communion service to the present day. Furthermore, the school established during his tenure remains one of the oldest educational institutions in the United States. Between 1628 and the English takeover in 1664, 15 ministers followed in his footsteps, serving 13 congregations that spread from New Amsterdam through the Middle Colonies. Michaelius's arrival marked the beginning of a significant influx of fervent Calvinists and displaced Protestants who saw the New World as a fertile ground for their faith. Though his own experience was defined by tragedy and conflict, his administrative foresight ensured that the Dutch Reformed identity would remain a central thread in the American religious tapestry for centuries to come. He was the vital link that successfully transplanted the intellectual rigor of Leiden and the organizational strength of the Classis Amsterdam into the rugged soil of a new continent. As we look back at the muddy banks of 17th century Manhattan, we are forced to ask, what are we building today that will stand for 400 years? Jonas Michaelius arrived with nothing but a satchel of books and a heavy heart. Yet he laid a foundation that outlived his own name. It invites us to reflect on the why behind our own labors. Are we merely surviving the frontier, or are we planting seeds for a future we will never see? Pause for a moment and consider, what is the moral glue holding your own community together in a changing world? The story of Jonas Michaelius is just one thread in the vast tapestry of our spiritual heritage. Here at Theology Today, we believe that understanding our past is the key to navigating our future. If you value these deep dive expository narratives and want to explore the complex lives of the men and women who shaped the faith, we invite you to join our journey. Subscribe to Theology Today, hit the notification bell, and never miss an opportunity to unpack the profound history of the church. What happens when the rigid traditions of the old world collide with the lawless frontier of the new? For the Scots-Irish immigrants of the 17th century, the answer was Francis Mukimi. He was a bridge builder who turned a scattered mosaic of fractured congregations into a unified spiritual powerhouse. But to build that bridge, he had to survive Atlantic storms, royal corruption, and a trial that threatened to end his mission before it truly began. The religious landscape of the 17th century American colonies was a jagged mosaic of competing orthodoxies, fractured by the same theological tremors that had devastated Europe for generations. In this volatile environment, the arrival of Francis Mukimi in 1683 signaled a transformative era for the Reformed tradition in the New World. Often heralded as the father of American Presbyterianism, Mukimi was far more than a mere pioneer. He was a strategic visionary who recognized that the survival of his faith in the wilderness required a fusion of ecclesiastical discipline and civic resilience. Mukimi's life serves as a testament to the power of the Scots-Irish spirit, a unique blend of Calvinist fervor, intellectual rigor, and an uncompromising demand for religious liberty. While other colonial figures sought isolation to preserve their purity, Mukimi pursued integration, weaving together scattered congregations into the first formal presbytery on American soil. His legacy is defined by a dual nature. He was a humble, itinerant missionary who traversed the Atlantic coast, yet he was also a shrewd merchant and a formidable legal advocate who challenged the overreach of royal governors. By analyzing his formative years in the presbytery of Laggan and his subsequent missionary efforts, we uncover the roots of a movement that shaped the American character. Mukimi did not merely transplant an old world institution, he adapted the Presbyterian system to the demands of a frontier society, ensuring that the principles of representative governance and doctrinal clarity would endure as cornerstones of the American religious experience. The genesis of Francis Mukimi's mission lies in the rugged terrain of County Donegal, Ireland, where he was born around 1658 in the town of Ramelton. To understand the man, one must first grasp the crucible of the Ulster plantation from which he emerged. Mukimi was a product of the Scots-Irish or Ulster Scot migration, a demographic shift driven by Scottish lowlanders who settled in Northern Ireland at the turn of the 17th century. These settlers did not arrive merely as farmers, they arrived as covenanters, a group defined by their adherence to a specific covenant with God regarding the governance of the church and state. Mukimi's identity was forged in a culture of dissent. In the eyes of the British Crown, particularly during the reign of Charles II, the Church of England stood as the sole legal religious authority. For the Presbyterians of Ulster, this created a reality of perpetual marginalization. They functioned as outsiders in their own land, practicing a faith that emphasized the sovereignty of God and the necessity of a church governed by elders, also known as presbyters, rather than bishops appointed by a monarch. This theological framework, Calvinism, was not merely a set of abstract dogmas for the young Mukimi. It was a comprehensive worldview that provided order amidst political chaos. The restrictive laws of the era dictated the trajectory of Mukimi's education. Because Irish Presbyterians were officially categorized as dissenters, the path to the ministry was barred within Ireland's established institutions. Consequently, Mukami was forced to cross the sea to the University of Glasgow in Scotland. This period of academic immersion in Glasgow was critical. It solidified his commitment to the Westminster Standards and equipped him with the intellectual tools required to defend the faith. However, Mukami's path was not solely determined by academic rigor. At the tender age of 14, he experienced a profound spiritual awakening. Under the tutelage of a godly schoolmaster, he recorded feeling the influence of the Holy Spirit upon his soul. This internal transformation shifted his focus from a mere professional pursuit of the clergy to a missional calling. In 1681, the Presbytery of Laggan recognized Mukami's potential. Colonel William Stevens, an influential member of Lord Baltimore's council in Maryland, had sent a formal request seeking an evangelist for the growing number of Presbyterians on the Eastern Shore. The presbytery's response was the formal ordination of Mukami in 1682. This act was a commissioning into a life of itinerancy and uncertainty. He departed as a man of two worlds, a trained scholar of the old world and a commissioned missionary for the new, prepared to plant the seeds of a structured faith in the fertile, albeit unruly, soil of the colonies. The transition from the structured ecclesiastical environment of Ulster to the untamed American frontier required a fundamental shift in Mukami's operational strategy. In 1683, the 25-year-old missionary arrived at Colonel William Stevens's wharf on the Pocomoke River in Maryland. This arrival was the realization of a specific plea sent 3 years prior by Stevens, a member of Lord Baltimore's council, who recognized that the growing Scots-Irish population lacked the cohesive leadership necessary to maintain their religious identity. Mukami's landing did not represent the arrival of a stationary parish priest, but rather the birth of a nomadic ministry designed to weave together the disparate threads of colonial Presbyterianism. Mukami's initial movements illustrate a deep-seated belief in divine direction through environmental circumstances. After a brief tenure in Maryland, he intended to sail south to Charlestown, South Carolina. However, severe weather forced a change in course, leading him to settle temporarily at Elizabeth River, Virginia. Rather than viewing this as a setback, Mukami interpreted the storm as a providential redirection. This adaptability became the hallmark of his missionary itinerancy. He recognized that the vast distances and thin population of the colonies rendered traditional parish models obsolete. Consequently, he embraced the role of a traveling evangelist, traversing a massive geographical circuit that included New York, Maryland, Virginia, and even the island of Barbados. In 1684, he solidified his legacy as a church planter by establishing the first formal Presbyterian congregation in America at Snow Hill, Maryland. His presence became a staple of colonial life. His sloop, the Tabitha, was a common sight along the waterways, and his horse, Button, carried him across countless miles of inland trails. Perhaps the most distinctive aspect of Mukami's ministry was his refusal to rely solely on the financial support of his congregations. He pioneered a model of tent-making ministry. In 1687, he established a base in Accomack County, Virginia, and launched a career as a merchant. This was not a distraction from his calling, but a strategic necessity. By succeeding in the West India trade and engaging in mercantile activities, he generated the personal wealth required to fund his missionary travels. His marriage to Naomi Anderson, daughter of the wealthy merchant William Anderson, further anchored his social and economic standing. Through inheritance and commercial acumen, Mukami became a significant landowner and even a slaveholder, a reflection of the complex and often contradictory social realities of the colonial period. His economic independence granted him a unique authority. He could speak truth to power without fearing the loss of a pulpit-funded salary. Mukami's influence was magnified by his intellectual breadth. He earned the respect of New England's intellectual elite, allowing him to act as a bridge between the Puritans and the Scots-Irish. His arrival became a major event, drawing crowds from all walks of life. Through this combination of tireless travel and intellectual rigor, He single-handedly sustained a fragile network of believers. By the dawn of the 18th century, the scattered embers of Presbyterianism across the colonies required a hearth to prevent them from cooling into isolation. Francis Mukami's most profound contribution was his realization that individual fervor could not replace institutional stability. The transition from independent missionary outposts to a unified ecclesiastical body was born of strategic necessity and a desire to safeguard theological purity. The realization of a unified American presbytery began not in the colonies, but through a return to the Old World. Between 1704 and 1705, Mukami journeyed to Britain to secure the resources, both financial and human, essential for expansion. This endeavor was fueled by the sponsorship of the London Fund, a group who viewed the American frontier as a vital mission field. Mukami did not return alone. He successfully recruited John Hampden, an Irishman, and George McNish, a Scotsman, to join the cause. This recruitment was an intentional effort to provide ordained leadership to churches that had previously languished without professional clergy. By bridging the gap between European resources and American needs, Mukami demonstrated that growth depended on a constant infusion of global talent and capital. In 1706, this preparatory work culminated in a historic assembly in Philadelphia. Mukami succeeded in convening 7 ministers of diverse backgrounds, English, Welsh, Scottish, Scots-Irish, and Puritan, to form the Presbytery of Philadelphia. Mukami's election as the first moderator was a natural acknowledgement of his role as the architect of this union. This body was established with the explicit goal of advancing religion and propagating Christianity through annual consultations. The genius of the presbytery lay in its ability to foster a happy union among various types of British Presbyterianism. Despite differences in regional customs, these men found common ground in the Westminster Confession. The presbytery functioned as a regulatory agency, assuming the critical responsibilities of licensing and ordaining new pastors. The drive toward unity was also a defensive maneuver against the tightening grip of colonial Anglicanism. By organizing into a formal presbytery, these dissenting ministers gained a collective legal and social standing that they lacked as individuals. Uniting the Scots-Irish with the Puritans provided a layer of native-born legitimacy, transplanting a culture of theological debate and accountability. Through this founding, Mukami earned his title as the father of American Presbyterianism, transforming a fragile network into a durable denomination. While Mukami had built an ecclesiastical structure to endure, its resilience was immediately tested by the personal whim of royal authority. In 1707, a legal clash in New York transformed Mukami from a denominational leader into a pivotal icon for broader American religious toleration. This confrontation demonstrated how the principles of faith could collide with the corruption of colonial rule, forcing a legal definition of liberty in the New World. The conflict was ignited by Lord Cornbury, the deputy governor of New York and New Jersey, whose administration was often characterized by corruption and an aggressive preference for the Church of England. In January 1707, Mukami and John Hampden arrived in New York City while traveling to New England. When local Dutch and French Reformed churches requested that Mukami preach in their pulpits, Cornbury flatly refused permission. Undeterred and perhaps unaware of the depth of Cornbury's antagonism, Mukami accepted an invitation to preach at the private home of William Jackson, a local shoemaker. This small gathering of 10 people became the grounds for a warrant for his arrest. When brought before the governor at Fort Anne, the issue at hand was not merely a theological dispute, but a question of jurisdictional power. Did a minister have the right to preach without a specific license from the royal governor? Mukami's initial defense was a masterful appeal to British law. He argued that the 1689 Act of Toleration, which permitted dissenting Protestant worship in the British realm, extended to all of Her Majesty's dominions, including the colonies. When Cornbury countered that the act did not apply across the Atlantic, Mukami produced his existing preaching licenses from Barbados and Virginia as empirical proof. The trial, held in June 1707, after Mukimi had spent over 40 days in custody, saw a strategic shift in legal tactics. His defense argued that because there was no legally established church in the colonies in the same sense as in England, the Act of Toleration was technically unnecessary. Liberty was the default state, not a granted privilege. This nuanced legal maneuvering led to his acquittal by the jury. Although Mukami was victorious in court, the victory came at a staggering personal price. He was forced to pay the court costs and travel expenses. The man of God had shown that religious mission and legal advocacy were inseparable in the struggle to define the American character. The physical journey of Francis Mukimi concluded in the summer of 1708 in Accomack County, Virginia, shortly after he drafted his final will in April. Yet, his departure marked the transition of American Presbyterianism from a movement dependent on a single charismatic leader to a self-sustaining institution rooted in the colonial consciousness. Often compared to Roger Williams for his fierce advocacy of religious liberty, Mukimi's distinction lies in his successful synthesis of freedom with ecclesiastical order. While Williams prioritized the separation of conscience from state interference, Mukimi demonstrated that a robust, organized church could serve as the primary vehicle for securing those very liberties. Mukimi's influence was not restricted to his sermons or legal triumphs. He was a prolific writer who provided the intellectual scaffolding for the Reformed tradition in the colonies. He authored a catechism that served as a vital educational tool for frontier families. And when it was attacked by the Quaker George Keith, Mukimi issued a spirited and academically rigorous defense that won the acclaim of Increase Mather. By engaging in these public theological debates, Mukimi proved that the American frontier was not a place where intellectual standards were abandoned, but where they were sharpened against the local errors of the day. The blueprint Mukimi left behind through the Presbytery of Philadelphia allowed for rapid expansion as the Great Migration of Ulster Scots accelerated after 1717. As these thousands of new immigrants pushed into the frontiers, the Presbytery model provided a mechanism for starting new churches and forming additional regional presbyteries under a central synod. This growth eventually necessitated a formalization of doctrinal commitment, leading to the Adopting Act of 1729. This act officially established the Westminster Confession as the denominational standard while introducing a uniquely American compromise that allowed ministers to express scruples or exceptions to specific points, a balance of theological unity and individual conscience that mirrored Mukimi's own life's work. Perhaps the most unexpected facet of Mukimi's legacy is the evolution of Presbyterian worship into the broader American camp meeting tradition. The communion seasons brought by Mukimi's fellow Scots-Irish involved multi-day gatherings, characterized by intense preaching, repentance, and communal tokens. These seasons provided a vital outlet for religious expression on the isolated frontier. By the 1790s, these traditions had morphed into the mainstay of American revivalism, proving that the rigid structures of the First Presbytery had actually planted the seeds for the most explosive and emotional religious movements in American history. Francis Mukimi did not merely plant 5 congregations, he planted a vision of a disciplined, free, and intellectually vibrant faith. As the father of American Presbyterianism, he ensured that the Reformed tradition would not be a historical footnote in the New World, but a foundational pillar of its spiritual and civic identity. As we look back at the life of Francis Mukimi, we are forced to ask, what happens to a faith when it loses its institutional backbone? Mukimi believed that for a movement to survive the wilderness, it needed more than just passion. It needed order, education, and a relentless defense of liberty. How are those same principles being tested in our religious and civic institutions today? If you value this kind of deep dive into the people and ideas that forged our spiritual heritage, consider joining our community. Subscribe to Theology Today. In the wild, untamed wilderness of 17th century Manhattan, The most powerful force wasn't a military governor or a wealthy merchant, it was a black-robed dominie clutching a leather-bound Bible. While other empires came to the New World seeking gold or escape, the Dutch arrived with a systematic, ironclad worldview that viewed the rugged frontier as a theater for the sovereignty of God. This is the story of how a small group of persecuted refugees from the Low Countries didn't just build a colony, they planted a theological powerhouse that would shape American education, politics, and the very concept of religious freedom. The history of the Dutch Reformed Church in America is not merely a chronicle of an immigrant denomination, it is a narrative of theological resilience, cultural adaptation, and the transplantation of a rigorous European worldview into the untamed landscape of the New World. From its inception, this tradition was defined by a struggle for identity, initially against the religious hegemony of the Spanish Empire, and later against the secularizing and pluralistic pressures of the American frontier. The Church's journey reflects a persistent tension between the Old World standards of the classes of Amsterdam and the New World realities of commercial expansion and revolutionary fervor. By examining its evolution, we uncover how a small, persecuted body of believers forged a lasting legacy through a unique synthesis of systematic theology, presbyterial governance, and a liturgical focus on the sovereignty of the Word. The emergence of the Dutch Reformed Church was a phenomenon born of fire and intellectual ferment. During the 16th century, the Low Countries existed as a collection of 17 provinces under the dominion of the Habsburg Empire. While these lands were historically steeped in Roman Catholic tradition, they were simultaneously a crossroads of European commerce, making them uniquely susceptible to the winds of religious dissent blowing from Germany and Switzerland. Long before the specific tenets of Calvinism arrived, the cultural landscape was prepared by indigenous movements such as the Brethren of the Common Life. These groups fostered a devotio moderna, which prioritized internal transformation over the external performance of ritual. This emphasis on personal piety and biblical literacy created a populace that was increasingly skeptical of clerical mediation and more receptive to the idea of a direct, unadorned relationship with the divine. Complementing this spiritual hunger was the intellectual rigor of Northern humanism, embodied by Erasmus of Rotterdam. Erasmus provided the essential philological tools for reform, championing a return to the original Greek and Hebrew scriptures. By stripping away centuries of medieval commentary, humanism allowed Dutch thinkers to scrutinize the foundations of their faith, creating an environment where the pure word could eventually supersede ecclesiastical tradition. The transition toward a distinctly reformed identity was not immediate, but occurred through a series of ideological waves. In the 1520s, a Lutheran current first challenged the status quo, punctuated by the execution of two Augustinian friars in Brussels in 1523. By the 1530s, a more radical Anabaptist movement swept through the working classes, appealing to the marginalized, with its call for strict moral discipline and a simplified church structure. However, it was Calvinism that ultimately triumphed as the defining framework for the Dutch revolt in the 1540s. The reason for this dominance lay in the marriage of systematic theology and organizational durability. The reign of Philip II of Spain brought the religious tensions to a breaking point. Through the implementation of draconian heresy laws and the brutal military administration of the Duke of Alva, this era of the Council of Troubles did not succeed in crushing the movement. Instead, it forged a refugee identity. Protestants fled to refugee centers in England and Germany, establishing what became known as the Churches under the Cross. In 1566, the simmering resentment against Spanish Catholic dominance erupted in the iconoclastic fury. This was not merely an act of vandalism, it was a theological declaration of independence. This religious upheaval catalyzed the 80 Years' War, a protracted conflict where the struggle for sovereignty became indistinguishable. The eventual Union of Utrecht in 1579 formalized the 7 united provinces as a Protestant stronghold. As the movement sought to define itself, Guido de Brès emerged as a pivotal figure. In 1561, de Brès, a student of John Calvin, drafted the Belgic Confession to demonstrate the faith was rooted in biblical orthodoxy. Though de Brès was martyred by hanging in 1567, his confession became a foundational pillar of the Church's global identity, ensuring that whether in a secret room in Antwerp or a new settlement in the Hudson Valley, the Dutch Reformed identity would remain tethered to a God-centered theology. The theological identity of the Dutch Reformed Church was not merely handed down as a finished product from the early reformers. It was hammered out through a period of intense internal friction that nearly fractured the young Dutch Republic. This era was defined by a transition from a general Protestant consensus to a highly specific scholastic orthodoxy that would govern Reformed thought for centuries. The catalyst for this doctrinal sharpening was the work of Jacobus Arminius, a professor at the University of Leiden. Arminius began to question the rigid interpretations of predestination that had become standard in the Dutch Church. He proposed that divine election was not an absolute decree made before the creation of the world, but was instead based on God's foreknowledge of an individual's future faith. In 1610, following Arminius' death, his supporters formalized these views in a document called the Remonstrance. This petition outlined 5 points that challenged the established order: the idea that God's choice is conditional upon human belief, the belief that Christ died for all people, not just a chosen elect, the assertion that while grace is necessary, it is not irresistible and can be rejected by the human will. This was more than an academic disagreement. It was a national crisis that threatened the political stability of the Netherlands during its ongoing war with Spain. The Remonstrants Arminians and the Contra-Remonstrants strict Calvinists became rival factions that split families, city councils, and the military. To resolve the impasse, the Dutch government, the States General, convened a national synod in the city of Dordrecht, also known as Dort, in 1618. Recognizing that the issues at hand affected the entire Reformed world, they invited distinguished theologians from Great Britain, Switzerland, and various German states. This converted a local dispute into one of the most significant ecumenical gatherings in the history of Protestantism. The presence of international delegates ensured that the resulting decisions carried an authority that transcended the borders of the Netherlands. It signaled to the rest of Europe that the Reformed churches were a unified front, capable of defining their boundaries against what they perceived as theological error. The Synod's response to the 5 points of the Remonstrance was systematic and uncompromising. They produced the Canons of Dort, which provided a point-by-point refutation of Arminianism. These 5 responses are famously summarized by the acronym TULIP, which established the definitive boundaries of Reformed orthodoxy. Humanity is so corrupted by sin that no one can choose God without divine intervention. This rejects the idea of human free will in salvation. God's choice of who will be saved is based solely on his sovereign will, not on any foreseen merit. This places the source of salvation entirely in the character of God. While Christ's death is sufficient for all, its saving efficacy is intended specifically for the elect. This ensures that Christ's work on the cross is a guaranteed success for his people. When the Holy Spirit calls an individual to salvation, that person cannot ultimately refuse. This emphasizes the power of God over the stubbornness of the human heart. Those whom God has chosen and called will never fall away from grace. Their salvation is secure. This provides the believer with a deep sense of spiritual security. These canons were immediately integrated into the Church's confessional standards, joining the Belgic Confession and the Heidelberg Catechism to form the 3 forms of unity. This trinity of documents ensured that every minister in the Dutch tradition, including those who would later sail for America, shared a common, rigorous, and God-centered vocabulary. One of the most enduring legacies of the Synod was the authorization of a new official Dutch translation of the Bible from the original Greek and Hebrew, completed in 1637 and known as the States Translation, also known as Statenvertaling. It did for the Dutch language what the King James Version did for English. The Statenvertaling served as a unifying cultural force, standardizing Dutch grammar and vocabulary through its use in every pulpit and household. Because the translation included extensive marginal notes explaining the text through a reformed lens, it deeply embedded the theology of Dort into the daily speech and thought patterns of the Dutch people. The victory of the Calvinist party at Dort established the Reformed Church as the official, state-supported religious institution of the Netherlands. This provided the church with immense institutional stability and control over the universities such as Leiden, where future ministers were trained. However, this period of dominance also ushered in an era of Reformed scholasticism. As the church shifted from being a persecuted minority to a powerful establishment, the focus often moved from the passionate, experiential faith of the churches under the cross to the precise intellectual maintenance of complex doctrinal systems. While this ensured theological purity, it also created a formalist environment that would eventually spark pietist reactions both in the Netherlands and in the American colonies. The liturgical life of the Dutch Reformed Church was shaped by a fundamental desire to strip away what it viewed as the idolatrous accretions of the medieval period. In its place, they developed a functional style of worship that prioritized the ear over the eye and the communal action of the people over the solitary ritual of the priest. Because the Reformed faith was illegal in the Netherlands during much of its formative period, the most important liturgical developments took place in refugee centers like London and Emden. Johannes Alasko, a Polish reformer leading the Dutch Stranger Church in London, produced the Forma Acratio in 1550. This manual replaced the elaborate Roman Mass with a service centered on continuous biblical reading and communal prayer. The London model introduced practices that would become hallmarks of Dutch Reformed identity, such as the rejection of the kneeling posture at the altar in favor of sitting around a common table for the Lord's Supper. This shift was intended to emphasize the priesthood of all believers, signifying that the congregants were equal guests at Christ's banquet rather than passive observers of a priestly mystery. The Dutch followed the Swiss, Zwinglian, and Calvinist understanding of the sacraments. They rejected the physical presence of Christ in the bread and wine, viewing the elements instead as signs and seals of a spiritual reality. They believed Christ was truly present to the believer, but through the agency of the Holy Spirit rather than through a physical change in the elements. As a result, the liturgy was designed to be intensely didactic, educational. Every celebration of baptism or the Lord's Supper included lengthy, systematic explanations of the rite's meaning to ensure that the congregation was not engaged in empty ritual, but was participating with an informed and active faith. In 1566, Petrus Dathenus prepared the liturgical forms that would eventually be standardized by the Synod of Dort. In this tradition, the sermon was not a brief moral exhortation, but the undisputed center of the service. These sermons were often an hour or more in length and were designed to be thorough teaching moments. In many congregations, the minister was expected to preach through the entire Heidelberg Catechism over the course of a single year, ensuring the laity was well grounded in systematic theology. The visual environment reinforced this focus on the Word. Ministers abandoned ornate vestments for a simple black gown, cassock, and white bands. Church buildings were stripped of statues, crosses, and colorful windows, creating an acoustic space where nothing would distract the eye from hearing the gospel. The physical center of the church moved from the altar to an elevated pulpit. Often positioned so, the minister literally looked down upon the congregation with the authority of the word. Unlike the weekly mass of the medieval era, the Dutch Reform typically celebrated the Lord's Supper only 4 times a year. These were occasions of immense solemnity, preceded by weeks of intensive spiritual preparation and censura morum. an inquiry into the moral conduct of members. When the day arrived, members would leave their pews and gather around a large wooden table placed in the center of the sanctuary. This practice of sitting as a family emphasized the communal and egalitarian nature of the covenant community. This specific liturgical rhythm, the long didactic sermon, the quarterly common table, and the plain black gown ministry is what the Dutch would eventually transplant to the Hudson Valley and the wild frontiers of New Netherland.
When the British Parliament received word of the colonial uprising in 1776, one frustrated nobleman summarized the American Revolution not as a political tax dispute, but as a religious war, specifically a Presbyterian rebellion. This was no exaggeration. The very fabric of the American experiment was woven on a Genevan loom. The history of American Presbyterianism is not merely a chronicle of a religious denomination. It is the story of a theological framework that functioned as the intellectual and structural scaffolding for the American experiment itself. From the rugged frontiers of the Allegheny Mountains to the polished halls of Princeton, this tradition infused the burgeoning nation with a specific vision of ordered liberty, representative governance, and the absolute sovereignty of God. To understand the Presbyterian journey is to observe how a rigorous Old World orthodoxy adapted to the fluid, often chaotic landscape of a New World, ultimately shaping the political and educational institutions that define modern Western life. The genesis of this movement resides in the masterpiece of Protestant Calvin's Institutes of the Christian Religion. This seminal work, refined with the help of his successor, Theodore Beza, provided the scaffolding for a worldview predicated on a dual realization: the overwhelming majesty of God and the profound frailty of the human condition. At the of this system is the threefold office of Christ. Jesus serves as prophet and king. For early colonial pioneers like Richard Denton, this was no static doctrine. Church perceived its own ministry as a direct participation in the ongoing of the ascended Christ. The genesis of this movement resides in the of Protestant theology, John Calvin's Institutes of the Religion. This seminal work, refined with the help of his successor, Theodore Beza, provided the scaffolding for a worldview predicated on a dual realization: the overwhelming majesty of God and the profound frailty of the human condition. At the heart of this system is the threefold office of Jesus serves as priest and king. For early colonial pioneers like Richard Denton, this was no static doctrine. The church perceived its own as a direct participation in the work of the ascended Christ. This mirrors the tulip orthodoxy to resolve the fierce debates at the Synod of Dort. By viewing grace as the tradition instilled a resilient, disciplined character in its adherents would soon cross the Atlantic. The Genevan framework sought a middle ground. Influenced by John Knox's Scottish, it rejected the tyranny of a single bishop while fearing the popular passion of pure to achieve balance. The church recognized four offices. From the of Francis McCamey to the teaching of William Tennant, this model, the laity maintained a significant voice through their elected the Presbyterian genius lay in its connectional system. This multi-tiered hierarchy congregations to remain local yet strictly accountable, a mechanism that proved vital during the Great Migration of the Scots-Irish into the American backcountry. Influenced by John Knox's Scottish Reformation, it rejected the tyranny of a single bishop while fearing the popular passion of pure democracy. To achieve balance, the church recognized four offices. From the preaching of Francis McCamey to the teaching of William Tennant, this model ensured the laity maintained a significant voice through their elected elders. The Presbyterian genius lay in its connectional system. This multi-tiered hierarchy allowed congregations to remain local yet strictly accountable, a mechanism that proved vital during the Great Migration of the Scots-Irish into the American backcountry. Covenant theology shifted the focus from the individual to the community. Leaders like Samuel Davies emphasized that God's promises extended to the children, creating a covenant community that placed a high premium on transgenerational education. The ultimate standard was the written word of God. Adopting the standards set by the Westminster Assembly, the ultimate standard was the written word of God. Adopting the standards set by the Westminster Assembly, The tradition famously declared that the chief end of man is to glorify God and enjoy Him forever. The tradition famously declared that the chief end of man is to glorify God and enjoy Him forever. This rigorous representative structure, championed by signers like John Witherspoon, granted Presbyterians a disproportionate influence on the formation of modern democratic governance in the American work ethic. The layout of Scottish Presbyterianism was drafted by John Knox. A student of Calvin, Knox infused the movement with a revolutionary spirit, establishing the Kirk as a national power that answered to God rather than a monarch. This created a radical precedent, a national church that sought total independence from the crown. For the Scots, the king was not the head of the church. Christ alone held that throne. This conviction was bloodily tested during the killing times. Scottish Covenanters were hunted and executed for refusing to acknowledge the king's religious supremacy. This era of state-sponsored violence ingrained a resistance to interference deep within the Presbyterian psyche. They viewed defiance of religious tyranny not as a choice, but as a sacred obligation. The journey to America began with a detour. King James I settled Scottish lowlanders in Ulster to create a loyal Protestant buffer, unaware that their spirit of independence would soon turn against the British system. While they flourished initially, the Ulster Scots soon encountered a suffocating environment. Rents soared and harvests failed, making physical survival in Ireland increasingly tenuous. The Test Acts legally barred Presbyterians from public office. Despite their loyalty to the crown, they were treated as second-class citizens, their church governance constantly undermined by the established Anglican Church. Between 1717 and 1775, these pressures pushed 200,000 Ulster Scots toward the colonies. At the movement's zenith, ships arrived in an unbroken line, discharging thousands who sought the American wilderness as a sanctuary. They bypassed the coastal cities and pushed into the backcountry. These rugged valleys became a Presbyterian stronghold, populated by a people who shared a unified language and a profound distrust of centralized authority. In the absence of formal civil structures, the local church session became the primary social nucleus. These bodies functioned as courts and record keepers, enforcing order where the arm of the government could not reach. While the Scots-Irish provided the Mass, the tradition was enriched by others. French Huguenots, Dutch Reformed settlers, and English Puritans like Alexander Whitaker and Richard Denton added their own streams to the movement. These disparate groups were unified by a shared commitment to Presbyterial standards. Together, they formed a resilient network that would soon seek a unified, indigenous organization on American soil. The transformation from scattered immigrant societies to a unified body was catalyzed by Francis Mukimi. Often revered as the father of American Presbyterianism, this Irish-born, Glasgow-educated visionary recognized that the Reformed tradition required more than just shared theology to survive the New World. It demanded a formal structure capable of sustaining itself independent of European oversight. Previously, these congregations were isolated fragments. Mukimi saw the need to unite them into a single organism. In 1706, Mukimi orchestrated a monumental shift by convening 6 other ministers to establish the first indigenous presbytery in Philadelphia. This was a decisive act of ecclesiastical independence. Previously, colonial congregations were dependent on distant European bodies or bishops for the ordination of their clergy. By creating a local governing body, the American Church gained the legal and religious standing to grow its own leadership, ensuring that ministers were trained and vetted within the specific context of the American colonies. The resilience of this burgeoning organization was immediately tested by the state. In 1707, Mukimi was arrested by Governor Lord Cornbury in New York for the crime of preaching without a royal license. While the governor sought to enforce Anglican supremacy, Mukimi's sophisticated legal defense turned the trial into a referendum on religious liberty. His acquittal established a massive precedent. It championed the right of dissenters, those outside the state-sanctioned church, to worship and preach freely. This victory did more than protect a single preacher. It provided the legal oxygen necessary for non-Anglican denominations to flourish across the Middle Colonies. As the church expanded, growth necessitated the division of the original presbytery. By 1716, these 4 bodies merged to form the First American Synod. To maintain unity, the Synod passed the Adopting Act of 1729. This masterful compromise required subscription to the standards, yet introduced the scruple, allowing a minister to voice an objection to specific, non-essential articles. Crucially, during the 1729 Synod, the American Presbyterians formally denied that civil governments possessed any authority over the internal affairs of the Church. This was a radical departure from the state church models prevalent in Europe. By asserting that the magistrate had no power over the pulpit, the denomination anticipated the American principle of the separation of church and state decades before the Bill of Rights. By the mid-18th century, the Presbyterian Church hit a breaking point. A fundamental tension emerged. Should the faith be defined by intellectual rigor and formal order, or by the emotional fire of personal experience? This tension exploded during the First Great Awakening. In 1741, the denomination fractured into two warring factions that would fundamentally alter the American religious landscape for nearly 2 decades. The old side were the traditionalists. They prioritized strict adherence to established church order and cultured education. They feared that the popular passion of the revivals would lead to nothing but theological chaos. The new side, led by figures like Gilbert Tennent, championed experimental piety. They argued that head knowledge was a dead orthodoxy if it wasn't ignited by a new birth, a personal experience of the Holy Spirit. The flashpoint of the conflict was the Log College. Established by William Tennent, this humble school was mocked by the old side elite for its lack of prestige and its rustic curriculum. Though mocked, the Log College became a spiritual forge. Its graduates became the primary engines of the awakening, carrying a hot gospel into the furthest reaches of the colonial frontier. In 1740, the conflict reached a boiling point. Gilbert Tennent delivered a blistering sermon comparing old side pastors to spiritually dead Pharisees. It was the match that lit the 17-year schism. This rhetoric empowered the people. Lay people began abandoning their cold, traditionalist pastors in favor of hot revivalists, forcing a choice between a comfortable routine and a radical encounter. The new side flourished during the split, growing from 22 to 72 ministers. This demonstrated that revivalism was the most effective tool for reaching a rapidly growing and mobile colonial population. Influential evangelists like George Whitefield provided a transatlantic endorsement. He proved to the skeptics that emotional, powerful preaching could coexist perfectly with rigorous Calvinist doctrine. By 1758, the two sides reunited. They concluded that both old side order and new side zeal were indispensable. This synthesis of burning hearts and trained minds became the new hallmark of the faith. This reconciliation led directly to the founding of the College of New Jersey, now known as Princeton. The Presbyterian Church positioned itself as the intellectual elite, ready to shape the moral and political foundations of the coming republic. By the mid-18th century, the Presbyterian movement transitioned from a religious body into a potent political force. In the colonies, the line between theological conviction and political theory was virtually non-existent. For the Presbyterian, the concept of liberty of conscience was a direct byproduct of the sovereignty of God. This worldview fundamentally clashed with the divine right of kings, setting the stage for what many in the British Parliament would derisively label the Presbyterian Rebellion. The intellectual foundation for the American Revolution was, in many ways, an extension of the Scottish National Covenant. They rejected the ancient concept of Rex Lex, the king is law. They held instead to the Lex Rex principle, the law is king. They believed that any ruler who violated the covenant with the people lost their legitimate authority. In the decade leading up to 1776, Presbyterian pulpits functioned as the primary media for revolutionary thought. Ministers preached that submitting to tyranny was a sin against the Creator. Consequently, the British government labeled them the Black Regiment, clergy more dangerous than the militias. To the British, these men in black robes were the true masterminds of the colonial resistance. The pivotal figure in this era was John Witherspoon. As the only active clergyman to sign the Declaration of Independence, he bridged the gap between philosophy and theology. He taught a generation of leaders, including James Madison, that human nature is fundamentally depraved or flawed. He taught that because man is flawed, government must be structured to prevent the concentration of power. The very structure of the United States government reflects a Presbyterian blueprint. Just as the church was governed by elected elders rather than a monarch, The Republic was designed as a representative democracy. This served as a functional model for the division of power between the states and the federal government. The distrust of centralized authority led to the creation of three branches, mirroring the distinct offices within the church. The zeal for independence was most visceral in the Scots-Irish backcountry. In May 1775, they reportedly drafted their own Declaration of Independence more than a year before Philadelphia. While the record is debated, it symbolizes the unyielding temper of the frontier Presbyterians. King George III reportedly complained, "I have lost half of my American empire to a Presbyterian deacon." Through this synthesis of faith and freedom, they provided the intellectual and moral framework for the Republic itself. By 1783, the Presbyterian Rebellion had won. Through the synthesis of faith and freedom championed by leaders like John Witherspoon, this tradition had provided the essential intellectual and moral blueprint for the new republic. But winning independence was only the beginning. The Genevan loom was now faced with an entirely new challenge: how to build, lead, and, crucially, hold together a vast and diverse new nation in the face of deep, looming divisions. Don't miss the next defining chapter. Our story is to be continued. Join us tomorrow on Theology Today as we advance from the battlefield into the heart of the 19th and 20th centuries. We will explore how Presbyterianism navigated the Second Great Awakening, the visceral pain of the Civil War, and the Great Schism of 1861, and the fundamental fight for orthodoxy against modernism that still shapes the faith today. Join us. Hit that subscribe button, ring the notification bell, and leave a comment below. What event do you think most defines modern American Presbyterianism? We are Theology Today, and we will see you tomorrow. Imagine a group of 17th century dissenters huddled in a cold London cellar or an Amsterdam warehouse, performing an act so radical it was considered both a theological heresy and a political crime: the baptism of a conscious adult. In an age where your religion was determined by your monarch and your citizenship was tied to your infant christening, these Baptists were not just changing a ritual, they were declaring an insurrection of the soul. They dared to suggest that the king had no business in the conscience, and that a true church was not a building or a national boundary, but a voluntary gathering of the redeemed. This spark of defiance traveled across the Atlantic, finding a jagged and fertile home in the American colonies. It is a story of extreme contradictions, a movement that birthed the American concept of religious liberty while simultaneously fracturing over the moral crisis of slavery. A tradition that champions the absolute autonomy of the local church while building some of the largest global missionary machines in history. To trace the progression of Baptist denominations in America is to witness the architectural drafting of the American religious mind. A relentless, often messy pursuit of a faith that is personal, uncoerced, and perpetually reforming. The Baptist tradition in America is not a monolithic entity, but rather a complex, living tapestry woven from threads of radical dissent, theological rigor, and a relentless pursuit of soul liberty. To understand the modern landscape of Baptist denominations is to look back at a movement that catalyzed through centuries of tension, emerging from the shadow of the Protestant Reformation and the specific pressures of English religious nonconformity. This identity was never merely about the mode of a ritual. It was a fundamental reimagining of the relationship between the individual, the church, and the state. In the American context, this progression was marked by a series of transformative ruptures and consolidations. What began as a scattered collection of dissenters in the 17th century evolved into a dominant cultural force by the 19th, only to be fractured by the same systemic sins, most notably slavery, that divided the nation. The Baptist story is thus a narrative of expansion through diversification, where deep-seated convictions regarding the local church's autonomy and the priesthood of all believers provided both the fuel for explosive growth and the mechanism for perpetual schism. By examining the historical progression from English roots to the contemporary regional and theological realignments, one uncovers a tradition that has consistently prioritized the individual conscience over ecclesiastical hierarchy, forever altering the American religious and political landscape. The genesis of the Baptist movement is inextricably linked to the seismic shifts of the Protestant Reformation. In the early 17th century, the European religious landscape remained in a state of volatile transition, While the initial reformers had successfully challenged Roman Catholic hegemony, a new generation of dissenters felt the English Reformation had remained incomplete, stalled by a Church of England that retained too many popish vestiges and a stifling proximity to monarchical power. Early Baptist pioneers did not merely seek minor liturgical adjustments. They sought a restoration of the primitive church as they perceived it in the New Testament. This was an era of profound doctrinal confusion, yet it served as the fertile soil for a distinct theological emphasis: the conviction that the church should be composed exclusively of voluntary regenerated believers. By insisting on believers' baptism, these early figures effectively dismantled the medieval synthesis of church and society, arguing that faith could never be inherited or coerced by the state, but must be personally confessed. The formal crystallization of Baptist practice is often traced to 1609 and the radical actions of John Smyth. A former minister in the Church of England, Smyth's journey toward dissent was driven by an increasing dissatisfaction with the state church model. To Smyth, if the Church of England was a false church, then its baptisms, specifically infant baptisms, were invalid. In an act that shocked his contemporaries and redefined ecclesiastical boundaries, Smyth rebaptized himself and then his followers in Amsterdam. This sea baptism was not a gesture of vanity, but a theological necessity born of the belief that a true church must be founded upon a new covenant of conscious faith. By rejecting the baptism of infants, Smyth and his small congregation in Holland were asserting that the church is a gathered body of the saints, governed not by a distant bishop, but by the local congregation under the direct kingship of Christ. While Smyth provided the initial spark, Thomas Helwys became the architect of the movement's most enduring political legacy: the defense of universal religious toleration. Helwys's theological development was forged in the heat of controversy. After Smyth moved toward Waterlander Mennonite views, Helwys broke away, leading a small group back to English soil in 1612 to establish the First Baptist congregation in London. Helwys's seminal work, A Short Declaration of the Mystery of Iniquity, 1612, represented a revolutionary leap in political theology. He argued that the king's authority was strictly civil and that no earthly ruler had the right to judge the souls of men. Crucially, Helwys did not just demand liberty for his own kind. He insisted that the state must allow heretics, Turks, or Jews to follow their consciences. This uncompromising stance led to his imprisonment and likely his death in Newgate Prison, but it established the liberty of conscience as a non-negotiable Baptist distinctive. In contrast, the particular Baptists emerged slightly later, grounded in a robust Calvinism that sought to align Baptist practice with the theological depth of the Westminster tradition. They maintained that Christ's death was intended for a particular group, the elect, and that God's sovereign grace was the sole factor in salvation. While General Baptists initially had a head start, the particular Baptists would eventually exert a much more profound influence on the long-term belief structures of the denomination. The definitive codification of this theology is found in the Second London Baptist Confession. It was only after the Act of Toleration in 1689 that messengers from over 100 congregations met to formally subscribe to and publish the work. By identifying it as the 1689 Confession, Baptists were not just adopting a creed, they were announcing their legal right to exist and their commitment to a Lord of the conscience who stood above any earthly king. This landmark document provided the theological backbone for the Philadelphia Association and eventually the conservative core of American Baptist life. Despite their sharp disagreements over predestination, both branches of the movement were united by a shared theological axiom: the absolute kingship of Jesus Christ over his church. This was not a mere abstract concept. It had practical, radical implications for church life. If Christ was the king, then every believer who identified with him through baptism shared in his roles as prophet, priest, and king. Every member was empowered and bound to bear public testimony to the truth. No human mediator was required. Each believer enjoyed direct access to God. The power of the church resided in the local body of believers, who were collectively responsible for governance and discipline. This egalitarian spirit allowed the Baptist movement to survive and even thrive during the intense persecutions following the restoration of the British monarchy in 1660. By the time the Act of Toleration was passed in 1689, Baptists had not only worked out their theology, but had also demonstrated a resilience that would soon be tested in the vast frontiers of the American colonies. The transfer of Baptist identity to America was not a simple relocation. It was an acceleration of the diversification that began in England. Early colonial Baptists mirrored the divisions of their motherland. New England was largely home to General Baptists, while the Mid-Atlantic region saw a higher concentration of particular Calvinist Baptists. However, the American experience added a new dimension to the Baptist struggle: the frontier. The seemingly limitless space of the New World offered an escape from the rigid past and fostered a united front against the religious establishments of the colonies. In the New World, being a Baptist became less about fine-tuning one's view of the atonement and more about an active, often dangerous resistance to state-mandated religion. This environment set the stage for the emergence of leaders who would take the English seeds of religious liberty and plant them in the very foundation of a new nation. The transition of Baptist ideals from the relative confinement of English descent to the expansive potential of the American colonies found its most radical expression in the life and labors of Roger Williams. Williams was not merely a pioneer. He was a theological provocateur whose vision for the relationship between the sacred and the secular predated the Enlightenment by a century. His contribution to the American experiment was grounded in the conviction that for faith to be authentic, it must be entirely uncoerced by the machinery of the state. Following his 1635 banishment from the Massachusetts Bay Colony for articulating new and dangerous opinions regarding the limits of civil authority, Williams sought sanctuary among the Narragansett people, an Algonquian-speaking sovereign nation whose hospitality proved essential to his survival. In a move that challenged the very legality of European colonialism, Williams rejected the claim of the English crown to indigenous soil, instead recognizing the inherent rights of the Narragansett by formally purchasing the land at the head of the bay. There he established a frontier sanctuary he named Providence, which would serve as the foundational seed for the colony of Rhode Island. It was within this unique civil framework in 1639 that he assisted in organizing the First Baptist Church in America. Although Williams's personal tenure in the congregation lasted only months, as he transitioned into a seeker convinced that the true primitive church had yet to be fully restored, the seismic impact of this first gathered body established a permanent blueprint for a faith entirely divorced from state coercion. Under his leadership, the fledgling colony of Rhode Island became a sanctuary for those the rest of the world deemed heretics. Williams did not merely tolerate diversity, he structured the social infrastructure of the colony around the radical principle that God requireth not an uniformity of religion. This was not a sign of theological indifference. Williams remained a staunch, reformed separatist, but rather a recognition that civil power has no legitimate authority over the human soul. This lively experiment proved that a stable society could exist without a state-mandated church, a concept that would eventually move from the rogue colony of Rhode Island to the very heart of the American Constitution. While in London in 1644 to secure a parliamentary charter for his colony, Williams published his most influential work, The Bloudy Tenet of Persecution. In this treatise, he argued that the New Testament had fundamentally altered the judicial laws of Israel. To Williams, the ancient kingdom of Israel was a temporary type that was fulfilled in the spiritual kingdom of Christ. Therefore, no modern nation could claim to be a new Israel entitled to enforce religious orthodoxy through the sword. This wall of separation, a metaphor Williams coined long before Thomas Jefferson, was intended to protect the garden of the church from the wilderness of the world. By ensuring that Jews, Quakers, and even those with no faith at all could live as full citizens, Williams established Rhode Island as a laboratory for soul freedom. The principles established by Williams found new champions during the crucible of the American Revolution. Isaac Backus emerged as the preeminent Baptist voice of the late 18th century, linking the struggle for political independence with the struggle for religious disestablishment. Backus argued that state-enforced religion was not only a violation of the soul, but the greatest form of tyranny known to man, inevitably leading to corruption and the spread of infidelity. Following in his footsteps, John Leland took the Baptist message to Virginia, where he labored for 15 years. Leland was a vibrant, bold preacher who believed that the state's only duty regarding religion was to leave it alone. His tireless advocacy was instrumental in the passage of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom and served as a vital influence on the eventual drafting of the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. The Baptist trajectory in America began as a radical, persecuted movement, but through its persistent commitment to religious disestablishment, it became the largest Protestant denomination in the nation. This trajectory was defined not by uniformity, but by perpetual reform and diversification. Yet this rapid growth also embedded internal contradictions. The same convictions regarding local church autonomy and individual conscience that fueled the movement would be tested to the breaking point by the defining moral crisis of the nation: slavery. To understand the modern landscape of Baptist denominations is to look back at a movement catalyzed through centuries of tension, prioritizing the individual conscience over ecclesiastical hierarchy, and forever altering the American religious and political landscape. At the dawn of the 1700s, the Baptist presence in America was marginal, consisting of roughly 24 scattered churches with fewer than 900 members. However, by the end of the century, they had transformed into the largest denomination in the country. This explosive growth was fueled by the First Great Awakening, a series of religious revivals that fundamentally reshaped Baptist identity and outreach. The revivals of the 1740s challenged the spiritual lethargy that many complained had characterized colonial religion. While not initiated by Baptists, the movement became its chief beneficiary by prioritizing personal, heartfelt conversion over formal ritual. This shift replaced bitter quarrels over trifles with a renewed vigor for evangelism and a commitment to planting new churches in the expanding frontier. The awakening also introduced new divisions within the movement. Regular Baptists, these were the original core, predominantly Calvinistic and centered in the Mid-Atlantic region. Initially, they were wary of the excesses and emotional evangelistic practices of the revival. Separate Baptists, this group emerged from New England Congregationalists who embraced both the revival spirit and adult baptism. They were more spontaneous and often at odds with the more structured regular Baptists. Eventually, particularly in the South, these two streams would merge, creating a potent evangelical style that combined Reformed theology with revivalist zeal. As the movement grew, the need for cooperation became apparent. The Philadelphia Baptist Association, formed in 1707, became the most significant organizational body for early American Baptists. In 1742, it adopted a confession of faith that solidified a moderate Calvinism as the denominational standard. This association provided a framework for church planting, education, including the founding of a Baptist college in 1764, and a unified voice in the struggle for religious liberty. The expansion of the American frontier acted as an accelerator for Baptist growth. In an environment characterized by social fluidity and a rejection of old world hierarchies, the Baptist emphasis on the local church's autonomy and the kingship of all believers held immense appeal. By 1790, the movement had grown to nearly 1,000 churches and 67,000 members, organized into 42 associations. The Baptists were no longer a small sect of dissenters. They were becoming the dominant religious force of a new nation. The turn of the 19th century introduced a period of unprecedented momentum that transitioned the Baptist movement from a collection of loosely affiliated churches into a structured national force. This era was defined by the Second Great Awakening, a wave of religious fervor that traded the intellectualism of previous eras for a populist, experiential faith that resonated deeply with a young nation pushing westward. The camp meeting phenomenon became the primary vehicle for this expansion. In rural outposts like Cane Ridge, Kentucky, tens of thousands gathered for multi-day open-air services. These events bypassed traditional church structures, emphasizing a direct, emotional encounter with the divine. For Baptists, this environment was ideal. Their lack of a rigid hierarchy and their reliance on bivocational farmer preachers allowed them to move as fast as the frontier itself. By 1812, the number of Baptists in the U.S. climbed to nearly 200,000. with a significant concentration in the southern and western states. Despite their fierce commitment to local church autonomy, a principle often held as high as biblical authority, Baptists recognized that global and national goals required collective action. The catalyst for this shift was the burgeoning interest in foreign missions. In 1814, delegates met in Philadelphia to form the General Missionary Convention, commonly known as the Triennial Convention because it convened every 3 years. This was a landmark moment. For the first time, American Baptists had a national platform. This body did not just fund missionaries, it created a sense of denominational consciousness that transcended state lines. However, this newfound unity was fragile. While the Triennial Convention focused on overseas work, the formation of the American Baptist Home Mission Society in 1832 began to reveal regional friction, as Southern members felt that resources were being funneled primarily toward Northern expansion. As the mainstream Baptist body moved toward institutionalization, several reactionary movements emerged. These groups were not looking for progress. They were looking for restoration, seeking to strip away what they saw as modern, human-made corruptions of the New Testament model. The primitive or old-school Baptist movement arose as a direct protest against the rise of missionary societies and Sunday schools. Grounded in a strict Calvinism, they argued that if God intended to save the elect, he did not need human-made societies or boards to do so. They rejected formal organization, favoring a simple, unadorned worship style characterized by a cappella singing and the practice of foot washing. Simultaneously, a movement known as Landmarkism began to stir within the Southern Baptist ranks. Led by figures like J.R. Graves, Landmarkers asserted that Baptist churches were not Protestant because they had never been part of the Catholic Church to begin with. Instead, they claimed an unbroken succession of local Baptist-like churches dating back to the time of John the Baptist. This high church Baptist view had significant practical consequences. A closed communion. Only members of a local Baptist church could partake in the Lord's Supper. A rejection of alien immersion. They refused to recognize baptisms performed by any non-Baptist minister. Ecclesiological isolation. They viewed other Christian denominations not as churches, but as mere religious societies. Before he ever stepped into the American wilderness, David Brainerd was already lost in a forest of his own making. Haunted by the early ghosts of orphaning and a melancholy that threatened to swallow him whole, Brainerd's life was not a steady march of faith, but a violent, beautiful wrestling match with the divine. He didn't just preach the gospel, he bled it into the snow, proving that the brightest light often comes from the most broken lamps. The history of the Christian missionary movement is often told through the lens of grand triumphs and vast geographical conquests. Yet some of its most enduring legacies emerge not from the strength of the healthy, but from the fragile tenacity of the broken. David Brainerd, who lived from 1718 to 1747, stands as a premier example of this paradox. His life was a brief, flickering candle, extinguished at the age of 29. Yet the light it cast across the frontier of colonial America eventually illuminated the hearts of generations of global missionaries. Brainerd did not possess the robust constitution of a typical pioneer. He was a man defined by intensity, an intense devotion to God, an intense struggle with his own psyche, and an intense physical agony brought on by tuberculosis. His significance lies less in the sheer number of his converts and more in the raw, unvarnished record of his inner life. Through his diary, edited and immortalized by the great theologian Jonathan Edwards, Brainerd became the archetypal evangelical saint, a model of sacrificial piety and renunciation of earthly comforts. To understand Brainerd is to look beyond the surface-level facts of 18th century New England and peer into the dark, thick grove of a soul constantly seeking the unspeakable glory of the divine. His journey from an orphan youth in Connecticut to the spiritual shepherd of the Delaware Indians is a narrative of spiritual formation forged in the fires of personal tragedy and religious awakening. It is a story that illustrates how personal weakness, when surrendered to a higher calling, can become a conduit for historic influence. The roots of David Brainerd's spiritual intensity can be traced to the rugged landscape of Haddam, Connecticut, where he was born on April 20th, 1718. His upbringing occurred within a traditional Puritan framework, but the stability of his world was prematurely shattered by a succession of profound losses. The death of his father, Hezekiah, when David was only 9, followed by the passing of his mother, Dorothy, 5 years later, left him a 14-year-old orphan. These early encounters with mortality did more than just alter his living arrangements. They seemingly carved a permanent hollow in his emotional landscape. The psychological and emotional struggles that would haunt Brainerd his entire life were likely exacerbated by this early bereavement. In the terminology of the 18th century, he was described as inclined to melancholy, a state of persistent, heavy sadness that we might today identify as clinical depression. This was not merely a passive gloom, but an active, internal wrestling match. His diary entries reveal a man navigating extreme mood swings, where the depths of despair frequently collided with heights of delight. These fluctuations were inextricably linked to his spiritual self-perception. Brainerd viewed his emotional turbulence through a theological lens, often interpreting his dark periods as relentless attacks or reflections of the weight of his sin. Brainerd's spiritual journey began with an acute conviction for his sin and fear of death during his early childhood, a preoccupation that intensified as he reached young adulthood. By age 20, he had immersed himself in a rigorous regime of religious duty, reading the Bible in its entirety twice within a single year, and dedicating massive portions of each day to secret duties like prayer. Yet for Brainerd, these outward actions lacked the vital spark of internal transformation. He was a young man attempting to earn a peace that he could not yet grasp. The turning point occurred in July 1739. While walking in a dark, thick grove, a setting that mirrored his internal state, he experienced a profound shift in perception. He described this moment not as a mere intellectual realization, but as an unspeakable glory opening to his soul. This new inward apprehension of God shifted his focus away from his own religious performance and toward a hearty disposition to exalt God as the King of the universe. Brainerd entered Yale College in the fall of 1739, just as the American colonies were being swept up in the religious fervor of the Great Awakening. The traditionalism of the Yale faculty stood in stark contrast to the dynamic power of itinerant preachers like George Whitefield and Gilbert Tennent. Brainerd, with his newly awakened zeal and naturally intense personality, found himself gravitating toward this more emotive and radical expression of faith. The preaching of these leaders emphasized a direct, personal experience with the Holy Spirit, a message that resonated deeply with a young man who had spent his life struggling against emotional numbness and existential dread. However, this alignment with the New Light movement also set the stage for a confrontational relationship with the university establishment, which viewed such enthusiasm as a threat to ecclesiastical order and academic decorum. For Brainerd, the lines were being drawn. His devotion would not be a quiet, suburban faith, but a disruptive, all-consuming fire that demanded everything. David Brainerd's transition to Yale College in September 1739 marked the beginning of a turbulent chapter where his personal intensity collided with the rigid structures of colonial academia. At the time, Yale was the intellectual heart of Connecticut Puritanism, but it was also a tinderbox. The Great Awakening was sweeping through New England, led by fiery itinerants who prioritized vital piety, a felt, emotional experience of God, over traditional liturgy and scholarly distance. Brainerd, having recently emerged from his own profound spiritual breakthrough, did not merely observe this revival, he became one of its most fervent adherents. The atmosphere at Yale during Brainerd's tenure was characterized by a widening chasm between the Old Lights, who valued order in the established clerical hierarchy, and the New Lights, who championed the spontaneous outpourings of the Spirit. Brainerd found himself firmly in the latter camp. For a young man who had spent years mourning his parents and wrestling with the shadows of his own mind, the New Light movement offered a language of passion and certainty that the dry lectures of his tutors could not match. However, this zeal often manifested as a lack of prudence and Christian humility. The college administration, fearing the chaos that accompanied the revival, enacted strict prohibitions against students criticizing their superiors or attending unauthorized religious gatherings. Brainerd, fueled by a conviction that his spiritual insight surpassed the dead orthodoxy of his instructors, began to view the faculty with a measure of holy disdain. This was the catalyst of his downfall. His internal transformation had produced an external defiance that the institution could not tolerate. The specific catalyst for Brainerd's expulsion occurred in the winter of 1742. After a particularly spirited prayer meeting, Brainerd was overheard commenting to a few close friends that one of the tutors, Chauncey Whittlesey, had no more grace than a chair. In the hypersensitive environment of the time, this was not viewed as a youthful lapse in judgment, but as a radical assault on the dignity of the ministry. When the remark was reported to the rector, Thomas Clapp, the reaction was swift and uncompromising. Despite being the top student in his class, Brainerd was expelled. The reason behind the severity of this punishment was rooted in the college's desire to make an example of him, to signal that enthusiasm would not be permitted to override ecclesiastical order. Brainerd's subsequent attempts to apologize and seek reinstatement, supported even by the influential Jonathan Edwards, were rebuffed. This rejection was a devastating blow. In 18th century New England, a college degree was the essential gateway to the ministry. Without it, Brainerd was a man without a country, his dreams of a settled pastorate effectively dismantled by a single intemperate sentence. The expulsion, while a bitter providence, served as the crucible that refined Brainerd's calling. Forced out of the traditional path, he was pushed toward the margins of society. It was during this period of disgrace and uncertainty that his focus shifted from the pulpits of wealthy Connecticut parishes to the spiritually destitute populations on the frontier. The very intensity that had cost him his degree was now channeled into a singular, desperate mission. He began to view his exclusion from the academic elite as a necessary stripping of his worldly pride. This phase of his life illustrates the complex interplay between character and calling. The same unyielding spirit that led to his social exile became the exact quality required to endure the physical and spiritual isolation of missionary work. He was being prepared for a life where his only audience would be God and the indigenous tribes of the wilderness. In the wake of his academic disgrace, Brainerd did not sink into permanent obscurity. Instead, his reputation for exceptional piety and fervor caught the attention of the Society in Scotland for Propagating Christian Knowledge, also known as SPCK. In late 1742, he traveled to New York to be examined by the Society's correspondents. Despite his lack of a degree, his profound theological grasp and evident devotion convinced the board that he was the ideal candidate for a difficult assignment, bringing the gospel to the Native American tribes along the borderlands of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. On November 25, 1742, Brainerd was officially appointed as a missionary. This was not a post sought by many. It required a complete renunciation of the comforts of civilization and a willingness to live in a state of constant physical peril. For Brainerd, whose health was already beginning to show the ominous signs of consumption, this commissioning was essentially a death warrant signed with a sense of holy joy. He did not see this as a secondary career path, but as the highest possible use of his remaining breath. His initial assignment was to Conemaugh, an Indian settlement in the woods between Stockbridge, Massachusetts, and Albany, New York. Here, the driving conviction of his mission met the visceral reality of extreme hardship. He lived in a log hut with a floor of dirt, eating a diet of hasty pudding and boiled corn. The isolation was profound. He was a man of refined intellectual tastes, now surrounded by people whose language he did not speak and whose customs were entirely foreign to him. Brainerd's early labors were marked by a grueling struggle for communication. He initially relied heavily on an interpreter, but he recognized that true connection required a heart-to-heart transparency that could only come through direct speech. He devoted himself to learning the local dialects with a relentless discipline, often studying far into the night by the dim light of a fire. Yet the barriers were more than linguistic. They were deeply cultural and historical. He found the Native Americans rightfully suspicious of white men, as they had been frequently cheated and mistreated by colonial traders and land speculators. Brainerd had to differentiate himself from these exploiters by demonstrating a radical, self-effacing love. He sought to prove that he was interested in their eternal welfare rather than their earthly possessions. This required a level of patience and emotional endurance that few possessed, as he often spent months without seeing a single sign of spiritual interest from those he served. Perhaps more challenging than the physical forest was the internal wilderness Brainerd inhabited during these early years. His diary from this period is filled with deep groanings and self-abasement. He often felt utterly unfit for the task, convinced that his own coldness of heart was the reason for the lack of converts. However, this self-scrutiny was not purely negative. It drove him to a state of total dependence on divine power. He spent whole days in the woods wrestling in prayer, sometimes until his clothes were soaked with the sweat of his agony. He believed that the spiritual ground had to be plowed with tears before any harvest could be expected. This period at Conowimeak was a time of silent sowing, where Brainerd's own soul was being hollowed out to become a vessel for the extraordinary movement that would eventually follow among the Delaware at Crossweek Sung. The year 1745 marked a seismic shift in Brainerd's ministry, transitioning from the plowing of stony ground to an unprecedented spiritual harvest. After years of perceived failure and internal torment, he traveled to Crossweek Sung, New Jersey. Here, the how of his success stood in stark contrast to his previous efforts. It was not characterized by loud theatrical preaching, but by a quiet, overwhelming solemnity that seemed to descend upon the community. Initially, Brainerd encountered a community deeply entrenched in traditional indigenous spiritualism, often centered around the divinatory rites of the powwows or shamans. The reason behind the eventual transformation of this community lay in Brainerd's ability to present a superior spiritual peace that eclipsed the fear-based rituals of the local conjurers. He did not merely argue against their traditions, he demonstrated a transcendent joy, even amidst his own physical decay. As he spoke of the compassion of a dying Savior, a profound emotional melting occurred among the Delaware. His diary records instances where almost the entire assembly was dissolved in tears, not from a sense of terror, but from a revelation of divine love that they had never before encountered. This was the extraordinary movement he had wrestled for in the woods of Conowimeak, now manifesting as a communal rebirth. The awakening at Crossweek Sung was not limited to fleeting emotionalism. It resulted in a radical restructuring of social life. The method of this change was visible in the immediate abandonment of chronic alcoholism and the restoration of broken domestic ties within the tribe. Brainerd observed that the gospel acted as a civilizing force from the inside out, proving more effective than any colonial legislation. He began to organize the converts into a settled Christian community, emphasizing the dignity of labor and the importance of education. This period represents the pinnacle of his earthly joy, where the lamentations of his earlier diary were briefly replaced by hymns of wonder at the transformation of a once pagan wilderness into a garden of the Lord. By 1746, the relentless progression of tuberculosis began to claim the remaining fragments of Brainerd's strength. The reason of his continued labor, despite his shattered frame, can only be understood through his belief that time was a vanishing vapor, and every moment spent not serving was a moment wasted. He was a man literally consuming himself for his calling. His final missionary journeys were marked by excruciating physical suffering. He often traveled on horseback while spitting blood, his body racked by chills and burning fevers. The source of his endurance was found in a supernatural stubbornness. He refused to retire to a place of comfort, fearing that his absence would leave his dear Indian children as sheep without a shepherd. His diary from this era becomes a chronicle of mortality, where he meticulously records his failing pulses alongside his deepest spiritual longings. He viewed his physical dissolution not as a tragedy to be avoided, but as the final sacrifice required of him. This unflinching gaze at death gave his final exhortations to the tribes a haunting authority that moved many to tears. In the spring of 1747, it became clear that his earthly race was nearing its end. He made the grueling journey back to New England, eventually arriving at the home of Jonathan Edwards in Northampton, Massachusetts. The motivation for this final destination was twofold. He sought the spiritual fellowship of a kindred mind, and he was cared for by Edwards' daughter, Jerusha, to whom he felt a profound, though chaste, affection. Even on his deathbed, Brainerd remained a teacher of the soul. He spent his final weeks pouring out his heart to the students from Yale who came to visit him, urging them to prefer the service of God above all earthly honors. His death on October 9, 1747, was not a surrender to disease, but a triumphant crossing, leaving behind a legacy that would soon be amplified 1,000-fold by the pen of his host. The earthly silence of David Brainerd was immediately followed by a literary resonance that would span centuries. The instrument of this enduring influence was not a result of Brainerd's own ambition. He had requested his papers be destroyed, but through the editorial discernment of Jonathan Edwards. By publishing The Life of David Brainerd in 1749, Edwards provided the burgeoning evangelical movement with its most potent Manual of Interior Devotion. Edwards recognized that Brainerd's life was the perfect empirical evidence for his own theological treatises on religious affections. The crux behind the diary's success lay in its raw authenticity. Edwards did not sanitize Brainerd's melancholy or his agonizing self-doubt. Instead, he presented them as the backdrop against which Brainerd's supernatural longing for God shone most brightly. This publication transformed Brainerd from a failed student and obscure missionary into a universal mentor. For an 18th century audience, the diary offered a new grammar of spirituality, one that moved beyond external ritual into the pulsing heart of experiential faith. It served as a bridge between the high intellect of Puritan theology and the passionate fervor of the Great Awakening, proving that a brilliant mind and a burning heart could inhabit the same fragile body. The how of Brainerd's impact on the Great Commission is found in the names of those who claimed him as their chief inspiration. William Carey, the father of modern missions, carried the diary as a sacred companion to India. Henry Martyn, the missionary to Persia, famously remarked, "I will be a second Brainerd." Adoniram Judson and Jim Elliot similarly looked to Brainerd's unflinching sacrifice as the standard for their own labors. The rationale behind this appeal was Brainerd's total renunciation of the world. In an era of increasing colonial expansion and material pursuit, Brainerd's life stood as a countercultural witness. He demonstrated that the value of a life was not measured by its duration or its comfort, but by its intensity and its aim. He became the missionary archetype of the difficult assignment, providing a theology of suffering for those who would follow him into the world's darkest and most isolated corners. David Brainerd's life, when viewed through a purely secular lens, might appear as a series of unfortunate events: early orphaning, academic disgrace, chronic illness, and a premature death. Yet in the economy of spiritual history, these afflictions were the very instruments of his greatness. His story serves as a profound example on the paradox of strength through weakness. The secret of Brainerd's lasting relevance resides in his refusal to settle for a superficial peace. He was a man who drilled deep into the bedrock of the soul until he found the living water that could sustain him even as his lungs failed. His spiritual intensity was not a personality trait, but a deliberate choice to prioritize the unseen and eternal over the visible and temporal. Ultimately, the legacy of David Brainerd is a summons to the interior life. He remains a luminous shadow in the history of the Church, reminding every generation that sacrificial devotion is the only currency that retains its value in the light of eternity. His life was a brief but brilliant spark, one that did not merely flicker and fade, but ignited a fire that continues to warm the hearts of seekers and pioneers across the globe. Through his weakness, he found a strength that outlasted his breath, and through his silence, he continues to speak with a piercing and persistent clarity. David Brainerd's life serves as a stark mirror, reflecting the often neglected corners of our own modern existence. He lived with a constant awareness of his own mortality, which fueled a radical prioritization of his values. Today, we are invited to perform a similar audit of our internal landscape. Consider the why behind your daily pursuits. Are they driven by the transient echoes of social approval, or are they anchored in a purpose that transcends the self? Reflect on your own dark, thick groves, those moments of personal struggle or perceived failure. Rather than viewing them as dead ends, consider how they might be the crucibles of refinement necessary for your unique calling. Take a moment today to silence the external noise and listen for the persistent whisper of your own higher purpose. If the story of David Brainerd has stirred a desire to explore the complex intersections of faith, history, and the human condition, I invite you to deepen your engagement. The study of lives like Brainerd's reminds us that theology is not merely an academic exercise. It is a living, breathing struggle to understand our place in the divine narrative. To discover more in-depth biographies, theological analysis, and insights on how ancient wisdom provides necessary navigation for modern challenges, join our community. Subscribe to Theology Today to stay updated on our latest explorations into the lives that shaped our world. Together, let's continue the journey of elevating our perspective and refining our understanding. Click here to subscribe.
Imagine a man who could spend 13 hours a day submerged in the deepest currents of Enlightenment philosophy, only to emerge and describe the rustle of a leaf or the symmetry of a spider's web as a direct, whispered conversation from the Creator. Jonathan Edwards was not the dour, shadow-dwelling legalist that history textbooks often paint. He was a God-entranced genius who saw the universe as a theater of divine beauty. He stood at a unique crossroads in time, one foot planted in the fading world of medieval piety, and the other stepping boldly into the age of modern reason to prove that a brilliant mind does not have to sacrifice a burning heart. Jonathan Edwards stands as a colossus in the landscape of American intellectual and religious history. Often caricatured merely as the hellfire and brimstone preacher of colonial New England, Edwards was in reality a polymath whose work bridged the gap between the waning world of Puritanism and the burgeoning Enlightenment. His life was a relentless pursuit of a singular objective: to harmonize a rigorous systematic Calvinism with the new empirical sciences and philosophies of his age. Edwards did not merely inherit a tradition, he revitalized it. By interpreting conservative Reformed orthodoxy through the categories of John Locke and Isaac Newton, he provided a theological framework that could withstand the skeptical pressures of modernity. His influence stretches far beyond the 18th century, serving as the primary catalyst for the Great Awakening and the theological progenitor of modern evangelicalism. To understand Edwards is to understand the DNA of American religious experience, a blend of intense intellectual discipline and profound heart-centered affections. The trajectory of Jonathan Edwards' life was set within the confines of a home that functioned as both a sanctuary and a high-level academy. Born on October 5, 1703, in East Windsor, Connecticut, Edwards was immersed in an environment where the distinction between secular knowledge and sacred truth was virtually non-existent. His father, Timothy Edwards, was a man of unsurpassed scholarship, having achieved the rare feat of receiving his bachelor's and master's degrees from Harvard on the very same day. This pedigree of excellence translated into a home life governed by enforced discipline and intellectual rigor. Timothy was a systematic instructor, particularly adept in the biblical languages of Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. However, the intellectual vitality of the household was not limited to the patriarch. His mother, Esther Stoddard Edwards, daughter of the legendary Solomon Stoddard, brought a formidable lineage and mental acuity to the family. Jonathan grew up surrounded by sisters who displayed remarkable mental acuity and a capacity for single-minded resolve, fostering an atmosphere where the cultivation of the mind was a duty for both genders. This domestic education was remarkably effective. By the time Jonathan arrived at Yale just before his 13th birthday, he possessed not only a reading knowledge of the classical languages, but also a burgeoning fascination with the natural sciences. The purpose of this rigorous training was never purely academic. Rather, it was the preparation of mind and heart for regeneration. Scripture remained the gravitational center around which all other studies orbited. Entering Yale in 1716, Edwards stepped into a world in intellectual transition. He was exposed to the prevailing intellectual currents of the day, the empiricism of John Locke, the physics of Isaac Newton, and the metaphysical leanings of the Cambridge Platonists. For many of his contemporaries, these new ideas were a threat to orthodoxy. For Edwards, they were tools for its defense. Edwards possessed a precocity almost beyond belief, reportedly holding a pen from infancy and tracing every thought to its logical terminus. Before he was 16, he penned the essay Of Being, which outlined a spiritualistic metaphysics that would underpin his entire philosophical system. Working independently of contemporary European idealists like Berkeley, Edwards utilized Newton's theories on light and color alongside Locke's treatment of sensation to construct a system of idealism. He began to see the material world not as an independent reality, but as a constant communication of the mind of God, a phenomenalism, where existence itself was sustained by the immediate agency of the Creator. Despite his intellectual mastery, Edwards' early life was marked by a profound spiritual dissonance. He had imbibed his family's piety, yet he found the core tenets of their Calvinist faith repulsive. Specifically, the doctrine of God's absolute sovereignty in the salvation of souls appeared to him as a horrible doctrine. He struggled with a notional belief in Christ as Savior while simultaneously recognizing a lack of true, heartfelt submission. This internal conflict reached a resolution in the spring of 1721, while meditating on the words of 1 Timothy 1:17, "Now unto the King eternal, immortal, invisible, the only wise God be honor and glory forever and ever. Amen." Edwards experienced a delightful conviction. This was not a mere change of opinion, but a sensory transformation. He described a sense of the glory of the divine being diffusing through his soul. The very doctrine of sovereignty that he once loathed became an integral part of the beauty of God's glory. This shift from rational assent to experiential delight became the hallmark of his theology. He no longer simply understood God. He relished God. This experimental Calvinist aesthetic would later define his approach to the Great Awakening, as he sought to move his congregants from the notional to the sensible. Edwards graduated as valedictorian in 1720 and completed his master's degree 3 years later, now equipped with a rare combination: a mind honed by Enlightenment logic and a heart captured by a mystical, yet strictly reformed, vision of the divine. The conclusion of Edwards' formal preparation gave way to a decade of refinement, where his abstract philosophical theories began to meet the practical realities of colonial congregational life. This period functioned as a critical bridge, transforming a brilliant young academic into a formidable ecclesiastical leader. Before his permanent settlement in Northampton, Edwards underwent a series of remarkable ministerial apprenticeships. In 1722, prior to reaching the age of 19, he received approbation as a preacher and spent several months serving a small Presbyterian congregation in New York City. This urban exposure provided an early test of his ability to translate dense Puritan divinity into weighty thought and fervid utterance for a diverse audience. Following this, Edwards returned to the academic halls of Yale, serving as a tutor from 1724 to 1726. This role was vital in maintaining his intellectual edge. It forced him to communicate complex ideas to students, further sharpening his pedagogical skills. By the time he was called to Northampton in early 1727, he was not a novice, but a man whose single-minded resolve had been tempered by both the pulpit and the lectern. In February 1727, in his 24th year, Edwards was ordained as the colleague and eventual successor to his grandfather, the Venerable Solomon Stoddard. Northampton was no mere frontier outpost. It was the county town of Hampshire, a cultural and political little local capital. Its single church was arguably the most influential congregation in the province outside of Boston. Soon after his arrival, Edwards married Sarah Pierpont, a union that became foundational to his ministry. Sarah was not merely a companion, but a theological partner of fervent piety and vigorous mind. Her management of the household was so effective that she relieved her husband of the common burdens of parish life, and together they created a partnership that shaped Edwards's ministry and legacy, granting him the freedom to maintain a rigorous schedule of 13 to 14 hours of daily study. Edwards' early years in the pulpit were defined by a single-hearted devotion to his people, though his method was unconventional. Rather than traditional door-to-door visitation, he invited congregants to his study, where he applied his disciplined mind to their individual spiritual requirements. His public profile grew through significant publications that signaled his intent to defend evangelical Calvinism against the encroaching liberal Arminian trends. God, glorified in man's dependence, argued that the absolute sovereignty of God in human redemption was not a point of terror, but the ground of true joy. A divine and supernatural light posited that true spiritual knowledge does not arise from rational deduction alone, but from a supernatural light given by God to the soul. These works established his reputation as a defender of traditional Reformed thought. Edwards' rise to regional prominence was solidified by his leading role in the Breck controversy. When the Springfield Church invited Robert Breck, a man suspected of liberal theology, to settle as their pastor, Edwards emerged as his most vocal critic. This conflict was a battle over the conduct of the association and their right to maintain doctrinal standards. Though Breck was eventually ordained despite the association's protests, Edwards' role as the primary author of the association's defense demonstrated his growing status as the theological voice of the region. While other figures like George Whitefield provided the stage presence for the Great Awakening, Edwards became its most important apologist and theologian. He moved beyond mere participation to analyze the why of spiritual revival, creating works that transformed him into America's greatest early theologian. The revival began in December 1734, when Edwards preached on the preciousness of time, urging his youth to awaken from their slothful condition. The result was an extraordinary work of the Spirit, where 5 or 6 people were savingly converted almost overnight. This local movement soon expanded, but it was marked by fragility. By May 1735, the Spirit of God seemed to withdraw, a period marked by strange, enthusiastic delusions and the tragic suicide of Edwards' uncle, Joseph Hawley. Edwards sought to document these events not for local fame, but to provide a model for reporting on spiritual works. His account, A Faithful Narrative of the Surprising Work of God in 1737, gained international attention. It established evangelical connections with leaders like John Wesley in England and James Robe in Scotland, showing that the events in the Connecticut Valley were part of a broader, global movement. The revival intensified when George Whitefield arrived in the colonies in 1740. Edwards was deeply moved by Whitefield's ministry, reportedly sitting on the platform, weeping as the Englishman preached in Northampton. During this period, Edwards delivered his most famous sermon, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, in 1741. While it is often cited as proof of his obsession with wrath, Edwards actually spent far more energy depicting the beauties of Christ's perfections. In Enfield, however, the sermon's imagery caused hearers to cry out to God and hold on to pillars in terror, a physical manifestation of the spiritual urgency he preached. As the awakening drew criticism for its emotional excesses, Edwards produced his most mature analysis, a treatise concerning religious affections in 1746. He argued that true religion is primarily a matter of the heart or affections. He identified 12 marks of genuine conversion, emphasizing that a changed heart must manifest in Christian practice. He cautioned that neither the quantity nor the intensity of religious emotions served as proof of salvation. Only a heart changed to love God and seek his pleasure was valid. Edwards' influence was furthered by his role as a mentor. In an era before seminaries, he welcomed ministerial aspirants into his home to impart both theological foundation and practical ministerial advice. Students like Eleazar Wheelock, who founded Dartmouth College, carried Edwards' Calvinistic system into the 19th century, ensuring his school of thought remained a force to be reckoned with long after his death. The stability of Edwards' 23-year tenure in Northampton was eventually undermined by a collision between his evolving theological convictions and the established ecclesiastical customs of the region. At the center of this storm was a fundamental disagreement regarding the qualifications for participation in the Lord's Supper, a dispute that pitted Edwards against the legacy of his own grandfather, Solomon Stoddard. Solomon Stoddard had famously advocated for Stoddardianism, a practice viewing the Lord's Supper as a converting ordinance. Under this system, even those who lacked a definitive experience of grace were encouraged to partake, provided they were not living in open scandal. Initially, Edwards conformed to this inherited tradition, but as the fervency of the Great Awakening subsided, he observed a troubling trend. He noted that many who had supposedly been moved during the revival failed to maintain a sensible exercise of the heart in their daily lives. This observation led to a long increasing difficulty in his conscience. Influenced by his study of religious affections, Edwards concluded that many of these conversions were counterfeit. He began to argue that the church should not be a broad, comprehensive net for the community, but a distinct body of professing believers. Consequently, he insisted on a stricter admission policy, requiring prospective members to provide a public profession of faith as evidence of their personal relationship with Christ before approaching the table. This shift in policy was not merely a theological adjustment. It was a social earthquake for the town of Northampton. By 1749, the tension reached a boiling point. Edward's stance was viewed by many as an elitist narrowing of the church's doors, a counterculturally constricting move that challenged the town's established social order. His published defense of these views, titled An Humble Inquiry into the Rules of the Word of God, served to further alienate a congregation already weary of his rigorous discipline. The situation was exacerbated by Edward's personal mishandling of certain pastoral matters, including a controversial disciplinary case in 1744 involving young men and a midwife's manual, which had left a lingering uneasiness among his people. The resolution came with startling finality. On June 22, 1750, a council was convened, and the congregation voted on Edward's continued ministry. The result was a landslide. Only 10% of the voters supported his retention. Despite this overwhelming rejection, Edward's single-minded resolve was matched by a remarkable display of humility. He remained in Northampton for nearly a year, occasionally occupying the very pulpit from which he had been ousted, until a replacement could be secured. At 47 years old, with a large and expensive family and no personal property, he was forced to rely on the pecuniary aid of distant friends in Britain and the colonies. Following his dismissal, Edwards accepted a call to Stockbridge, a frontier settlement on the western edge of Massachusetts. This move, while seemingly a demotion to a remote mission, provided the intensive isolation necessary for Edwards to produce his most sophisticated theological writings. In Stockbridge, Edwards served as a pastor and missionary to Native Americans. This period highlighted his ongoing concern for marginalized communities, a focus he had earlier demonstrated in Northampton by opening church membership to African Americans, a practice rare in his day. During this time, he also cared for the terminally ill missionary David Brainerd. After Brainerd's death, Edwards edited and published his diary, a work that became a source of inspiration for global missions for the next century. Despite the demands of frontier life, Edwards' disciplined mind remained active. He utilized this season to draft works that would secure his legacy as America's premier philosopher-theologian. Freedom of the Will, published in 1754. This work offered a rigorous and sophisticated defense of Calvinism. Edwards argued that the will is not an independent faculty but is always determined by the strongest motive in a person's character. He posited that while humans choose according to their desires, a sinful nature will never choose God, and thus God changes the sinner's character through grace. Original Sin, published 1758. He maintained that all humanity was present in Adam, and thus shares in the guilt and sinful character inherited from him. The Nature of True Virtue, published in 1765, published posthumously, this treatise explored the basis for ultimate morality, suggesting that true virtue is rooted in a heart changed to love God. Through these works, Edwards provided a Calvinistic system that was both portable and adaptable, ensuring his school of thought remained a dominant force in American intellectual life for over 100 years. The twilight of Jonathan Edwards' life was marked by a transition that, while brief, represented the ultimate recognition of his intellectual stature. In late 1757, following the death of his son-in-law, Aaron Burr Sr., Edwards was invited to accept the presidency of the College of New Jersey, now Princeton University. Edwards' reaction to the invitation was one of characteristic introspection and profound hesitation. In a famous letter to the college trustees, he detailed his perceived inadequacies, citing a constitution in many respects peculiarly unhappy and a tendency toward low spirits and childishness. He feared that the administrative burdens of the presidency would extinguish his ability to complete his great theological projects, specifically a massive systematic work titled A History of the Work of Redemption. Despite his reservations, a council of ministerial friends convinced him that the call was a divine appointment. Edwards arrived in Princeton in January 1758. His brief tenure was marked by an immediate impact on the student body. He began to implement a curriculum that mirrored his own intellectual rigor, seeking to produce a new generation of leaders who could navigate the complexities of both faith and reason. The tragedy that cut short his presidency was a direct result of his commitment to scientific progress. In February 1758, a smallpox epidemic threatened the Princeton community. Edwards, a proponent of the new medical science of inoculation, a procedure still viewed with suspicion by many, chose to lead by example. He underwent the procedure to encourage his students and the townspeople to protect themselves. Regrettably, the inoculation resulted in a secondary infection. On March 22, 1758, at the age of 54, Jonathan Edwards passed away. His final words to his daughter Lucy were a testament to the sovereignty of God he had spent his life defending.
Dear Lucy, it seems to me to be the will of God that I must shortly leave you. Therefore give my kindest love to my dear wife, and tell her that the uncommon union which has so long subsisted between us has been of such a nature as I trust is spiritual and therefore will last forever.
The conclusion of Edwards' physical life served as the commencement of his enduring intellectual reign. He did not leave behind a static monument, but a living tradition known as the New Divinity, or New England theology. His disciples, most notably Joseph Bellamy and Samuel Hopkins, took his Calvinistic system and applied it to the social and political challenges of the late 18th century. They became early and vocal opponents of slavery, arguing that true virtue required the abolition of the institution. His Life of David Brainerd became the handbook for the modern missionary movement, inspiring figures like William Carey and Adoniram Judson. Furthermore, his emphasis on a learned ministry laid the foundation for the American seminary system. Edwards remains the only American theologian to successfully synthesize the rigorous logic of the Enlightenment with the experiential fervor of the Great Awakening. He demonstrated that a disciplined mind is not the enemy of a burning heart, but its necessary companion. Jonathan Edwards was a man of unwavering resolve who lived at the intersection of two worlds. He was the last of the great Puritans and the first of the great American evangelicals. His legacy is found in the reason of his existence, the conviction that the ultimate purpose of human life is to behold and enjoy the glory of God. He taught that the universe is not a cold, mechanical clock, but a constant communication of the divine beauty. By interpreting the mechanics of human experience through the lens of God's absolute sovereignty, he provided a framework for a faith that is intellectually robust, socially active, and deeply personal. 3 centuries later, Edwards remains the standard by which all American theology is measured, a reminder that the most profound insights often come from a single-hearted devotion to the truth of the infinite. Jonathan Edwards famously argued that the essence of true religion lies in the affections, not fleeting emotions, but the deep-seated inclinations of the soul toward what it perceives as beautiful and true. As you consider his life, take a moment to examine the why behind your own convictions. In an age of relentless distraction and superficial noise, how often do you cultivate the intellectual rigor and spiritual depth that Edwards modeled? Reflect on whether your own pursuits, be they professional, academic, or spiritual, are driven by a mere notional understanding of truth or a sensible delight in excellence. Like Edwards, consider how you might bridge the gap between your highest intellectual ideals and the deepest passions of your heart to create a life of unwavering resolve. If this sophisticated yet accessible synthesis of faith and reason found in Edwards' life resonates with you, we invite you to deepen your engagement with the great ideas that continue to shape our world. Subscribe to Theology Today to receive in-depth analysis on the intersection of historical orthodoxy and modern thought, access to mature analysis of theological trends, and a community dedicated to the cultivation of an active Christian intellect. Do not let your journey through the life of America's greatest theologian be a singular event. Stay connected to the prevailing intellectual currents of our time by becoming a regular reader. In 1701, a group of 10 distraught ministers gathered in a Branford parlor to erect a theological fortress against the rising tide of liberalism at Harvard. They didn't just build a school, they launched a spiritual counteroffensive, intending to anchor the American mind to the eternal truths of the Reformation. Yet 3 centuries later, the fortress remains standing, while the faith that built it has been systematically evicted, a transformation that serves as the ultimate cautionary tale of how an institution can gain the whole world but lose its very soul. The history of American higher education is, at its root, a history of theological preservation and eventual drift. No institution embodies this narrative more vividly than Yale University. While today it stands as a pillar of global secular academia, an elite bastion of research, law, and liberal arts, its inception was not a move toward enlightenment in the modern sense, but a defensive maneuver. Yale was born from a profound sense of cultural and spiritual crisis. To understand the reason behind its founding, one must look toward Cambridge. By the late 17th century, Harvard was undergoing a liberal drift that deeply alarmed the conservative Congregationalist establishment. Their leadership began to favor a broader, more inclusive approach to divinity that moved away from strict Calvinist orthodoxy. The 1701 Charter was not merely a legal document, but a spiritual manifesto. This was a direct response to the decay of religious fervor observed in the Massachusetts province. Powerful conservative figures, most notably Increase Mather, viewed the new college as a relief against the sorrow of seeing Harvard's traditional orientation crumble. The early years were characterized by a lack of permanence. For its first 15 years, the school lacked a singular campus, housed instead in various parsonages. This decentralized existence emphasized the college's identity as a community of faith rather than a physical landmark. It was only when a permanent campus was established in New Haven that the institution began to take on the physical gravitas necessary to rival Harvard's influence. The founders ensured the curriculum functioned as a filter. Applicants faced special examinations in Latin and Greek, languages essential for the study of Scripture. The core objective? The preparation of youth for public employment both in church and in the civil state, ensuring that the magistrates and ministers of the colony were cut from the same orthodox cloth. To anchor this education, the trustees mandated specific textbooks that left no room for theological ambiguity. The primary text was William Ames's The Marrow of Sacred Divinity, provided a systematic, reformed framework that prioritized the Westminster Standards as the definitive interpretation of faith. Yale was the intellectual arm of the colony's churches. Under the Saybrook Platform of 1708, a semi-Presbyterian governance was established. The trustees viewed this religious education as the chief and most probable expedient for propagating the purity of Protestant order in what they still termed the wilderness. Student life was a totalizing religious regimen. Every student was mandated to attend public prayer both morning and evening, a practice of compulsory chapel that would persist until 1928. The expectation was that personal secret prayer would complement these public duties, fostering a holistic atmosphere of piety. Despite the standards, the early history was not without turmoil. In 1721, a young Jonathan Edwards wrote to his father about monstrous impieties within the college. He described students stealing livestock, unseasonable night walking, and using all manner of ill language. This unrest suggests that even in its earliest phase, the theological fortress faced internal pressure. The struggle to maintain a blameless student body prefigured the larger cultural shifts to come. The struggle for the soul of Yale had begun. The 19th century witnessed a metamorphosis where Yale transitioned from a regional defensive outpost into the mother of colleges. This title was earned by its role as the primary engine for Protestant higher education across a rapidly expanding nation. This era of ascendancy was not a byproduct of luck, but a deliberate strategic pivot. While Harvard explicitly embraced Unitarianism, Yale's leadership chose to lean into a robust, expansionist Christianity. This decision positioned New Haven as the epicenter of a boom period in American education. Between 1800 and 1860, the number of colleges in the United States skyrocketed from roughly 20 to 180. The transformation began in a state of deep cultural malaise. Following the Revolutionary War, the American moral landscape had fractured. The absence of spiritual leadership, caused by ministers leaving pulpits for the battlefield, contributed to a surge in social instability, characterized by rampant drunkenness and profanity. Simultaneously, the intellectual threat shifted from internal denominational squabbles to the external pressures of the French Enlightenment. The philosophies of Hume, Rousseau, and Voltaire introduced a wave of deism and skepticism that many feared would render traditional Christianity obsolete. The primary architect of Yale's 19th century revival was Timothy Dwight, who assumed the presidency in 1795. Dwight did not encounter a passive student body. He faced an environment where infidel philosophy was the fashionable norm. His method was inherently intellectual. Rather than relying on emotional manipulation, he utilized powerful reasonings and lectures specifically targeting the logic of skepticism. Dwight demonstrated that faith could be defended with sophisticated scholarship. He argued that genuine religion must animate the whole person, integrating the understanding with the heart and manifesting as integrity in secular affairs. By 1802, this intellectual groundwork bore fruit in a massive spiritual awakening, where 1/3 of the 225 students underwent a conversion experience. These students did not stay in New Haven. They became agents for revival, who exported Yale's model of Christian education to the American West and South. The nature of these conversions reflected a uniquely New Haven style. It was orderly, subtle, and profoundly psychological. Unlike the frenzied camp meetings seen on the frontier, the Yale experience often began with a quiet, persistent sense of sinfulness, lasting several weeks. This was followed by a silent peace of conscience, so subtle that the individual might remain temporarily unaware that a spiritual transformation had occurred. This influence was codified in the Yale Report of 1818, a landmark document that successfully advocated for the retention of the traditional classical curriculum against calls for more vocational studies. By defending the prescribed classical model, Yale ensured that the intellectual foundation of American leadership remained rooted in the linguistic and philosophical traditions it deemed essential for a Christian magistrate. To further cement its role, Yale Divinity School was formally organized in 1822. Under Nathaniel W. Taylor, the school developed New Haven theology. This modified Calvinism provided the intellectual hardware necessary for the revivalist movements of Jacksonian America, offering a bridge between strict doctrine and a democratic, action-oriented spirit. By the Civil War, Yale was one of the largest colleges in the nation, setting the gold standard for institutional governance through its model of an external board of trustees. Yale was a powerhouse, serving as the primary promoter of intercollegiate football. Yet beneath this peak of national prominence, the very success and respectability Yale had achieved were beginning to sow the seeds of its theological undoing. Success would become the ultimate test of the fortress. The narrative of Yale's transition from a revivalist fortress to a secularized global university is not a story of sudden collapse, but of a gradual exchange. Over the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the institution traded its theological distinctives for academic respectability, ultimately becoming a place where religious forms persisted long after the spiritual substance had evaporated. This transformation mirrors a broader intellectual revolution across the American landscape, where the supernatural worldview was systematically replaced by naturalism and logical positivism. The movement towards secularization was the most pivotal event in the history of American higher education. Prior to this era, almost all leading thinkers operated within a framework of Christian theism. However, as American intellectuals began to follow the lead of their European counterparts, a new value system of relativism took hold. This shift occurred across nearly every discipline, from biology to sociology. At Yale, the authority of Scripture was gradually eroded by the burgeoning scientific revolution and a pragmatic worldview. One of the most deceptive aspects of Yale's decline was how long the outward appearances of piety remained. For the first half of the 20th century, the university continued to project a religious image. Compulsory chapel attendance, a cornerstone of the original 1701 vision, was not officially dropped until 1926. The construction of massive architectural statements, such as the Harkness Tower, served as a symbolic effort to preserve the prominence of religion. From a historical perspective, these grand buildings can be viewed as final compensatory gestures in the face of an overwhelming secular takeover. By the time the cultural pressures of the 1960s arrived, what remained of Yale's substantial religious identity evaporated almost without a trace. The religion that had once been the main business of the university had become peripheral and eventually was seen by many as alien to the educational enterprise itself. The fall of Yale was facilitated by a specific institutional weakness. While the college was highly successful at promoting revivals, it lacked the deep, intentional, rigorous Christian thinking that had characterized the earlier Puritan era. Protestant educators often found that their values aligned too neatly with the surrounding society. This alignment led to a failure to develop a clear Christian critique of their cultural situation. Leaders neglected to push thinking from the scripture to modern situations and back again, leaving the institution intellectually defenseless against the rising tide of secular philosophies. Despite the loss of identity, Yale solidified its position as one of the finest research institutions in the world. But the ministerial focus shifted dramatically. Whereas the majority of 17th century graduates entered the ministry, that figure plummeted to a mere 6.5% by 1900. Today, the atmosphere at Yale is so radically changed that a student from the early 1700s would likely find the current environment unrecognizable. The theological fortress has been fully dismantled, replaced by an elite secular institution whose religious heritage is often viewed as a fabricated or irrelevant tale of the distant past. The transition was complete. The transition of Yale into a fully secular entity was not merely a loss of religious fervor, but the result of a specific intellectual trade-off. As the university sought to compete on a global stage, it adopted a new set of epistemological foundations that fundamentally reconfigured the reason for its existence. By the late 19th century, the figure of the clergyman professor, the polymath who taught physics through a providential lens, was replaced by the specialized researcher. This new breed of academic was often trained in German universities, where the scientific method was applied to history, philology, and theology itself. At Yale, this manifested as a separation of fact from value. The sciences and social sciences began to operate under methodological naturalism. Education was no longer seen as the formation of a Christian soul for service to the Commonwealth, but as the technical training of an expert for a specialized economy. The original Yale vision rested on the conviction that all truth was God's truth, that every subject was interconnected. The fall can be traced through the disintegration of this unified curriculum. As elective systems were introduced to mirror the Harvard model, the prescribed course of study was dismantled. Without a central theological core, the university became a collection of disparate departments. The reason behind the pursuit of knowledge shifted from the glorification of the Creator to the expansion of human autonomy and the mastery of the material world. The university succeeded in becoming a powerhouse of research, but fell from its vocation as a coherent witness to the faith. Yale's status as an Ivy League institution created a unique pressure to conform to the values of the American elite. To maintain relevance among power brokers moving toward a secular worldview, Yale distanced itself from the perceived narrowness of its evangelical roots. The leadership began to view the school's orthodox past as an embarrassment, a wilderness phase the university had outgrown. The 1960s represented a tectonic shift. The Cultural Revolution stripped away the remaining gentlemanly religious traditions. The concept of in loco parentis was abandoned. Moral standards, once rooted in Christian ethics, were replaced by a radical emphasis on individual expression. The religious image, maintained by the Gothic architecture, became a hollow shell, an aesthetic backdrop for a campus culture often overtly hostile to the theological foundations of its founders. The fortress had not been conquered from the outside, it had been hollowed out from within by a leadership that believed the school could remain Yale without the God of its charter. The story of Yale is a cautionary tale of institutional drift. It rose to become the most influential educational force in America, but in its very success, it found the seeds of its undoing. By prioritizing respectability over its foundational mandate, Yale transformed from a light intended to guide the wilderness into a mirror reflecting the secular preoccupations of the modern age. Today, the university stands as a monument to what happens when an institution loses its North Star, becoming a place of immense knowledge, but one that has forgotten the very wisdom it was founded to uphold. As you look upon these towering spires, ask yourself, what are the foundational stones of your own intellectual life? The history of Yale proves that institutions do not drift toward orthodoxy. they only drift away from it. Neutrality is a myth. We must resolve to be intentional stewards of our convictions, ensuring that our successes never eclipse our ultimate purpose. The story of Yale is an ongoing dialogue about faith, culture, and the academy. To navigate these complex waters, you need a resource that refuses to sacrifice theological rigor for modern relevance. Subscribe to Theology Today. Don't let your foundations erode by default. Join a tradition of learned, orthodox inquiry that seeks to illuminate the wilderness of our modern age. In an age where the elite of the British Empire were mapping the globe for gold and territory, a penniless shoemaker in a small English village was mapping it for something else entirely. While he hammered leather at his cobbler's bench, William Carey surrounded himself with homemade charts of the world and grammar books of ancient languages. He was possessed by a vision that his contemporaries dismissed as a fool's errand. He didn't just want to see the world, he wanted to transform it. This consecrated cobbler would eventually defy the world's most powerful corporation, cross an ocean against all odds, and ignite a movement that would bridge the gap between the West and the East. William Carey was not a product of academia or echelons of power. He was a bridge between a dormant Protestantism and a vibrant global faith. He emerged during a period of evangelical lethargy, dismantling apathy through a rigorous synthesis of biblical mandate and empirical data. His life was defined by a relentless plodding, a steady perseverance that saw him translate the Bible into dozens of languages and fight for social justice. By the time of his death, Carey had not only reshaped the missionary landscape, but had left an indelible mark on Indian culture and linguistics, proving that a single persistent life could indeed change the course of history. William Carey was born in 1761 in the unassuming village of Pollersbury, Northamptonshire. Growing up in a working-class environment, his formal education was limited to the local village school, which provided only the most rudimentary foundations of literacy. However, Carey's intellectual trajectory was never confined by his geography. He possessed an innate, voracious curiosity that turned his rural surroundings into a laboratory of learning. While he eventually learned the unglamorous trade of shoemaking, a necessity of his station, his mind was elsewhere. He spent his hours at the cobbler's bench, surrounded by books, effectively turning a workspace into a makeshift university. This period of his life was foundational in forging a character of extreme self-sufficiency and discipline. The manual labor of his youth did not stifle his intellect. Rather, it provided the plodding stamina that would later allow him to survive decades of hardship in the Bengal jungle. The turning point in Carey's life occurred at the age of 17. Through the persistent witness of a fellow apprentice, John Warr, Carey underwent a profound religious conversion in 1779. He described this experience as an exchange of his wretched self-righteousness for the righteousness of Christ, a shift that fundamentally reoriented his purpose. As a new Christian, Carey's struggle with the assurance of his faith drove him to a deep, systematic study of the Bible. He resolved to become a man of the book, but his pursuit of Scripture was inseparable from his passion for language. Without a formal tutor, he mastered Biblical Hebrew and Greek, realizing early on that the key to understanding and communicating truth lay in the mastery of the original tongues. Parallel to his theological studies, Carey remained captivated by the secular exploration of his day. He devoured the journals of Captain James Cook, whose accounts of the South Pacific tribes provided more than just geographical data. For Carey, these journals acted as a window into the sin and misery of those living without the gospel. It was here that his burgeoning theology met a tangible global reality, sparking a vision that few of his contemporaries could grasp. By 1785, Carey was pastoring a small Baptist church in Moulton, England. His ministry was marked by a peculiar habit. While he preached and cared for his flock, he was also compiling exhaustive statistics on the world's population, religions, and geographies. He constructed a large map of the world, which he hung in his workshop. It was said that this atlas became his other Bible, and the mere sight of the unreached nations often moved him to tears. He found spiritual kinship in the biographies of earlier missionaries like John Eliot and David Brainerd, who had labored among Native Americans. Their lives provided a template for the sacrificial service he began to crave. By the time he was called to pastor in Leicester in 1789, Carey's private meditations had matured into a public conviction. He was no longer just a local pastor. He was a man possessed by a vision for the entire world, ready to challenge the status quo of the English Church. By 1792, Carey's private convictions had been distilled into a potent manifesto. He realized that the primary obstacle to global outreach was not geographical or financial, but theological. The prevailing hyper-Calvinism of the era had inadvertently turned divine sovereignty into an excuse for human inaction. To dismantle this, Carey authored an enquiry into the obligation of Christians to use means for the conversion of the heathens. This work was revolutionary. It was the first systematic theology of missions ever published. Carey argued that the Great Commission was not a limited command for the apostles, but a perpetual obligation for the modern church. He balanced a deep biblical exposition of Matthew 28 with a data-driven survey of the world's religions. By framing the task as a use of means, Carey argued that God's will is accomplished through human agency, planning, funding, and sending. This shift moved missions from the realm of the miraculous to the realm of the mandatory. In May 1792, Carey addressed Baptist pastors in Nottingham. The message, dubbed the Deathless Sermon, was a thunderclap in a silent room. Drawing from Isaiah 54, he exhorted them to enlarge the place of your tent. It was here that he coined the immortal motto, "Expect great things from God, attempt great things for God." This was more than a catchy phrase, it was a blueprint for faith. The sermon struck a chord of holy dissatisfaction, creating an emotional and spiritual urgency that could no longer be satisfied by mere prayer or debate. The momentum culminated in October 1792 with the formation of the Particular Baptist Society, later the BMS. This marked a structural turning point. Carey recognized that only an organized society could provide sustained support. The society's humble start, launching with just over £13, invited mockery from skeptics who viewed the venture as a fool's errand. However, this voluntary society allowed ordinary Christians to bypass bureaucracies and directly participate in global efforts through their giving and prayers. Carey's decision to lead by example was the final catalyst. In 1793, he resigned his pastorate and prepared to move his family to India, signaling that the means included his own life. He inspired a wave of institutional imitation. Carey effectively transitioned Christianity from a regional European faith into a self-consciously global religion, laying the foundation for the great century of missions. The transition to India was brutal. The British East India Company, prioritizing commercial stability, was fiercely hostile to missionary activity, fearing it would disrupt trade. Carey was denied a legal license, forced off his original ship, the Earl of Oxford, before finally securing passage on a Danish vessel, the Kron Prinsessa Maria. Arriving in 1793, the hardships intensified. The family's meager possessions were lost on the Hooghly River, leaving them destitute in a foreign land. Carey's wife Dorothy found the transition psychologically devastating. The subsequent death of their 5-year-old son Peter pushed her toward a tragic mental decline. To survive, Carey took a job as a manager at an indigo factory in Malda in 1794. This became a vital season of preparation, allowing him to immerse himself in Bengali language and culture. He spent 5 years practicing tent-making, supporting himself while preaching, establishing schools, and refining his linguistic skills. By 1795, he was preaching in Bengali. Despite this labor, results were slow. It would be 7 years before Carey saw his first Hindu convert. This defined his plodding nature, a rigorous schedule of translation despite the lack of success. In 1800, Carey relocated to the Danish colony of Serampore, which offered a sanctuary where he could operate freely away from the hostile East India Company. This move coincided with the arrival of Joshua Marshman and William Ward. Together, they formed the Serampore Trio, combining linguistic genius, educational expertise, and printing skills. In December 1800, the mission celebrated a landmark success, the baptism of Krishna Pal, the first Hindu convert. This event proved that the means Carey had advocated for years were finally yielding a harvest in the soil of Bengal. Carey's most enduring legacy is arguably his work as a pioneer of vernacular translation. His approach was rooted in the Reformation conviction of sola scriptura, the belief that the Word of God must be accessible to people in their own language to effect true spiritual transformation. He did not view translation as a solo endeavor. Instead, he collaborated deeply with Indian Pandits to ensure both accuracy and cultural resonance. This collaboration resulted in a staggering output. Carey and his associates translated the entire Bible into 6 major Indian languages: Bengali, Oriya, Sanskrit, Hindi, Marathi, and Assamese, and produced portions in an additional 29 languages. In total, the mission was responsible for translations into 48 different languages and dialects. His linguistic precision was so significant that he is often ranked alongside giants like Jerome, Luther, and Tyndale. The Marquis of Wellesley invited Carey to become a professor of Bengali at the newly founded College of Fort William in Calcutta. Though initially hesitant, he accepted after ensuring it would not compromise his missionary duties. He spent 30 years there, eventually teaching Sanskrit and Marathi. During this tenure, he systematized the chaotic linguistic landscape of India, authoring comprehensive grammars and massive dictionaries. Perhaps his greatest philological feat was elevating Bengali from a local dialect to a sophisticated literary language, a transformation similar to what Martin Luther achieved for German. To support this output, Carey introduced modern technology. He established the country's first organized printing operation, paper mill, and even brought in a steam engine to power the works. The strategy relied on the Serampore trio, Carey, Joshua Marshman, and William Ward. Their synergy created a holistic model: 126 schools with over 10,000 students and the founding of Serampore College in 1818. They launched India's first vernacular newspaper and organized the first medical mission and a savings bank to protect the poor from usury. Carey believed the gospel was a direct challenge to sinful social structures. His most famous victory was the 35-year campaign against sati, the burning of widows alive on funeral pyres. He used his influence to provide research and moral pressure. When it was abolished in 1829, many attributed the breakthrough to Carey. He was equally vigorous in opposing infanticide and caste discrimination. Carey's consecrated curiosity extended to the soil. An accomplished botanist and fellow of the Linnaean Society, he founded the Agricultural and Horticultural Society of India in 1820. By documenting India's natural world, his work
fostered a Bengali cultural renaissance. Unlike many colonial figures, his work was seen as supportive of indigenous culture rather than destructive to it. Carey's public triumphs were mirrored by a harrowing personal life. He described himself not as a genius, but as a plodder. This endurance was tested by the loss of 2 wives and a son. In 1812, a catastrophic fire at Serampore destroyed all of Carey's manuscripts, including a universal dictionary valued at 70,000 rupees. Rather than despair, Carey viewed the disaster as a providence, noting that the publicity from the fire actually attracted new support from Britain. His later years were clouded by a bitter split with the BMS in 1827 over mission control. Despite this, Carey remained in India for over 40 years without ever returning to England. He was completely dedicated to his adopted country, proving that the means of a single life, given fully, could bridge worlds. As William Carey entered his final years, his physical frame began to fail, but his mental and spiritual resolve remained undiminished. He had spent over 40 years on Indian soil without a single furlough to England, a testament to his absolute identification with his adopted home. By the time of his death in 1834, the landscape of global Christianity had been irrevocably altered. He died not as a wealthy prelate, but as he lived, a humble servant who requested that his tombstone bear only his name, the dates of his birth and death, and a single line from a hymn. The inscription described himself as a wretched, poor, and helpless worm, who on God's kind arms relied. Carey's influence is best measured by the sheer scale of the movement he ignited. Before Carey, Protestant missions were sporadic and lacked a cohesive strategy. By the mid-19th century, dozens of missionary societies had been formed based on the Serampore model. His emphasis on the use of means, the necessity of organization,
fundraising, and strategic planning, transformed missions into the central heartbeat of the global church. His legacy also redefined the role of the missionary. Carey championed the idea that a missionary must be more than a preacher. They must be a linguist, an educator, a social reformer, and a scientist. In India, Carey is remembered as much for his secular contributions as his religious ones. He is frequently cited as the father of modern Bengali prose. By standardizing the grammar and vocabulary of the language, he provided the linguistic infrastructure necessary for the later Bengal Renaissance, which produced figures like Rabindranath Tagore. His successful advocacy against sati and his work in establishing Serampore College laid the groundwork for modern Indian education and human rights. His botanical and agricultural research provided tangible economic benefits to the rural poor, proving that his concern was not abstract but deeply practical. The life of William Carey is a study in the power of consecrated persistence. He was a man who possessed no inherited privilege, no formal higher education, and no initial institutional backing. Yet, through what he called plodding, he managed to dismantle centuries of theological apathy and bridge the gap between two vastly different worlds. Carey's greatness did not lie in a lack of failure. His personal life was marked by tragedy and his early ministry by a lack of converts, but in his refusal to abandon the vision he had formed at a cobbler's bench. Today, the modern missionary movement stands as a sprawling global forest, but its roots remain firmly planted in the soil tilled by a self-taught shoemaker. William Carey did not just start a movement. He provided the blueprint for how faith, when married to rigorous intellect and social compassion, can reshape the course of history. The life of William Carey forces us to confront a challenging question. What are we currently shoehorning into the margins of our lives that actually deserves our center stage? Reflect on your own Great Commission. In a world divided by language, culture, and creed, are you merely observing the landscape, or are you actively using means to build bridges? Carey's legacy reminds us that you do not need a pedigree to initiate progress. You only need the courage to attempt great things and the stamina to keep plodding. Join a collective of restless minds, dedicated scholars, and faithful plodders. Subscribe to Theology Today for immersive, in-depth explorations into the biographies and faithful triumphs of those who stood for the faith. Stay informed, stay inspired, attempt great things. In the middle of the 1700s, the American colonies were a spiritual powder keg. The Great Awakening was tearing through the landscape with emotional fire, while a dizzying array of competing sects, from mystical hermits to strict traditionalists, vied for the souls of the New World. Amidst this religious chaos, a single document emerged to prevent the Baptist movement from dissolving into 1,000 different pieces. It was more than a statement of faith. It was a theological constitution that bridged the gap between the ancient ruggedness of the Welsh mountains and the untamed American frontier. This is the story of the Philadelphia Confession of 1742, the standard of orthodoxy that didn't just define a denomination, but built the intellectual and organizational backbone of what would become the largest Protestant body in America. From the clandestine meetings of Welsh dissenters to the founding of Ivy League halls, today, we uncover how a few thousand words of pure Protestant heritage fixed the character of a nation's faith for centuries. The Philadelphia Confession of 1742 stands as the most influential document in the history of American Baptist life, serving as the theological anchor that stabilized a burgeoning movement within the religious pluralism of the Middle Colonies. More than a mere list of shared beliefs, it represented a strategic standard of orthodoxy, designed to unify a disparate collection of congregations under the banner of Reformed theology. While the Great Awakening began to stir the spiritual passions of the American colonies, the Philadelphia Association recognized that emotional fervor required a sturdy intellectual and doctrinal framework to prevent the fragmentation of the faith into various sectarian tangents. The significance of this document transcends its specific articles. It represents the formalization of a particular Baptist identity on American soil. By adopting a confession that was deeply rooted in the 1689 Second London Confession, the early American Baptists were not merely copying English precedents. Instead, they were making a profound statement of continuity, asserting that their movement was a legitimate, historical, and pure expression of the Protestant Reformation. This confession acted as a theological compass, guiding the denomination through the challenges of regional diversity and the eventual expansion into the southern colonies, where it would fundamentally shape the character of the Southern Baptist Convention at its inception. In an era defined by the absence of state-established churches in the middle colonies, the Philadelphia Confession provided a voluntary yet rigorous mechanism for maintaining doctrinal purity and moral discipline. It bridged the gap between the radical individual freedom of the frontier and the structured ecclesiology of the Old World. Through its focus on the sovereignty of God, the authority of Scripture, and the necessity of a regenerate church membership, the 1742 Confession became the turning point that fixed the Calvinistic character of the denomination for over a century, providing the educational and organizational momentum that birthed institutions like Brown University. The genesis of the Philadelphia Confession is inextricably linked to the migration of Welsh Baptists, whose arrival in the late 17th and early 18th centuries infused the American movement with a robust, reformed spirit. These settlers did not arrive as theological blank slates. They brought with them a purer Protestant heritage forged in the fires of dissent within the United Kingdom. The Welsh influence was the primary catalyst in ensuring that the emerging American Baptist identity would be decidedly particular, or Calvinistic, rather than general or Arminian. At the heart of this foundational period was the tireless leadership of Abel Morgan. Morgan's role was not merely administrative. He functioned as a theological architect for the Middle Colonies. Upon assuming the pastorate at Pennapeck, located in Lower Dublin, modern-day Philadelphia, the primary mother church that served as the organizational anchor for association, he began a systematic effort to organize works across Cape May, Hopewell, and Montgomery. His contribution was pivotal because he understood that for the Baptist movement to survive the pressures of a diverse colonial landscape, it required more than just shared enthusiasm. It needed a written, transmittable heritage. Morgan's methodology relied heavily on the principle of confessional continuity. He drew directly from the Welsh Ridwilliam Statement, which was itself an adaptation of the 1689 London Confession. By translating and promoting these documents, Morgan ensured that the specific doctrines of grace, election, effectual calling, and the final perseverance of the saints were woven into the very fabric of the new American churches. This Welsh legacy provided the spirit, doctrines, and worship patterns that eventually moved beyond Pennsylvania and New Jersey to shape the Baptist witness in the southern colonies. The mechanics of this influence resided in the Welsh commitment to a divinely ordered sequence of faith and practice. They viewed the confession not as a replacement for the Bible, but as a necessary summary of it that guarded against the doctrines of compromise. By establishing the 1689 London Confession as the basis for what would become the Philadelphia document, Morgan and his contemporaries effectively imported a mature theological system. This allowed the Philadelphia Association to emerge in 1707 not as a hesitant experiment, but as a confident bastion of Reformed theology with a clear mandate for doctrinal discipline and organizational unity. This transatlantic bridge ensured that the specific Welsh tract of Baptist life, emphasizing both the sovereignty of God and the necessity of a disciplined, covenanted community, would become the dominant DNA of the American Baptist tradition. The socio-religious landscape of the Middle Colonies provided a fertile, albeit chaotic soil that necessitated the structural rigidity of the Philadelphia Confession. Unlike the New England colonies, which were dominated by a Congregationalist establishment, or the Southern colonies where the Anglican Church enjoyed state-sanctioned authority, the Middle Colonies functioned as a laboratory of religious pluralism. In this environment, no single state church existed to enforce theological uniformity. While this vacuum allowed for unprecedented legal freedom, it also invited a bewildering array of competing sects and theological variations that threatened to dilute the Baptist witness. By the turn of the 18th century, Pennsylvania had become a mosaic of dissenting groups, including regular Baptists, Mennonites, Tunkers, and the Christian Quakers. The methodology of Baptist survival in this milieu was not found in isolation, but in the articulation of a clear, distinct identity that could withstand the gravitational pull of surrounding movements. For instance, the rise of the Ephrata sect in the 1730s a group that fractured from the Tunkers under the charismatic leadership of Conrad Beissel, served as a stark reminder of how easily religious communities could drift into idiosyncratic mysticism without a shared standard of truth. The absence of a centralized government religious authority meant that the reason behind Baptist organizational development was rooted in self-preservation. To prevent their members from being absorbed into the diverse population of neighboring sects, Baptist leaders realized that a voluntary association required a rigorous, written framework. The Philadelphia Confession served this purpose by acting as a boundary marker. It established a sophisticated yet accessible set of parameters that defined what it meant to be a Baptist in a land where anyone could claim the title. By codifying their beliefs in a region defined by radical diversity, the Philadelphia Association transformed a collection of scattered congregations into a unified denominational body capable of sustained growth. The formalization of the Philadelphia Association in 1707 was the institutional manifestation of a theological unity that had been simmering for decades. This body, the First Baptist Association in America, emerged from a core group of 5 churches, Pennapeck and the Welsh Tract in Pennsylvania, along with Middletown, Piscataqua, and Cohansey in New Jersey. These founding members were already operating under the shadow of a shared confessional inheritance, specifically the 1689 Second London Confession. This inheritance provided a sense of transatlantic continuity, linking the fledgling American churches to the intellectual rigors of English Particular Baptists. A central figure in this inheritance was the Keach family, whose influence bridged the gap between Old World scholarship and New World frontier ministry. The arrival of Elias Keach, son of the prominent London theologian Benjamin Keach, marked a pivotal moment in momentum of Baptist expansion. After his conversion and baptism by Thomas Dungan, the founder of Pennsylvania's First Baptist Congregation, Elias Keach took up a wide-ranging itinerant ministry through Philadelphia and New Jersey. His work as the pastor of Pennapeck was instrumental in disseminating the Keachian version of the London Confession, which emphasized not just abstract theology, but the practical worship patterns of the church. By 1724, the association took the definitive step of officially owning a confession of faith. This was not a mere suggestion of belief, but the establishment of a standard of orthodoxy. The reason behind this move was twofold: to provide a mechanism for settling internal disputes, and to present a unified front to the outside world. This confessional adoption meant that any church wishing to join the association had to align its pulse with the reformed heartbeat of the 1689 document. This confessional inheritance ensured that when the association eventually printed its own version in 1742, it was not embarking on a new path, but reinforcing a foundation that had been laid by the Keaches and the earliest pioneers of the faith. The mid-18th century brought a spiritual upheaval that tested the foundations of every colonial denomination. The Great Awakening, characterized by the itinerant preaching of figures like George Whitefield, introduced a surge of evangelical fervor that prioritized personal conversion and emotional experience. For the Philadelphia Association, this movement presented a dual challenge: how to embrace the genuine spiritual vitality of the revival, while ensuring it did not erode the doctrinal precision of their Reformed heritage. The 1742 formal adoption and printing of the Confession was the association's definitive answer to this tension. This was not a stagnant preservation of the past, but a dynamic application of truth to a new context. To address the specific needs of the American frontier and the nuances of the revival, the association added 2 crucial chapters that were absent from the 1689 London original, of singing of psalms and of laying on of hands. The reason behind the inclusion of congregational singing was rooted in the desire to unify the affections of the believer with the intellect of the doctrine. By formalizing music as an ordinance, they channeled the revival's energy into a structured corporate act. Similarly, the laying on of hands served as a visible confirmation of a believer's place within the covenant community. These additions demonstrated the ethos of confessional evolution, adapting the vessel without altering the theological water it contained. The document was no longer just a British import. It was a uniquely American instrument of ecclesiastical order that could navigate the high seas of the awakening without drifting into emotionalism. At the core of the Philadelphia Confession lies a profound commitment to the supremacy of the written word. The framers did not view the confession as an authority over the Bible, but as a systematic reflection of it. In a colonial era, where new revelations and mystical impulses often competed for the believer's attention, the Confession's first chapter of the Holy Scriptures functioned as the final arbiter for all matters of faith and practice. The expression of this scriptural focus was manifested in the meticulous use of proof texts. Every theological claim within the document was tethered to specific biblical citations, ensuring that the source of truth remained external to human opinion. This approach empowered the laity and the clergy alike to test every sermon and every practice against a fixed standard. By asserting that the Scriptures are the only sufficient, certain, and infallible rule, the Confession provided a cognitive anchor in an age of shifting religious opinions. The reason behind this rigid adherence to sola scriptura was to safeguard the purity of the Church. For the Philadelphia Baptists, any doctrine not explicitly grounded in the Word was a potential inroad for error. This high view of Scripture ensured that the association's growth was not merely numerical, but theological. It established a culture where the Bible was not just a devotional book, but a legal charter for the Church's existence. This foundational principle ensured that even as the denomination expanded into diverse geographic and social strata, the centrality of the Word remained the common denominator that held the movement together. At the heart of the 1742 document lies a vigorous defense of the doctrines of grace, which serve as the intellectual engine of the entire confession. The framers operated from the conviction that the salvation of humanity is a work initiated, sustained, and perfected by God alone. This emphasis on divine sovereignty was not merely a philosophical preference, but a strategic bulwark against the encroaching tide of Arminianism, which suggested that human will played a decisive role in the redemptive process. The essence of this theological stance was articulated through the lens of unconditional election and effectual calling. The Confession posits that before the foundation of the world, God chose a specific people for his own glory. This was not a passive observation of future faith, but an active, sovereign decree. By grounding the believer's security in the unchangeable will of God, rather than the fluctuating emotions of the human heart, the Confession provided a sense of unshakable confidence to a people living in the uncertainty of the colonial frontier. The reason behind this rigid Calvinism was deeply practical. It fostered a spirit of profound humility and total dependence. If salvation was entirely a gift of grace, then no individual or denomination could claim spiritual superiority. Furthermore, this theology provided the fuel for evangelism. Contrary to the critique that sovereignty stifles mission, the Philadelphia Baptists believed that because God had decreed the end, salvation, he had also ordained the means, the preaching of the gospel. This conviction gave the association the boldness to plant churches in hostile environments, certain that God's purposes could not be thwarted by human opposition.
Beyond the abstract heights of decree and election, the Philadelphia Confession provided a granular blueprint for community through its definition of the local church. Unlike the hierarchical structures of the Church of England or the state-integrated models of New England, the Baptists championed a regenerate church membership. This principle dictated that the visible church should consist only of those who had made a credible profession of faith and had been baptized by immersion. The instrument of maintaining this purity was found in the covenantal bond. Each congregation was viewed as an independent, self-governing body, united not by legal compulsion, but by a voluntary spiritual contract between the members and God. This ecclesiology turned the local church into a school of discipline, where members held one another accountable to the standards set forth in the Confession. This internal regulation was the Baptist answer to the lack of state-enforced morality. They replaced the external sword of the magistrate with the internal discipline of the covenanted community. The reason behind this emphasis on order was the preservation of the temple of God. By strictly defining the qualifications for officers, pastors and deacons, and the administration of the ordinances, the Confession ensured that the church remained a distinct counterculture. It provided the tools for governance that allowed these churches to remain stable, even when they lacked formal theological seminaries or professional hierarchies. This commitment to order transformed the Baptist movement from a collection of independent radicals into a disciplined army, capable of collective action
and long-term institutional survival. The two distinct editions made in the 1742 revision, of Singing of Psalms and of Laying on of Hands, represented more than just procedural updates. They were the practical application of theology to the lived experience of the believer. While many contemporary religious groups viewed congregational singing with suspicion or restricted it to specific biblical texts, the Philadelphia Baptists argued for the vocal expression of praise as a moral duty. The essence of this practice involved a transition from silent meditation to corporate, audible worship. By formalizing this in Chapter 23, the association asserted that singing was an ordinance of Christ, designed to stir the soul and unify the congregation in a shared emotional and intellectual confession. This move successfully bridged the gap between the Reformed mind and the revivalist heart, allowing the theological truths of the confession to be memorized and internalized through melody. Similarly, the inclusion of the laying on of hands, chapter 31, served as a symbolic initiation into the full privileges of church membership. This was not viewed as a source of extra-biblical revelation, but as a visible confirmation of the believer's baptism and their reception into the body. By insisting on this rite, the association ensured a clear demarcation between the world and the church. It provided a tangible moment of ecclesiastical blessing that reinforced the solemnity of the covenant. These unique American additions allowed the confession to function not just as a textbook of doctrine, but as a manual for liturgy that shaped the very atmosphere of Baptist gatherings. The intellectual rigor of the Philadelphia Confession naturally birthed a culture of scholarship that sought to elevate the educational standards of the Baptist ministry. The association operated on the conviction that a learned clergy was the best defense against the theological drift and emotional excesses of the era. This led directly to the 1764 sponsorship of the First Baptist College in America, originally known as Rhode Island College and later as Brown University. The basis of this educational expansion was rooted in the association's commitment to literary and theological excellence. They did not view faith and reason as antagonists, but as complementary tools for understanding the Creator. By establishing a center for higher learning, the Philadelphia Baptists sought to provide their leaders with the linguistic and historical skills necessary to defend the confession against increasingly sophisticated intellectual challenges. The reason behind this institutional investment was to ensure the longevity of the Baptist witness. The association recognized that without a mechanism for training the next generation, their standard of orthodoxy would eventually fade. Brown University became the intellectual lighthouse that radiated the values of the Philadelphia Confession throughout the colonies. It transformed the denomination from a marginal sect into a cultural force, proving that the high Calvinism of the 1742 document was compatible with the highest levels of academic inquiry and civic contribution. The formalization of the Philadelphia Confession marked the definitive turning point in the trajectory of American Baptist life, effectively securing the reformed character of the denomination against competing theological systems. While early Baptist efforts in New England often grappled with strong Arminian leanings, the basis for the Philadelphia Association's success lay in its aggressive yet orderly expansion. By providing a clear written standard of orthodoxy, the association offered a stable alternative to the theological fluidity of the frontier, eventually overcoming the Arminian influence that had initially dominated the northern colonies. This influence radiated southward with remarkable velocity. In 1767, the Charleston Association in South Carolina, the first Baptist association in the South, officially adopted the Philadelphia document, frequently referred to as the Charleston Confession in that region. The reason behind this adoption was the need for a unified voice among coastal churches to resist Anglican pressure and to establish a pure Protestant witness. This migration of doctrine ensured that when the Southern Baptist Convention was organized in 1845, every single delegate belonged to a congregation that traced its theological lineage back to the 1742 document. The confession served as the unifying DNA that allowed a geographically dispersed movement to maintain a singular identity. Despite its long period of dominance, the 19th century introduced new social and theological pressures that began to erode the Calvinistic hegemony of the Philadelphia Confession. The American frontier, characterized by a spirit of radical individualism and democratic populism, often found the high Calvinism of the 1742 document, with its emphasis on sovereign election and limited human ability, to be culturally strident and difficult to communicate to the unchurched masses. The manifestation of this transition was evidenced by the rise of more moderate statements of faith, most notably the New Hampshire Confession of 1833. This newer document sought to soften the edges of traditional Reformed theology, offering a less rigorous presentation of the doctrines of grace that appealed to a broader audience. As the denomination grew more diverse and the frontier spirit took hold, the Philadelphia Confession gradually moved from being the primary active charter of the churches to becoming a venerated relic of their historical foundation. However, the reason of the Confession's enduring legacy is found in its lasting remnants. Even as the formal document saw a decline in use, its core theological convictions remained embedded in the local church covenants across the South and the Middle Colonies. The document's commitment to scriptural authority and orderly church life continued to summarize the Baptist outlook long after the specific articles were no longer read from the pulpit. The Philadelphia Confession did not so much disappear as it infused the very marrow of American Baptist identity, leaving behind a permanent watermark of Reformed orthodoxy that continues to influence the denomination's understanding of God, the church, and the world. To conclude this exploration of a foundational pillar of American faith, consider the following invitations to deepen your engagement with this history. Take a moment to consider the theological anchors in your own life or community. The framers of the Philadelphia Confession believed that without a clear written standard, a movement would eventually drift into the currents of cultural whim. In an age of rapid change and digital noise, what are the non-negotiable truths that provide your standard of orthodoxy? How does the transatlantic continuity of your own heritage, the stories and beliefs passed down through generations, shape the way you navigate the complexities of the modern world? The Philadelphia Baptists didn't just inherit a faith, they actively owned it, refined it, and built institutions to protect it. Reflection is the first step toward that same kind of intentionality. If you found value in this deep dive into the why and how behind the religious history of America, don't let the journey end here. Subscribe to Theology Today as we dive into the past and see our rich faith history to propel us to faithfulness today.
Abandoned at 5 months old by a mother who refused to name him, Lemuel Haynes was born into a world designed to keep him in the margins, an illegitimate indentured servant in a society defined by rigid hierarchies. Yet, by the flickering orange glow of a colonial fireplace, this young boy spent his nights mastering Greek and Latin, refusing to allow the boundaries of his birth to dictate the horizons of his mind. He would grow to defend the colonies with a musket at Ticonderoga, but his most enduring legacy was forged with a pen and a Bible. By dismantling the racial and theological barriers of the 18th century, using the very logic of his detractors, the man known as the Black Puritan proved that while society may cast a soul aside, providence operates by a different architecture. This is a life that transformed the stigma of abandonment into a pioneering ministry of spiritual and intellectual authority. The narrative of the American experiment is often told through the lens of well-born statesmen and established aristocrats, yet the true depth of the nation's spiritual and social transformation is frequently found in the margins. Lemuel Haynes stands as a towering, if sometimes overlooked, figure whose life defied the rigid social stratifications of the 18th century. Born into the double marginalization of illegitimate birth and racial prejudice, Haynes did not merely survive his circumstances. He transcended them to become a premier intellectual and spiritual force in the early republic. His life serves as a profound case study in the intersection of Reformed theology and the burgeoning American identity. As the first African American ordained by a mainstream Protestant denomination, Haynes represented a living bridge between the First and Second Great Awakenings. His ministry was not defined by a narrow focus on his own racial identity, but by an unwavering commitment to the doctrines of grace and the sovereignty of a God who, in Haynes's view, orchestrated the minutiae of human history for his own glory. To understand Haynes is to understand a man who viewed his own abandonment not as a tragic end, but as a divine prologue to a life of pioneering ministry. Today, we seek to unpack the layers of his development, from the furrowed fields of Massachusetts to the influential pulpits of Vermont, exploring the internal and external forces that forged the Black Puritan. The arrival of Lemuel Haynes into the world on July 18, 1753, in West Hartford, Connecticut, occurred under a cloud of social stigma and material destitution. In the context of colonial New England, the circumstances of his birth, the illegitimate offspring of a Black father and a white mother, placed him at the absolute nadir of the social hierarchy. The early abandonment by his mother left him without the foundational protection of a biological family, leading a contemporary to remark that he was born into the worst kind of orphanage. His very name was an act of detachment, derived not from his lineage, but from the owner of the house where he first drew breath. However, what appeared to be a series of unfortunate accidents was, in the framework of Haynes's later theology, the precise arrangement of a sovereign God. The mechanics of his redemption from these circumstances began at the age of 5 months, when he was indentured to the family of David Rose in Granville, Massachusetts. Indenture was a harsh reality of the era, yet for Haynes, the specific character of the Rose family served as the primary instrument of his preservation and eventual flourishing. The Rose family provided a domestic environment that was atypical for a servant of that period. David Rose, a deacon influenced by the fervor of the Great Awakening, modeled a singular piety that Haynes would later recall with deep reverence. This period of American history was marked by a shift from cold traditionalism to an experiential, heartfelt religion, and Haynes was immersed in this spiritual climate from his earliest years. The maternal influence of Mrs. Rose was equally pivotal. While the legal status of Haynes was that of a servant bound until the age of 21, the emotional reality was far more integrated. Mrs. Rose's peculiar attachment to Lemuel led her to treat him as her own child, providing the psychological stability necessary for an abandoned boy to develop a sense of worth and belonging. Despite the grueling labor required on the colonial frontier, Haynes noted that his workload was commensurate with the rest of the family. This parity in labor, coupled with his inclusion in family devotions and church attendance, effectively blurred the lines between servant and son, fostering a resilience that would sustain him in later years. The development of Haynes's formidable intellect was the result of a relentless personal drive, operating within the limited opportunities afforded by the Rose family. While he attended school as much as his chores permitted, the bulk of his education was self-directed. By the flickering light of the hearth in the early morning and late evening, Haynes mastered the tools of literacy through 3 primary texts: a spelling book, a hymn book, and the Bible. This trifecta of resources ensured that his linguistic development was inextricably linked to theological and rhythmic expression. This intellectual growth was not merely academic. It was the catalyst for an intense internal spiritual struggle. The Reformed preaching of the era often emphasized the holiness of God and the depravity of man, leading the young Haynes to experience fearful apprehensions regarding his eternal state. He interpreted natural phenomena, such as the northern lights, as omens of the impending day of judgment, reflecting a mind deeply saturated in the apocalyptic imagery of the scriptures. The resolution of this inner turmoil occurred in a moment of solitary reflection, a quintessential new light conversion experience. One evening, while mourning his wretched condition beneath an apple tree, Haynes reached a point of spiritual surrender where he found the Savior. This transition from a religion of fear to one of personal faith was the cornerstone of his life's work. It transformed him from a servant of the Roses into a servant of Christ, providing the internal motivation to pursue a calling that, by all social measures of the 1770s, should have been inaccessible to him. This early synthesis of hard labor, rigorous self-study, and profound spiritual encounter prepared him for the next chapter of his life, the physical and ideological battle for American independence.
As Lemuel Haynes reached the age of 21 in 1774, his period of legal indenture concluded, granting him a personal autonomy that coincided with the colony's own pursuit of self-determination. The transition from a bound servant to a free citizen was not merely a change in legal status. It was the catalyst for Haynes to apply his deeply held theological convictions to the political crisis of his day. The mechanics of Haynes's involvement in the American Revolution were driven by a synthesis of civic duty and a new light understanding of liberty. Joining the Minutemen in Granville, he was among those who marched to Roxbury following the news of the clashes at Lexington and Concord. In 1776, he participated in the arduous expedition to Ticonderoga. For Haynes, the approach of his military service was inextricably linked to the root of his moral philosophy. He did not view the struggle for independence as a secular Enlightenment project, but as a providential movement for justice. During this period, he drafted a significant, though then unpublished, essay titled Liberty Further Extended. In this document, Haynes utilized the logic of the Declaration of Independence to argue that the natural rights being claimed by the colonists were inherently universal. He posited that if liberty was an unalienable gift from the Creator, then the institution of chattel slavery was not merely a political inconsistency, but a direct rebellion against the divine order. The cessation of his military service marked a shift from physical combat to intellectual and spiritual preparation. Despite the lack of formal university access, Haynes sought out private theological training, a common pathway for aspiring ministers in the 18th century. He studied under the tutelage of Daniel Brinsmade and later the influential Job Swift. The primary engine of his development during this phase was an intense immersion in the Hebrew and Greek languages. Haynes recognized that to be an exegete in the Word of God, he had to bypass translations and engage with the original manuscripts. This academic rigor served a dual purpose. It bolstered his authority in a society that questioned the intellectual capacity of his race, and it ensured that his later preaching would be anchored in precise exegesis rather than mere emotionalism. By 1780, his proficiency was such that he was invited to preach in his home congregation, leading to his licensure and, eventually, his historic ordination in 1785. The most prolific era of Haynes's life began with his call to the West Parish of Rutland, Vermont, in 1788. For 30 years, he served a predominantly white congregation, a phenomenon that remains nearly unparalleled in American ecclesiastical history. This tenure was not a result of a post-racial utopia in Vermont, but rather a testament to Haynes's undeniable mastery of the new divinity, a rigorous branch of Edwardsian Calvinism. Haynes's ministry was defined by a relentless focus on the character of God. In his view, the pulpit was the primary instrument for rightly dividing the word of truth. He did not seek to entertain his congregants, but to humble them before the majesty of a holy God. His preaching style was characterized by a logical transparency. He would state a doctrine, provide the scriptural evidence, and then relentlessly apply the implications to the lives of his listeners. The blueprint for his success in a white congregation lay in his ability to transcend the visual reality of his race through the auditory power of his orthodoxy. To the settlers of Vermont, Haynes was the voice of the Great Awakening. He spoke their spiritual language with more precision and passion than many of his white contemporaries. This shared theological framework created a bond of spiritual kinship that, for 3 decades, proved stronger than the social prejudices of the era. One of the most famous episodes of his Rutland ministry occurred in 1805, following a sermon by the noted Universalist Hosea Ballou. Ballou argued that a loving God would never consign any soul to eternal punishment. Haynes, who happened to be in the audience, was invited to respond. His rebuttal, later published as the sermon Universal Salvation, a very ancient doctrine, is a masterpiece of satirical polemics. Rather than using dry academic jargon, Haynes identified the first Universalist preacher as the serpent in the Garden of Eden, who told Eve, "Ye shall not surely die." By framing universalism as the original satanic deception, Haynes effectively used the internal logic of the Bible to dismantle Ballou's position. The sermon became an international bestseller, reprinted dozens of times across the Atlantic, cementing Haynes's reputation as a premier defender of New England orthodoxy. Through these years, Haynes demonstrated that the reason behind a successful ministry was not found in cultural relevance or social standing, but in an unwavering commitment to what he perceived as timeless, objective truth. His life in Rutland was the ultimate expression of his belief that the providence which saved him under an apple tree was the same providence that governed the hearts of all men, regardless of their station. The journey from a licensed preacher to a fully settled pastor was not a simple progression of success. Rather, it was a season marked by profound personal integration and the endurance of social friction. The early 1780s served as a laboratory for Haynes, where the abstract theological truths he had mastered were applied to the intimate spheres of family life and the public challenges of racial prejudice. In 1783, while serving as a pulpit supply in Middle Granville, Massachusetts, Haynes entered into a marriage that defied the prevailing social taboos of the era. His union with Elizabeth Babbitt, a white schoolteacher, was initiated by her own proposal. In a society where interracial relationships were often viewed with hostility, this marriage stood as a quiet yet radical testament to their shared values and mutual respect. The way this partnership functioned was essential to Haynes's long-term sustainability in ministry. Elizabeth was not merely a domestic partner. She was a convert to the faith under his own preaching. Their relationship was built upon a foundation of shared, experimental religion, the idea that faith must be personally felt and lived out. This domestic stability provided a sanctuary for Haynes as he navigated the complexities of being a pioneer in a predominantly white denomination. Following his formal ordination in 1785, a historic milestone as the first African American ordained by a mainstream American denomination, Haynes accepted a call to Torrington, Connecticut. It was here that the theoretical egalitarianism of the gospel met the hard reality of human bias. One particular incident in Torrington illustrates the specific means by which Haynes disarmed his critics. A local man, deeply offended by the prospect of a black pastor, attended a service with the explicit intent of showing disrespect by keeping his hat on his head. However, the process of Haynes's preaching, characterized by a scholarly yet passionate delivery, began to erode the man's defenses. As the sermon progressed, the weight of the biblical exposition overwhelmed the man's social conditioning. He eventually removed his hat and placed it under his seat in a gesture of silent submission to the truth being proclaimed. This encounter highlights a recurring theme in Haynes's life. He did not combat prejudice through political activism alone, but by a level of excellence and spiritual authority that rendered bigotry unsustainable in the presence of his ministry. While Haynes is often remembered for his pastoral longevity in Rutland, his intellectual contributions to the New Divinity movement provide the necessary context for his views on social reform and human rights. The New Divinity was an American theological tradition that sought to apply the rigorous logic of Jonathan Edwards to the pressing issues of the young republic. For decades, some historians suggested that Haynes was silent on the issue of slavery, but the 1980s discovery of his manuscript Liberty Further Extended dismantled this assumption. In this work, Haynes argues that the doctrines of grace are the ultimate foundation for human equality. The logic he employed was devastatingly simple. If all men are equally fallen and equally in need of a sovereign savior, then no man possesses a natural right to dominate another based on skin color. He utilized his mastery of New England theology to demonstrate that the oppression of Africans was a direct violation of the benevolence God requires of his creatures. By rooting his anti-slavery convictions in theology rather than just secular philosophy, Haynes provided a framework that resonated deeply with the religious population of New England, making him a critical, if quiet, architect of the early abolitionist sentiment. The final years of his Rutland ministry were complicated by the shifting political sands of the early 1800s. Haynes was a staunch Washingtonian Federalist, a political stance that eventually put him at odds with a growing number of his congregants who favored Jeffersonian republicanism. This political friction, combined with internal church discipline disputes, eventually led to his dismissal after 30 years of service. The tenor of this parting was bittersweet. Ruefully, Haynes noted that it was only during this period of intense disagreement that his race seemed to become a primary issue for his detractors, famously remarking that it was as if they had suddenly discovered he was black after 3 decades of leadership. Yet, true to his belief in providence, Haynes did not retire in bitterness. He continued to serve smaller congregations in Manchester, Vermont, and Granville, New York, until his death in 1833, proving that his calling was never dependent on the approval of a specific congregation, but on his commission from Christ. Lemuel Haynes died as one of the most respected and extraordinary Christian preachers in American history. He left behind a legacy that challenges modern categories. He was a Black Puritan who mastered the white intellectual world of his day, not by conforming to it, but by excelling within it to the point that his voice could not be ignored. Today, he is celebrated as a foundational figure in African American Christianity and a model of how a life surrendered to a sovereign God can transform abandonment into a pioneering legacy. Lemuel Haynes viewed every hardship, from the stigma of his birth to the grueling labor of his youth, not as an obstacle to his calling, but as the very tool God used to forge his character. Take a moment to consider the unlikely beginnings or silent struggles in your own life. Are there circumstances you currently view as abandonment that might actually be providential placement? Haynes found his purpose in a moment of solitary surrender. Where is your apple tree, that place of quiet reflection where you can distinguish the noise of the world from the doctrines of grace? Haynes disarmed his critics through the sheer weight of his mastery and integrity. In what areas of your life are you called to pursue a level of excellence that renders prejudice and opposition irrelevant? If the intellectual rigor and social courage of Lemuel Haynes resonate with you, don't let the conversation end here. The intersection of faith, history, and culture requires constant navigation and a commitment to rightly dividing the word of truth. Join our community at Theology Today. By subscribing, you will receive weekly videos on the why and how behind church history and modern doctrine, access to exclusive long-form biographies on overlooked figures who shaped the spiritual landscape, videos that bridge the gap between academic theology and accessible lived faith. Click here to subscribe to Theology Today, equipping the modern mind with timeless truth.